everybody.
Hello, everyone.
We just got busy talking.
Hi.
It's like I woke up. I said, "Oh, it's 11:59. People, we're going live."
Oh, sorry.
It's 11:59. People, we're going
Oh,
There we go.
live. Yep.
Marcus had his
Yeah, I did.
on. I was like, wait a minute, who's? I started looking at my screen, going, I didn't have YouTube up. What?
I do. Sorry.
Oh, sorry. I got to move this screen over here now. I can close that screen.
I just got to scoot out. There we go.
Yeah. Let's see. We have, like I said, Fenris and I, and we have Marcus joining us, and Michelle out of Iowa.
Hi.
Michelle. Carl's in the background today.
Carl's in the corner.
Carl's in the corner.
So, what did Carl do that he ended up in the corner?
Ooh.
Eating all the mince pies.
Athel was in first this morning, or earlier today, early this morning. He looked for the cookies and didn't find them because Fenris, I guess, had
I
didn't
raided the
restock
cookie
the
jar.
cookies.
No, I
Yeah.
raided the cookie jar.
Cookies.
So
Yes.
he pinched all the cookies.
Oh.
Yeah. And Michelle was in, and Carl. And hi, Dale. Mac 3D. Uh-oh, we lost Marcus.
Lost Marcus.
He hit.
Did Marcus yeet himself?
He
Yeah.
did.
Yeah, Marcus yeeted himself.
I'm back.
And we got Manuel in, saying hi to everybody. Hey, Manuel. David Barber, welcome in. And PJ. Hi, PJ. Said if you're interested, I can put the link in. I can put the link in for anybody interested in joining us.
Yay.
We like company.
Yeah. It's more fun with company.
Yeah. But there's the
Sheila
link for those
Chowder.
that are interested.
Why do I feel like I printed off multiple pieces that I don't need?
Because you get in the zone and you don't remember what you've printed.
No, this was all on one print build plate,
Ah.
but I don't know. I thought I only printed one set, but it looks like I've got a couple of extra pieces, but I don't know where they all go because I don't remember what the print looked like originally.
Me and Dale, Manuel saying
All right.
hi, and Apple saying yes. No, he pinched the cookies. And David Barber says hi, Marcus, Snowy, and Michelle.
There we are. That should do it. Sorry. Yeah.
And Carl's checking in
Carl.
from his corner.
Hey, Octo, how you doing?
Where? Oh, there they are.
That's fine, PJ. Like I said, I realized that we run, we hit dinner time for some people, or supper. Go ahead.
Oy. All right.
So, that's good. And Tammy and Ray, good afternoon. Welcome in.
Hey, Tammy and Ray.
Hope y'all dried out after that cold, nasty
turned
rain
it
we
down.
had yesterday. Today is actually quite nice.
Yes. I went out earlier because I had to do some grocery shopping. Judy had a small list, and I was like, yeah, I'm out of drinks and snacks in the shed. So I went to do a quick, light grocery shopping. It cost me like $150.
Wow. A quick one. It's like,
Part of it was I grabbed 10 logs of sausage because I was out, and a giant thing of chicken breast that was almost like $25.
That's half your money right there.
Yeah, the chicken was half my money, and that's getting cut up and dehydrated for dog treats.
How is chicken so expensive nowadays? You know, everyone's got chickens.
Because
Yeah, no,
everybody buys it.
Yeah, because everyone buys it. It was like almost $3 a pound, but it was a big thing of chicken breast. So
Let's see. James TBG is in saying hi to everybody. Athol says beef stew for dinner tonight, as it's Sunday and he's not cooking. David and PJ both say hi to James at TBG. Yeah, Tammy says, yeah, yesterday was miserable. Yeah, we did not have ice, but it was close.
yeah, it was very close to having really cold, wet.
If it had been ice, if it had been 2 degrees colder,
Yeah,
we'd have power outages.
Really?
yeah, 99%. Yeah, in our area, a lot of the power lines are still overhead lines, and they still have yet to get all of it underground. So yeah, a lot of the mainline grids coming from the power plant is still in the air.
Okay, got it.
And you get, what is it, a quarter of an inch of ice on them and they'll come down.
Yeah.
And we had a cold, wet rain for like 10 hours yesterday.
Wow.
And yeah. And at the moment, let's see, pull up my little calculator here with my tempies. And at the moment, it is 10.5 degrees Celsius here.
It's really warmed up.
Yeah, it's running 52 Fahrenheit.
Yeah. And we got Lindsay in saying hello to everybody.
Hey, Lindsay.
Hi, Lindsay.
I see TBG's
Lindsay,
in.
I think I sent the link if you feel like joining us. Like I said, Manuel's saying hi. Lindsay's. Yeah, James said thawing out. He's been to the mailbox. David Barber says not above freezing today.
That was one of the things I was glad about with the job site that I've had for the last 3 or 4 months is it's been indoors and actually has heat and AC, which is a rarity for an electrician to have heat and AC on a job site.
I was about to say, yeah.
You know, we're basically going in and demoing an office building. So we're taking things out and turning it mostly into cubicle heaven. It's pretty much all going modular furniture and everything.
Yeah, Athol, I have family both northwest and north of here. Yeah, it's not been pleasant for them. And Carl said it was meant to be lamb tonight, but he's cooking, so it's beans on toast. He's giving you a break, Michelle.
Yeah, but the lamb's already cooked.
Oh, so it's a heat and serve situation.
Yeah.
Oh.
He can't be bothered.
Some people, you don't want them cooking.
But everything's prepared. Everything's ready to go. And he just can't be bothered.
Oh.
So, never mind.
Shame on you. Where's what? Connie?
Yes?
I need your cast iron frying pan. I'm going to send it to Michelle so she can smack him.
Yeah. And Lindsay had to change his whole internet. That's a bummer.
God. That's a pain.
Yeah, a
Oh.
tenth of an ice and the power can go out, but yeah, it's no fun. They did brine the roads here too. That's where they put down the saltwater solution. But
Mhm.
in a case like yesterday, when it rains first, it washes it away.
Yeah.
But it never, the roads never got slick.
Yeah.
Well, the thing
Yeah,
is, you should mix the brine with gravel.
Yeah.
So when it
well,
freezes, it becomes traction.
but down here, it doesn't freeze enough.
Ah,
And
okay.
if they put the gravel or even the sand down, it tears the roads up.
Yeah.
Well, that's, you know.
We have such intermittent freezes. It's not like, now if it was a case of we would get ice and it would stay for months, yeah, gravel would work.
Yeah.
But
Most of our
here, it's
most of
like
our
24
snows,
hours, it's gone.
yeah, we get to look at the pretty stuff, and it'll stay for. We had one snow. We had 9 inches of snow at like 8 o'clock in the morning. 4:30 in the afternoon that same day, I texted my friends on my cousins up in Chicago on Facebook, and it was all gone except for a little snowman that was like this size in the backyard, because that was as long as the kids could get out, because they were so young that they only made a snowball big. They made hand-sized snowballs, and did a snowman. Oh,
Let's
this
see.
model's
Yeah.
going to be the death of me. I see that right
Yeah.
now.
Wet rain, PJ.
Mhm.
There are some days when it rains and you can be outside and it doesn't feel bad. It's a nice gentle rain. It's comfortable to be outside. Sit out on the porch and enjoy it. Yesterday, not so much. It was
We have,
cold and damp feeling even in the house.
yeah,
That's why I say a cold, wet rain. It just feels miserable all the way around.
we have Festive and Hot Dog Andy just stopped in.
Hey, Andy. I'm sorry I didn't hang out more this morning. I went back to sleep.
Oh,
Well, it was a 12-hour day at work yesterday and
oh,
was stressed with the little one not feeling well.
sorry to hear that.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, I have to go in later today because somebody called out. And caregiver will need a break.
Hmm.
Everybody saying hi to Lindsay, and David Barber says, comfort food, Carl.
Mm-hmm.
Ethel says, Michelle, what you
Definitely.
need to do is trade Carl in for a younger model with chefing experience.
Carl, you can't let that slide.
Wow.
You gotta say
You can beat
something.
Ethel. I didn't say that. I was just reading what Ethel said.
The thing is, Carl can cook.
There
I
you
wouldn't
go.
mind. He can cook.
He just
Oh,
chooses not to.
He just
just
chose
can't
to
be
be lazy
better.
today. Yeah, I would cook, but my wife cooks better.
Yeah. Yeah, it cost 100 pounds. Oof. Well, hopefully they won't get into it anytime soon. Yeah. Mom had said I would not let, yeah. She said she would not let anyone have her cast iron pans. No.
I
I've
like
got one that's,
yeah, they're not
it's
cheap.
actually Wagner Ware, which is one of the top of the line older names. Particularly their old stuff is really good. And it was produced in the town I grew up in. So yeah, it's like
I was reading where'd it go? Yeah, Dave Barber was saying Southwest Scotland were born with webbed feet.
I missed that one somewhere.
Yeah, it was up above where TBG was saying hi to Andy when Andy and them came in.
Oh, this chat goes so fast sometimes.
Yeah. All right.
Tenderized Carl, you'd have been safer in prison. Hey, Colin, how you doing? Festive 67 is in.
Hey,
Thanks for the thumbs
Colin.
up.
Yeah, I told you. I said, hey to. I said,
Well,
Festive was in here.
oh, festive and then hot dog. I thought you lumped the two of them together. Yeah, welcome to the Carolinas. Yeah. If you don't like the weather, wait 10 minutes. It'll change.
Yeah.
Yep. Who said that?
Yeah.
Who was saying that on? Was that Terry and
Oh,
them?
what about the weather?
Yeah.
Oh,
Or was that
no, I
you
said
said?
that. That was me.
Oh,
You
okay.
know, you
I
wait.
thought you were reading. I thought you were reading chat and saying, "Yeah, just wait,
Well,
wait
James
15 minutes."
Tabola Go said, welcome to the Carolinas. I said, yeah, if you're not happy with the weather, wait 10 minutes. It'll change.
Yeah. I actually said
Literally,
that
we
to a
can go through
foreman.
3 to 4 seasons a day in the spring and
Yeah.
fall.
There was 1 year at festival, we had all 4 seasons in one day. It started, we had a quarter to half an inch of snow on the ground at 7:00 in the morning. By the time the cannon went off that evening at 5:30, it was 80. It was 80 to 90 degrees,
Oof.
and like soup humidity, which made it unbearable. We lost so many guys that weekend
Wow.
because they just,
Well, you dress for
yeah,
one.
you bundle up for the warmth for the morning for it being cold,
Collapsing.
and then by the afternoon, you've either had to strip down or you pass out from heat exhaustion.
Wow.
And we lost a bunch to heat exhaustion. Actually, we lost one of the nights at 1.2 to heat, which
Well,
was
because
rare
like I
for
said,
them.
again,
Yeah,
well, he probably had an extra layer of
I think he might have had an
thermals on
extra layer of
underneath.
Yeah, I think he had an
Mhm.
extra layer of armor, of padding for his armor. Yeah, I made that mistake in 115-degree Fahrenheit weather in Las Vegas. Stepped outside for a 10-minute photo shoot and passed out.
Oh, you were wearing black
God.
armor.
I was I was wearing black stainless steel armor that was like 3 or 4 millimeters thick.
Wow.
Sounds like a hoot.
Oh, it was. I loved that armor. I just wish I knew who stole it so I could run them through for it.
Cooking in a can.
Someone stole
Yep.
your armor?
Yeah. I had gotten injured and I left my gear while I went back home to recover and heal and everything. And when I came back about a year or two later, the armor was gone.
No.
Someone had stolen my Foot Locker. They had all my stuff in it. But a report was put out, and the thing is the armorer who made my armor does custom signatures on armor for the owner of the armor. So each piece of the armor had a marking on it that tied it all together, and also tied it to the owner because he's got his signature stamp inside of it, and he keeps a log of everyone he sells armor to and what the pieces are marked with, kind of like almost like a identification number for the armor.
Yeah.
But I've never heard anything on it since. It either got melted down or somebody knew what they were getting their hands on and they filed all that stuff out of it.
Jesus Christ.
Or they just kept it.
Yeah, or they
And
just kept
didn't-
it for themselves
Well,
and
something
haven't
happened
pulled
to
it
them.
out. Yeah,
Well, it
they
happened,
probably
30 years ago?
yeah, going on 31 years now. It'll be 31 years in August.
Wow.
Holy crap. That means
What?
October. That means October. I'll be doing electrical work for 31 years. Holy crap!
Well, there you go.
Well, and the bad thing is, I wish I was still with the one company because then I could retire
Yeah.
at 51.
Why not? You know, if you can, you should.
I can't. That's the problem.
Yeah, I know. I'm in the same
I
position as you are. So,
Yeah.
it's like,
If I was still at the same company, yeah, I could easily have retired by now.
yeah.
Actually, Andy, on mine, it's a metal kit, not brass. But
Where did? Oh, there they are.
I it might be brass. I don't know which metal they're using, but it's a
Yeah, I figured it
or
out earlier
Chinese.
this year when I joined the electrical union. If I stay for 20 years, I'll be at 68 is when I can retire and have full vesting.
Wow.
That'll give me 20 years. I'm like, crap. But hopefully by then I will not be up and down ladders. I'll be a foreman, so I can pretty much point and grunt to people and tell them what to do.
Yeah.
They'll
That's
use
not bad either.
they'll use me for my mind, not my body, like they do now.
Yeah.
Nice job to have.
Mm-hmm.
That pulls up.
All right, where's my camera? There we go. I was making snacks, so I turned my camera off while I was making the snacks. All right. I do not know where those. I've got parts that I don't know where they go. So much fun.
So do I. Jesus.
All right. This is a model that I've had sitting for quite so many years that I actually finally got around to printing off. And it was, guy produced it on the Queen's 90th birthday for Warhammer 40K. It'll. Oh, come on. Autofocus. Autofocus on. Try this. Yeah, it's not going to focus in. All right. Come on. Oh.
Okay, they want it to bend.
Well, yeah, it's not going to focus in on it. Oh, well.
I see it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's see if I can do this. I say big.
Oh.
There you go.
Yeah. Yes, Your Majesty is sitting on a golden throne with guns and all, and it's a hovercraft.
Very cool.
Yeah, the guy that made it was like, I'm probably going to tick a bunch of people off back home with this, but I had to do it.
Oh, dear me. How is this going to fit?
Oh, it looks like James's TVG's running back and forth between the chats.
Oh, really?
Okay.
Yeah. I think he's over in yours at the moment. Well, if you look on the StreamYard, if you see the little chain link up there, I mean, it's
Oh,
coming from
okay.
one of the the
Mm.
linked ones.
Ah. What? Confusion.
Okay. That is going to be such a. How tall is that figure when it's finished?
I don't know. I don't know where to put it. This is just the leg.
I was
You
saying, that's
know,
just the leg.
and here's the foot. So it's gonna be like something like
Yeah, I was going to ask, was that Optimus Prime
yeah.
that you're
That's
doing?
Optimus Prime. Yeah.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's
So,
doing the. Is it the fan home or the part? I know it's a part works.
yeah, it's Fan Home.
Mm.
Fan Home Parts
Okay.
Works. Yeah. So basically, they're the same company. Basically.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right. They just have different kind of designations.
Yeah, I've seen some of their models and been like, ooh.
Yeah. That's what I
Yeah,
was.
a 1-to-1 scale.
That's what I was like when I saw this. Was like, ooh, and I went for it.
Although David Barber, I have seen on as they call it the clock app, they have actually built 1-to-1 scale Gundams.
Yes.
Yeah,
Scary.
They have built full size.
I know in Japan
Like,
they had done that. Yeah,
yeah.
so that's
Mhm.
pretty cool. A friend of mine was there last year watching it. It's pretty cool stuff.
I like the dragon at the one German village.
Ooh.
They have
Oh, the completely.
the completely animatronic dragon that walks down the street. I was like, oh, I'd love to go to that festival.
Mhm.
And it's self-supporting. It's not like it's just one of the big puppets on a cart
Yeah.
that so many of them are. This is an actual. It walks by its, on its own.
Yeah.
Yes, they control it, but it is all its weight is supported on its own feet. Oh, hey, Terry's wood burning in. How you doing? It's been a while since we've seen you.
Hey, Terry's wood burning.
Carrie or KRD's in. Hey, John Alec. Welcome in. 17 watching. Cool.
Sorry. What was they?
Yeah.
How would
No,
I
like I
do
said,
that?
I like. It said, yeah. That big walking dragon was absolutely gorgeous.
Mm-hmm. I saw that and I was like, I want.
It's like I don't even think it would fit on my road, let alone at my house.
Probably not. Although it'd be cool having it curled up in the backyard.
And take up the entire backyard.
Probably.
Michelle, Terry was asking how many diamond paintings have you done?
Oh my goodness. I've completed about 10, 12 diamond paintings, not many. I haven't done as many as you, Connie. Nowhere near as many as you, Connie. I've only just taken it up
I can
recently.
take, the smaller ones, like the up to like the 40 by 40. So in other words, the 30 by 30s,
Yeah,
stuff like that.
this
I can take
one
them to work.
Yeah, this one I'm doing at the moment is the 30 by 40.
Yeah, that size
This
I
is
can take to work and work
Yeah.
on them. That's one of the reasons why I get a lot of them done. But I have one that's 80 by 60, I think, something like that. 50 by, I can't remember. It's big.
Look, I've got one in my stash that's next to me.
And
Is,
that
well, that's
one's
one
on a
50 by 50.
Yeah, I put them on boards to work on since I have them in my lap most often. And the one board I have my biggest one on is about
Yeah.
90 by 60 centimeters.
Yeah, I haven't got any
And
really, really big ones at the moment.
I find them very relaxing. I'm finishing up one at work. I may get it finished tonight.
Yeah, I mean, you can just switch off, go in your own little world, and
Yeah.
you can, like on this one, there's like blocks of one color, so you can just carry on and just do the block or.
Yeah. And I'm one that
Mm,
I do them all individually. I don't do the multi piece.
no,
I like doing the one on one, the one at a time.
oh, I do them all one at a time. I don't like using the attachment thingies to these. I can't use them. I don't, because I know you can, if you get them in line, but it's getting them in line in the tray.
Yeah. A lot more work to me.
I know. But I just can't be. No, it's one-on-one.
Although I have found out that if I'm not careful, because I have my little dots in little bead trays where I can close them and
Yeah.
open them up. My little one's caregiver's aunt or cat will steal my little trays, my little boxes, if I'm not careful. And then he hides them.
There you go.
And I'm just like,
Well, where's it go?
It's like, okay, where is it, cat? Where is it?
Oh, no. I'm just thinking what you could store it in a small put everything in a small sandwich box.
Well, they're in.
Yeah.
Let me put my headset. I'll just leave my headset and I'll run and get. I've got one in the bedroom.
Oh, it's massive. Holy crap. Yeah. Oh, man. Yeah, this is his leg.
That's huge.
Yeah. Actually, what I'd love to put my hands on, and I've seen them, but I haven't seen them in a couple of years. Games Workshop at one point had a 1-to-1 model of a Space Marine.
A 1-to-1?
Yes. It was a life-size Space Marine.
Holy moly.
That they had in a couple of their, they had a couple of them for the stores here in the U.S. and it would rotate around the stores. Well, the last store it was in that I knew of at one point was in Georgia.
1-to-1. I still can't.
Yeah.
A 1-to-1 Space Marine, isn't it like 7 foot tall, something like that?
Yeah, it was almost 9 foot. I think on its base. On its base, it was 9 foot tall.
Jesus Christ.
All right, hot dog. See you later. Hey, Marcus, TBG is saying he found a perfect kit for you. It's a 1/700th Lexington CV2 Extreme Edition. Oh, it's PE hell.
Oh, crying out loud. No, I think
it's a photo etch.
Is it a complete photo etch or is it a kit with photo etch?
That's what I'm assuming is he's saying photo etch hell. I'm assuming it's a photo etch. Yeah, it's a Ming 170th, 1/700th.
I'm okay. I'm fine. I'll leave that to other more able people.
Yeah.
It will be me.
Okay, Andy, have a good one. Sure, Terry. I can put the link in chat.
Hey, Terry.
Oh, it's a snap kit with photo etch.
Oh,
Okay.
for crying out loud.
Bowler's saying,
Yeah,
yeah,
but-
it's a snap kit.
Yeah, but these are
Yeah,
what
I'll
I
snap
find
it.
handy.
Oh, that's handy.
And
Carl,
'cause
I
you
don't
can-
think the only one I know of in y'all's area is now at a game store in, I want to say, Ireland. The guy salvaged it. It was in a junkyard. He found it in a rubbish yard, and I was like, "Oh,
It's not quite local, but it's hop and a skip and jump over the water. But yeah,
yeah."
Hello.
Well,
yeah.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi. Yeah,
hello.
my dots, I store them in small plastic pots.
Yeah.
Did you
Well, I
guys
need-
It's
know?
similar to that, but they're a lot thinner and taller.
Yeah. Well, it's just the system. I had one of these kits for some beads. It's actually bead storage,
Yeah,
and it just works
just
for me
handy.
because I have everything in one flat tray that I can dig out and see easily enough. That's just the dots for the squares for that one big one I have.
Oh
Yeah.
God, did you do square
It's a very
diamonds?
blue. It's a very blue one.
Yeah. I do both.
Crazy.
I do all three. I do both the rounds, the squares, and the special shapes.
Yeah. I've done the square. I'm not over keen, but I'd stick to the round. But I've never done the special shape ones yet. Not
Did you
tried
know
them.
once you finish your diamond paintings, you can actually save your diamonds and use them for another diamond painting?
You have to be careful with some of those though, because even
I
though they
know.
have the same number on them,
Yeah, that's
It
what the
depends on-
coordination on the side is.
It
Yeah.
corresponds with cross stitch colours, a
but
DMC cross
some of the
stitch colours.
shades can be a little bit different.
Yeah,
I've
they
done
do.
that. I was saving them, but then I just got to the point where I just throw all my extra into a large container, and if I need an extra piece or so, I have done that. I've gone through and fished out enough to finish the project.
I have got a storage box full of diamond dots that are all color coded. Like the key down the
Yeah.
side of the dots, they're all color
Yeah.
coded.
And
I've
another
saved
thing you
all
want to
the
be careful
dots.
with is ordering one of these.
But what's funny is with the special shapes.
Oh, cool.
Okay, yeah, that's one of the spacer bars.
Yes, be very careful on ordering those because 90% of them will not fit the diamonds like you're supposed to.
No, use them.
Yeah.
And trust me, we've tried one on one of our diamond paintings and it left so much of gaps so bad whenever we got done with it. We literally had to go back through and push them all back to where they're actually supposed to be. And that was a big hassle.
Oh, I bet.
No, it makes it more harder work.
Yeah.
No, I prefer just to put them on and just.
Well, this is my one of the little boxes that I have my shinies leftovers in.
Oh, that's a big thing.
Oh, the gem bead ones.
The gem bead ones. Yeah, this
Yeah.
actually goes into my
Shiny.
shoulder pets cave, my little dragon. that I wear to the Renaissance Festival. He's a rather spoiled little beast.
Yeah,
And
he
this is
is.
part of his horde. Hey, Daz, how you doing? Happy New Year.
Hey, Daz.
I got 3 of them that are special, and they cost a lot of money. And so we're kind of taking our time waiting on to do those.
Oh, yeah.
But this is one of them.
Oh, a Dreamcatcher. Yeah, the wolf.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
It's a special one. It's got the Roar Boy something Alice diamonds.
Oh, the Aurora Borealis ones.
Yep.
Yeah.
all right. Why does that doesn't
But
fit?
like I said,
here.
I find them very, for me, it's a portable, they can fit on my board, which is 30 by 12 by 19. So about a 30 by 45 centimeter board. It fits on that easily enough. I can do it at work.
We've got
And my little one's caregiver, she doesn't care what I do. Little one's taken care of. Because most of my time, he is in bed when I'm there.
aw.
And, so there's not a whole lot of hands-on. It's just basically my biggest thing is I need to be present.
Yeah.
So, and it works great because you can pick it up, put it down, pick it up. It can sit there for a while.
I've done a bunch of them. I've got a book full and plus a partial of like a 20 by 30 that's really small ones. But yeah, we usually get them when we can get them on sale. But my biggest thing is right now my thing is right now I'm working on trying to get the complete set of the wanted posters. There's different ones. There's Freddy Cougar. There's Jason Voorhees.
Nice.
Jack and Sally. Johnny Depp, when she's dressed as Pirates of the Caribbean.
Oh, that sounds cool.
There's at least like 14 to 16 different wanted posters.
Oh, God.
And after we found a website that actually had the rest of what I needed, as soon as we placed an order for them, they turned around and emailed her and said, "Oh, sorry, we are completely out of stock of those wanted posters."
Yeah, it happens that way sometimes.
Yeah, I looked last night to. I was gonna pre-order some stuff from Games Workshop, forgetting that it's already been online for 5 hours before I saw it, and it was completely sold out.
That's one thing that bugs me. They do that. They should put it in the description saying sold out or put it across there so people wouldn't waste.
Oh, they do. No, Games Workshop did. By the time I saw it, it was already unavailable online, and it wouldn't be. They didn't give a date for when they would have them available again.
These wanted posters, once they're gone, they're not bringing them back.
Oh,
That's
yeah, that sucks. At least
uh,
this they'll have them again. It's just whenever production catches up to what the demand is that they've had for them. But they've had a
we've
couple
been
of extra
just over
months
a
for
year
this stuff
trying to
to come
get all
out.
of
Yeah.
them, and nobody has them. So,
Yeah.
but I can say one thing that I am glad that I was able to get my hands on before they ran out of was the garbage pail kits.
Oh, the garbage.
Oh,
pail
God.
kids.
Wow.
Bring back the 90s.
Bring
Yeah,
back memories.
bringing back the 90s and bringing back the memories. Yes.
Yeah.
I got one of them done here in a minute. It took me 2.5 weeks to do it, but I got it done. Here in a minute, I'll grab the book and I'll show it to you. But I was able. I got lucky when we ordered the wanted set, all the wanted sets. They had the complete set of the Garbage Pail Kids, and we hurried up and grabbed those before they went. And luckily, as soon as we placed the order, we bought the complete set and bought all of them. And what was funny about it, we bought the last of the complete set that they had. They
Oh,
no longer,
wow.
so we got lucky.
Yeah.
You're talking about what? You're talking about falling into a sewer tank and coming out smelling like a rose.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, my girlfriend, she once we started, we have not stopped ordering them. It's like we constantly order them when we see something new that we don't have.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, this is kind of what I did with some of the smaller of the special shape ones.
Framed them.
I framed them and put them in my office.
Yeah,
Aw.
it's nice. That's nice. That yeah.
I got some of them that I framed that I'm also selling too, that I finished.
Let's see. We're doing pretty good, Daz. Hope you're doing well. Let's see. Mary Ethel says Mary just got wolf head with eyes that watch me as I walk about the lounge. And I was thinking of when I'm out.
No, I've
Shooting
got
it with
that.
micro mini cameras.
Yeah, it's really nice.
God.
I can say I'm not very happy with Temu. The website Temu. I'm not
Yeah.
happy with them.
Oh,
We ordered a WWE belt. A description stated it's supposed to be leather. And it's supposed to be the actual size of a WWE belt, title belt.
Oh, I wouldn't trust the sizings.
Oh, yeah.
yeah. And if it has 1% leather in it, they will call
No,
it
it came
leather,
out
even
solid
if
plastic.
it's the fake leather, and some of that's made with like leather trimmings that they grind up and add to it into the plastic mix. They will call that leather.
But this came out really small and it was all plastic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's
That site's where I actually buy a lot of my diamond dot kits because yeah,
This
Yeah,
is
the
my
I'm
problem.
basically after dragons.
Oh, nice.
I got the rest of them. I just threw this one together. This one took me. Now, do you use like Mosh Podge or spray or what to hold yours together?
If I'm gonna frame, sometimes I don't do anything. They do have a glue that dries clear,
It's like a PVA type glue, isn't it?
Yeah.
I'm just about to order some actually to try it out.
But for me, they're either going into the folder book or they're going in a frame. So I don't worry too. And most of the frames I find, I go to secondhand stores, thrift
I go to
shops.
Walmart and get mine.
Actually, the current set I did, I went to the Dollar Tree and they had the little collage frames, and my 30 by 30 dragons fit in them perfectly. I just take a large Sharpie marker and blacken the edges. Let me grab one. I've got one here sitting in here.
That ain't it.
Oh, I didn't realize that
There it
frame
is.
broke.
Aw.
But yeah,
Oh,
I got the exact same dragon, but a bigger version of it.
Well, this is one. It actually came in a set of 4.
I just got the single one. I didn't
Yeah.
because they were out of the set. They only had that
Yeah.
little dragon.
But they have the set of 4, and I don't like working in anything smaller than a 30 by 30. Yeah, they've got some that are like the 20 by 20 centimeters. I'm like, that's way too small. But yeah,
20 by
all of this,
30.
I just took a black Sharpie marker, one of the really wide ones,
oh
and
yeah.
just blackened the edge. Then that way you don't have to worry about a mat. And I
got
spent
a
$1.25.
of these.
Oh yeah. But
I
no,
pretty much-
$1.25 for the frame. So hey, inexpensive enough.
Yeah.
But again, I'm doing them mostly for just filling time at work. Hey Jeff, how you and Maggie doing this evening?
Hey, Jeff.
I just like doing them.
I do a mixture of different ones. I do like Halloween, whatever I get my hands on. Last year, me and my girlfriend went down to Tennessee, and we stopped at the Titanic Museum down there. And well, I ended up buying her the Heart of the Ocean necklace, and so she got lucky and she found me a Titanic diamond painting
Oh,
a few months
nice.
ago. But the only thing is with this one is with the Titanic sinking.
Oh, I've seen that
Uh,
one. Yeah.
So I'm kind of waiting till I get all of my diamond paintings caught up that I have right now, that I got scattered out, that I'm doing all in different progress. And once I get that one done, I'm going to get a bigger frame. I'm going to get what they call a box frame for it. And I'm going to put that diamond painting on one side and the Heart of the Ocean on the opposite side. But these are kind of stuff that I do.
Yeah.
yeah.
This was a square diamond right here.
Oh, that's pretty. I like the colors.
That's nice.
And this is what they call a partial.
Yeah, where you do just the main piece and the background itself is
Like certain spots.
a print. Yeah.
Yeah.
Then my little buddy Gizmo.
Oh, Gizmo.
I still would love to get one of those plush toys of a Gizmo. Frosty.
Oh,
Oh, those are pretty.
excellent. Christmas
Oh, that's
puppies.
good, Jeff.
This is what a wanted poster is.
Oh, Stitch.
Oh, call Stitch.
I've got quite a few of those. It's just I just wish I could get the set. And this is my last piece that I framed.
Oh wow.
Oh, wow. That's
Okay.
pretty.
That's the nun.
That's the nun, definitely.
We don't watch her movies on our TVs. We had one TV in the living room. We watched one of her movies on it. We watched The Nun on it, and that TV quit working. So we had to go out and get a new one. We got a 55-inch in the bedroom on the wall, and we ended up watching the Nun 2 on that one. And now the TV in the bedroom only when it works when it wants to.
I wouldn't watch it anymore.
Yeah, I wouldn't watch that
Puts you
movie
off.
anymore.
She cursed our TV. I knew she was evil, but darn, I didn't know she was that evil.
She probably is thinking you aren't scared enough of me yet, so let me see what I can do to change that.
Well, it did work. I went down to the HorrorCon down there down in Kentucky last year before my birthday, and I got to actually see some of the actual the actual people that actually played.
Yeah.
And I actually got to stand side by side with Kane Hodder.
Kane Hodder.
Jason Voorhees.
Okay.
And you know the guy that played Pinhead?
Yes.
I got to stand side by side with him, and that is and you might not believe this, but that is his actual voice that he's actually talking in the movies.
Oh.
That is his actual voice.
Oh, the one before the new one that they just came out with.
I'm
I
not
think
happy
it
with
was
that one.
Yeah, I'm not either. The one that came out before it was actually filmed in the area around where Connie and I live. It was filmed in Davidson, North Carolina, and the final scene of it was in downtown Charlotte. You want to talk about scare? When I saw it, I was like, I know that medallion. I've skateboarded around that medallion. That I was like, oh God, no. It was like, no, no, you ruined my favorite skating spot now. Now I want to go dig it up and see if I can find it.
You know who that is?
Face looks familiar, but I can't.
That's Chucky's daughter.
Okay.
That's Kane Hodder.
All right.
And you might have heard of this guy too, but he's not really that big of a name. But he also played as one of Jason's. His name is Steve Knapp.
No name. Yeah.
He played in Jason X.
Okay.
Oh, that one.
That's probably why I never really heard of him. That movie didn't really go over all that well.
I never really watched the Jason movies.
There's Pinhead.
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah,
kind of
yeah.
I'm kind of selective in the horror movies and I can't tell you how, I watch Cabin in the Woods,
So I don't really watch them.
but I
You
won't watch
know
Saw.
the movie Maximum Overdrive, right?
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Well, there was one lady there that was at the convention that was actually from that movie. And nobody wouldn't even talk to her.
Really?
Wow. Just because of the movie, or who? The
I don't
fact
know. I
Or
don't
they just
know.
didn't realize who she was.
probably didn't realize who she was, because I'm thinking that movie came out when I was a teenager. I mean, I was in, God, that was in late 80s, maybe. I think is when that
Somewhere
movie
in
came
there.
out.
I was born in '82.
Youngin.
Yeah.
I survived the '90s. Barely.
God.
I graduated
I
high
bar-
school in the 80s.
I barely
Yeah.
I barely survived. Yeah, I almost didn't survive the 80s, much less the 90s. The 90s were a blur. Or at least the start of it.
Me and my girlfriend was sitting and talking the other day. And I looked at her, I was like, what's bad? She goes, what's that? I was like, the kids nowadays, they have everything handed to them. And they wouldn't have survived the stuff that we went through. Because if you actually think of it, we survived the 3-4 degree burns going down those metal slides.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
We survived those merry-go-rounds that went like 100, 200 miles an hour.
Oh, that we would see. You'd have certain kids that were very good at pushing them, and to get the
Yeah.
maximum force on them.
Fly off.
And then there were those that were riding it, and yeah.
I was the one that would call my buddy who had a BMX motor, or had a GPX motorcycle, off-road motorcycle, and have him lay it down with the back tire on the one
Right up
merry-go-round
against
we
it.
had, because it had a low skirt that hung down to just above the dirt, and it was on a concrete pad.
Yep.
We had mulch around the outside of it, but it was on a concrete pad to that point. And he would lay the motorcycle wheel next to it, rev the motor up as high as he could get it going, as fast as he could get us going.
Spin.
And the object was there would be about 10 of us that would climb on. And the one that won was the last one that managed to stay on.
It's the one that
And we
made
would
it to the
actually
center.
we would actually place bets. It was whoever managed to be in the center or close to the center as everyone went flying off. And it was never the heaviest person. It was always the one that was like, 80 pounds and like 5 foot nothing. The smallest kid that you would expect to see go flying off because of centrifugal force. No, he's the one that hangs on the longest.
What's that called? The wind duration.
Yeah.
Well, think about it. We didn't have to hold on to that much weight.
Uh-huh.
What was bad about it when we grew up? Our playgrounds didn't assist in this wood chips, plastic, and all that. Our playground.
My playground was built on a parking lot.
Yep.
Yeah.
Asphalt parking lot.
Mm-hmm.
You fall off this metal jungle gyms and stuff like that, we're getting hurt.
Yeah. We're falling
Or
on
you learn to
grass. We're
bounce.
falling on gravel. Yeah.
I took my kids about 5 years ago. I took my kids to my old school that I went to
Hey, Laura.
that was still standing, but they're turning into a church now. And they still have some of the old playground stuff out back that was still encased in the concrete and everything. I looked at my oldest boy. I was like, you know what? If you were alive back when me and my friends were playing on all this, you guys wouldn't survive.
Yeah, it's like, oh, and the monkey bars.
Oh
Yeah.
my god!
Monkey bars that you're basically your feet are like 4 or 5 feet off the ground, and we actually had monkey bar fights.
Who
where
likes to hang off the monkey bars on their
you'd
knees?
crawl across, hanging by your arms, and you try and pull each other down using your legs.
Yep. Especially what, 105 degree weather.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah.
Ooh, that makes it even more fun.
Yeah, because it's unpainted metal. Or sometimes it was painted yellow, but the paint was chipped off, and it was probably lead based at that point too. So you get, you're pulling
Yeah.
leaded paint chips out of your palms.
Hurts.
Fun times. Oh God, fun times. All right, now for the torture test. Where are my micro glasses? There they are.
Another one in the basement. Hey,
MP.
Manuel.
Hello,
Hey, Manuel.
Hello, Snowy. Michelle, Carlos, Mark.
Hello, Mother.
Oh,
Everything okay?
Oh yeah.
I remember being little. My grandma always told me quit doing the stupid stuff that we did, that I was doing, or I would grow up regretting it. Just a few weeks ago, I had to go get surgery done.
uh,
I had to get the muscles cut in half out of the palm of my hand and out under my funny bone.
oh.
Whoa.
Because they were so tight. They said if I would just let them go, it would literally just ripped in half on their own.
Oh man.
Whoa.
Ow.
This is very hard.
Yeah,
I just sit back, I reminisced to myself. I was like, God, maybe I should have listened to my girl when I was a kid. Quit acting stupid. Just live in a bubble.
Yeah. Can't do that.
the thing is, that could be from just about anything. I mean, I'm an electrician. I was told about 5 years ago that I had onsets of carpal tunnel. And I looked at him, I was like, oh, cool. It only took me 20 years to get it.
Hello. I've got that.
She's like, what? And I was like, I'm a commercial electrician. Carpal tunnel is nothing more than repetitive motion disease in your hands.
Correct.
Yep.
I was like, it only took me 20 years to do, 25 years to do it. Thanks. She's just like, she did not know what to expect of that. And I was like, you have to remember, I'm a commercial electrician, hon. Sarcasm is my middle name, plus I'm a Gen X. We live on spite and everything else. I think my favorite TikToker right now is Dad Bod Veteran,
that is quite funny.
because half the stuff he spits out, I'm just like, yep, been there, done that. Yeah.
I could pretty much come down to basically where all my problems from my hand and my elbow came from was back when I was younger. I used to do construction.
Yeah.
And I had a crew, counting me, there were 6 of us. All 6 of us could literally go onto a single job site, a flat ground job site, and have a house built and ready to move in 6 months.
Oh, yeah.
We did it again.
Ready,
Good
we
to
need
hear.
ready to live it.
Hi.
We need ready to live it and everything in 6 months.
I can.
Oh yeah.
And we had
Oh,
this other crew out of Evansville challenge us, saying, "Oh, we can get it done in 3 or 4 months," and they had 13 to about 14 of their guys. Here it is, 3 months into the job site. We were already pretty much halfway, pretty much a little over halfway done.
oh yeah.
And here's those 13, 14 guys. Don't even have the roof even attached yet.
Yeah, I had a job site. I actually found out later from the GC. Our foreman didn't really tell us a whole lot, other than it was a 4-story student center. It was slated for 24 months with a crew of 16 electricians. We did it in 20 months with a crew of 8.
Wow.
And
What kind of hours did you guys pull, though?
we were pulling 40-hour weeks.
Wow.
Like 12 hours a day, 10
No,
hours.
No, we were doing 10-hour. We were doing 8-hour
5
days, Monday through Friday.
See, when I was doing it, me and my guys, we would go on a job site. We would be at the office by 5 o'clock in the morning, on the job site by 6, and off that job site by 10 o'clock that night.
Yeah, see, we were doing. I think at the most we did. We were doing 10-hour days, Monday through Friday. But I don't remember us doing that a whole lot on that job. The job I was on right now, we're actually done with the work like 3 weeks ahead of schedule. We were 2 weeks ahead originally, and our next job is not going to be ready until the 15th of January. 15th of January. And we're basically sitting around on a job now, trying to find stuff to do, because all the contract work is done, the punch list is done, the job's been TCO'd. We're just waiting on our final now. And it makes for a boring 8-hour day when you're just sitting there twiddling your thumbs looking at YouTube.
Yep.
Yeah, too much.
Yeah.
That's one thing I didn't like about going on our job sites and stuff like that. Even though all of us had something to do, but each one of us were all licensed in different areas.
Yeah.
So that's what made us so unpredictable on knowing on how fast we were going to get our jobs done.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like that particular job, everyone that was there on that job had at least 10 to 15 years experience as an electrician.
Wow.
So, and there was certain ones of us that were good at certain things, and he would put us on those things. Like I was real fast with wire pull, pulling MC cable and that. And he would have me run all the MC cable in a ceiling and drop it for lights. And we had another guy who I swear the boy levitated off the floor on a ladder, because I'd see him at a light in 5 minutes, like 2 minutes later, he's at the next light and that one's wired up and hung and everything by code. And he's moving on to the next light. And I was just like, good God. I watched him do a room. Actually, it wasn't even a room, it was an entire floor. There was 150 lights on that floor. He got it done in 8 hours.
Oh God.
Wow.
He had all the lights set, and we had at the time we had temporary power on the building. He comes up to me at the end of the day and he goes, "Oh, by the way, tomorrow morning you can turn this floor on." And I'm like, "Okay, what part of the floor?" He goes, "The whole floor."
God.
Because I had done the wire the day before, and I'm like, "Oh, so you're ready to hot check the floor?" He goes, "Yes." And I told my foreman, he's like, "There's no way." I was like, "Heavy, I walked the floor. They're all wired. I get to turn it on and see which ones don't work now."
Mhm.
And I
What
turned
did
them
you do?
on.
You have hover boots on?
Yeah, I think so. It was an 8 foot ceiling, and he was running around on a 6 foot ladder and laying lights in the ceiling grid. And I was just like, good God, dude. I was like, I thought I was fast.
We had a
His boy
guy
put me
on
to
my
shame.
crew.
He break the
had
record.
a ceiling that we were working on, which was, I think it was a 10-foot ceiling. And it had these weird lights in it that goes into like a circle that was actually inside the ceiling.
Oh, yeah, Ken lights. Yeah, love those things.
And he wouldn't use a ladder. This guy's like 6'3", 6'5", somewhere in there. He wouldn't use a
Oh,
ladder.
yeah.
He only used stilts.
Yeah.
And he ran that like it was nothing.
Yeah, we unfortunately around here, most GCs will not let the electricians use stilts, and most electrical companies won't let us use stilts. About the only ones that get to use stilts are the sheet rockers for doing studs. Once the framing's done, they're not allowed to use the stilts anymore. They have to do everything off of ladders, and I think that's because people have fallen on the commercial jobs, but because I had a set of stilts at one point.
Well, and a lot of your commercial stuff is higher than the residential. Let's
Yeah,
face it, residential, you've got what, maybe
Yeah.
18 inches on your stilts
yeah.
for the most
Well,
part.
they're probably because I think most commercial stilts are 4 foot stilts.
Yeah. So that's probably the main reason why, is just the height of them.
Yeah, but they're adjustable anywhere from like 2 foot to 4 foot. Because the ones I had were adjustable and I loved them. But I ended up selling them to a sheetrocker when I found out they wouldn't let us use them. All
I
right.
had a job one time and I had to set my ladder up, and I called my boss up and I was like, you know what? He's like, well, I was like, is OSHA coming today? And he goes, why? I was like, I'm not telling you until the job's done. The reason is that, this house was a mansion, okay? My stupidity, I left my oh God, I can't remember what the things are called now. Where you make different heights.
Oh yeah.
You got the. I left that back at the office, and I didn't have time to go back to get it. So, what I did, I asked my buddy, which was like 6 foot, whatever, to balance out a ladder. And I took another extension ladder, ran it across the upstairs floor. So he took another ladder, went underneath, put that one on there. We went to the other side of the walkway, ran another extension over, and made a cross out of it.
Oh yeah.
That was our walkway.
Yeah. Homemade
It wasn't
scaffolding.
a
Yes.
sword, it was one extension ladder underneath.
Mm-hmm.
Just think what kind of violations we could have gotten into that day if OSHA was walked in.
I had a safety director on a job site. He always knew when I was in a bad mood or good mood. Good mood, I would walk up, and as I'm walking by him, I would sing the Willy Wonka song, "Come with me, and soon you'll see a world of OSHA violations," as I'm walking by him in the morning. He'd look at me and go, "Is there something I need to know about today?" And I was like, "Yeah, I got a death wish. You want to watch it?"
Oh, God.
I was like, "I got too much to do and no time to do it. I can't guarantee I'm going to do it by the book, but it will get done." And he's
We
just like,
did all our stuff by the book like we're supposed to.
"Oh
but
yeah,
It came down to where we had to get something done
oh yeah,
that we knew we were getting in trouble for. We did it anyways.
oh yeah." I always,
It's like,
I looked at him and I was like,
don't, tell the boss, you just may want to stay off this floor today or out of this warehouse. We'll talk to you later.
I've been known to tell the GC, I've been known to tell a GC and my foreman not to come on a job
Till the
for
next day.
like 6 hours. And my foreman just looks at me and says, "Okay, do I need to know why?" And I was like, "Plausible deniability." And I told the GC the same thing. GC looked at me and he was like, "What?" I go, "Plausible deniability. I'm fixing to do some stuff today that you don't need to know about, but things will get done, but you don't want to know how they got done." And I was like, "You have me on the Nextel. If you see a white truck and a guy sitting there with binoculars, call me, because it's an open job site. You know, there was no windows in yet." I was like, "Call me if you see any vehicle and somebody sitting with a pair of binoculars." He goes, "Why?" I was like, "Because that would be OSHA, and I need to know, like, before it happens. Like, when you see him roll up, I need to know immediately." And he's like, and I'm like, "Yeah."
Yeah, let's just
Like,
go on.
plausible deniability. This way, you know, you don't need to know, but things will get done.
We'll talk about it during Bear 30.
Yeah. Yeah. We'll talk about it after the job's done, and I'll let you know what I had to do. And then you
I'll see
can
you
get
at the
mad if you
bar.
really want.
Be like, I'll see you at the bar, and I'll tell you when I'm like feeling a little tipsy. That way, there I can deny all of it.
Yeah. Oh, he knew I did crazy stuff. That's why I was their firefighter. I got handed the stuff that like needed to be done the day before and was not given a time frame to get it done. Was just told this needs to be done. And I'd be like, "Okay." You know, an hour later I was coming up to him, "All right, I finished it. What do you need me to do now?" He's like, "That was supposed to take you all day." I was like, "Well, you
Scaffolding's
told me it was a
nothing.
loose end. You didn't give me a time frame. What do you got for me now?" And there was many a projects that I was on with that company that I was looked at by the foreman and said, "Go home with 8 hours." At like lunchtime. So I was getting like 3 hours. There was one day he sent me home at 9:00 in the morning.
Oh, God.
Oh, day
I was
off,
2 hours on the job, and he gave me an 8-hour shift because the project he gave me was supposed to last me all day, and he didn't tell me. He didn't have anything else for me. He needed to go research some more loose ends for me. He hadn't had a chance to look at anything yet. I miss that job in a way, but then again, in a way, I don't, because that company was a pain in the butt, and they lost in like 3 months. They had a project manager, 2 field supervisors, and like 30 electricians walk off the job
Wow.
in like 3 months. It was between, actually no, less than that. It was between Thanksgiving and Christmas. Everyone left the company and went union. And I actually went I was one of the last holdouts to leave to go to the union, and I'm still with the union, but not with that contractor. I went to a different contractor, and one of them looked at me and says, so, you plan on chasing jobs or what? And I looked at him, I was like, I will leave under 2 conditions. And they looked at me, I was like, what? And I was like, I'll leave under 2 conditions. You run out of work, or you hand me my pink slip. I was like, I am in for the long haul on a job. I don't bounce. If you look at my last, in 30 years, I've worked for basically 5 contractors. Hold on a second.
I'm just nipping out a minute, Connie.
Oh, okay. No problem.
Want me a sec?
Yeah. Take your time. We're here.
I'd say the worst job that I have done was here in Indiana where I live. We had to build this church. And on the far side, I cannot count how many times that I have thrown so many fits because I kept telling the guys that that they wanted us to build this church on quicksand.
Nice.
Yeah. As soon as I got the foundation to where this wall is supposed to be and the cross in the middle of it like it's supposed to, got it set, done like it's supposed to, the next morning I come back, it's tilted at a completely different angle.
Mm-hmm.
I had to go back, tear that whole spot down, redo it, try to re-level it, come back the next day, it's tilted the opposite direction. So I finally figured out a trick of the trade on doing it. Let's just say my boss didn't have a scaffolding anymore.
You
buried it.
Buried bucks underneath
the
it.
Wall. The scaffolding's inside the wall.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because those rebars that we were using was not holding; it was bending.
Yeah.
Well, that and rebar as itself is 2-dimensional. A length. Scaffolding is a cube.
So what I did, I cut the top of the scaffolding off, and I had a buddy of mine weld the rebars to where they actually fit all the way down, and we put them down inside the scaffolding on each end. So we just dropped the whole thing down inside the wall, and that's what we did, and it made it solid.
Oh yeah.
Well, we got an airport for that
though.
one. We showed back up to the office one day and he noticed the scaffoldings wasn't there, and he's like, "Where's my scaffoldings at?" And we told him, and he's like, "Are you serious?" I was like, well, the wall's still standing. It's not tilting.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like I said, we didn't get a paycheck that week.
Yeah.
Yeah, TBG, I think somebody had their speaker on. So either that or they were watching a video. But I don't hear it anymore, so. He was hearing an echo somewhere.
Oh,
That was
yeah.
probably me coughing.
Oh no, he was saying there was an echo earlier where we were hearing the time delay on YouTube.
Yeah, this year took a toll on me and my girlfriend really bad this year. She ended up with the flu. She was down for like 4 days. And as soon as she started getting better, I got hit with it. I was in bed for like 3.5 days. Couldn't move, couldn't breathe. And I'm just now finally getting over it. And it's been almost a week now since I'm just now getting over it. And now I'm getting hit with bronchitis right behind all of it.
Oh, yeah. That's back when the Showstopper was out. I took a furlough off a job site, and I was glad I did because everybody on that job site ended up with a Showstopper. And I managed to miss it on one job until Christmas 2 years. I think it was last year. For 2020, I ended up with it, or 2021.
I was
And it
two
was just like,
ago.
yeah, I think it was. Can't remember. Yeah, I think it was 2 years ago because it was after I left the library at CP was when I was out doing Santine. When I first got to Santine, one of the guys ended up sick. Didn't know it, thought he had a lung infection.
Ooh.
Which is what I thought. I thought I had a lung infection when I went to minor emergency. I went in, wore my mask that I was wearing all the time. And I told him, I was like, I'm not 100% sure. So I'm pretty sure I got an upper respiratory infection. He goes, well, let's test for, the flu and strep and everything else. And he goes, we'll test for COVID and see what pops. And they called me like 15 minutes later after I was on my way back home going, yep, you popped positive. You might want to go ahead and isolate yourself. And I was like, okay, see you later. So I spent the next 14 days in my shed doing stuff during the day. And then I would come back in the house, and after everyone was asleep and out of the rooms, and my parents actually built an elevator. I took over my parents' house after they passed away, but their health, they decided to have a home lift put in, elevator put in. So I was using that to get up to the upper bedrooms in that, so I wouldn't run into anyone. My son was the only one. My youngest son was the only one who would have had any problems, but he'd keep his door shut, and I'd go in the house, go up to the bedroom, go to sleep, and then wake up whenever I woke up and would come back down to the shed.
The only thing bad about me, though, I'm also a type 1 diabetic.
Oh, yeah.
So that doesn't help either.
No, because that plays havoc with everything. Yeah, we had one of the guys on my job site just got he just moved companies in the union, but he's I think he's type 1 and on an insulin pump.
Hi, Wayne. I got Wayne Willie in.
Oh, Wayne Willie's
Hey,
in.
Wayne.
I went.
All right, I will be back in a few minutes. I'm gonna go run up to the house and run the
Run the Malingator for a bit.
Yeah, run the Malingator. I mean Malinois, aka Fur Missile, for a minute. Like she'll probably be a Malingator for right now, and then she'll turn into a Fur Missile later on tonight.
Well, right now, weather's gorgeous outside, so you'll be gone a little bit.
She'll probably run about 5 minutes and then go stand by the door to go inside. So I'm hoping I can keep her going for about 10 minutes or so, and then she'll give me at least an hour or two before she wants to go out, before she wants to go again. And it looks like I may have some vampires. Cool. All right. 2 hours left on the print. Cool. All right. I'll be back in a few.
Okay.
Okay, so
How is everybody else doing today?
Doing awesome.
Five.
Yeah, fine. Hi.
I think I almost finished the leg.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, it's I don't know what's
That thing is huge.
Oh,
it's
man,
not on the leg, Marcos.
you can't even see it on camera.
One leg.
Oh. Yeah, that's it.
I'm the foot. It's already
Now, which transformer are you working on?
Optimus Prime.
Optimus Prime.
Now, will that one transform or not?
No, it won't.
Is it going to
That's a
stand
shame.
up? Not in the track.
Yeah. That's the one thing I used to watch some. I used to watch the Super Bowl just for the commercials, but now they do a whole show before the Super Bowl even shows up.
Yeah.
My favorite Super Bowl commercial back when I was a kid was those little frogs that went Bud. Why? Zer.
Yeah. I actually had a T-shirt that had those frogs that said, "Never send a ferret to do a weasel's job."
Wow. Yeah, I miss those old Super Bowl commercials with the frogs, Hank Williams Jr.
Yeah. Hold on just a second. Yeah, James said it could be worse. You could have a Labra shark, Snowy. And Drum's in. Hi,
Labra
Drum.
shark, do, Labra shark, do.
Oh my God! Thanks. I got a song stuck in my head.
Ha! You're welcome.
Oh.
Let's see. Wayne's trying to figure out the best place to sell some of his kit stash. He's trying to fund an F-14 kit. And then James is saying sell his kids to the Kermit farms.
Oh man, look at this. This is fucking cool. I'm sorry.
Oh, you're fine.
This is awesome. And I still have to build his left leg and torso and arms and everything. And it's just
Like I
like
said, that's going to be huge.
I.
Great.
But the thing is, so if you look at his head, you know,
I would hate to see how big his head's going to be.
no,
Oh,
this is
no,
Oh,
tiny.
it's
tiny.
in
It's super
the
tiny.
That's
if the
what
cartoons, the
do.
head wasn't
The
big.
heads are very small in comparison to the body.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, his eyes.
Oh, I like the LEDs.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's very good. Very cool effect.
So yeah. So I was like, compared to his rest of his body, it's like, ugh. But that's how it is. Ugh. It's really awesome. Oh no.
But where are you going to store it once you've built it?
I have no idea. I don't know.
They're supposed to be bringing Optimus Prime, Bumblebee, and some of the Transformers
Yeah,
to
the other
the state that I
one.
live in for some kind of
And
con that
other-
they got going on.
Yeah.
And I was looking into it, and I came across something which I'm still trying to figure out if it's true or not. But it states when the Transformers actually originally started, they were actually animals.
Yeah. The
Before
beast.
they were,
Yeah.
yeah, they were like gorillas, rhinos,
yeah.
Yeah.
before they were actually vehicles.
Well, have you seen the latest movie?
Which one? Where what's his name goes here? Kitty, kitty, kitty.
Yeah, that one.
I laughed at that one.
They tried.
But yeah, that's what actually made me look into it, wondering if where the Transformer originally started, was it actual vehicles or was it actually animals?
Well, I would say it would kind of depend on what time frame they landed on Earth. If they first visited the Earth, in the prehistory times, it would be just animals. We wouldn't have vehicles. Although how they could rebuild themselves, I don't know.
Yes, because the story in the film they have it from another planet. The technology.
I got a cousin when they first brought the Camaro, I think it was. I think it's what Bumblebee was, wasn't it? Was it Camaro?
Welcome in.
Yeah.
When they first brought out the Bumblebee car,
Hey, Robin.
Oh, I
Welcome
like
in.
they literally went out and bought
We got
one.
Robin coming in through Marcus's channel.
Hey, Robin.
Oh,
Oh, it's so heavy. Oh man, it's gonna weigh.
I'm going to mute for just a second. I need to make a phone call for work, but I'll be
Yeah, of course.
hanging.
okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
But yeah, I grew up with the Transformers. My favorite Transformer was Bumblebee.
Yeah, mine was Bumblebee. Always Bumblebee.
Don't get me wrong, I like Optimus Prime, but I prefer Bumblebee.
Well, they didn't make I would have loved if they made a Bumblebee fan home parts build. That would have been great, to be quite honest. I think everyone loves Bumblebee. I do like the movie Bumblebee. What was it called?
Oh, the offshoot. Oh, the offshoot one.
Yeah, exactly, right. It was really good because it actually portrayed Bumblebee in a better light, to be quite honest.
Now, is it true or
It was
not
just called
true that
Bumblebee,
Bumblebee was
wasn't it?
actually a slug bug before it was the Camaro?
He was a what?
Was he an actual slug bug, BMW, or has he always been the Camaro? I believe.
He was a beetle, actually.
Yes, the Beetle, the
Well,
Volkswagen.
I say it was Volkswagen
Again,
vehicle.
the questions everyone's asking, it really depends on what you want to go by. As far as the comic book, which the cartoon kind of based off of, he was always a Beetle, but how it got started was Teletran, there was the volcano erupted, which caused one of the Decepticons to get to where Teletran was kind of like, it kind of activated it, and Teletran picked up on one of the Decepticons and relived it, or kind of like brought it back, if you will, and brought it back as the Jet. So once the Decepticons had gotten restored or rebuilt or whatever, then everything would have been fine for them, but Starscream shot at the volcano to bury the Autobot ship. Well, when that happened, it knocked one of the Autobots loose, and then, or closer to Teletran, and they did the same thing to them. And I guess based off of the size, it went by what it could closely match to the size of the robot. Bumblebee was a scout, so he was a smaller one, so they actually had him as a Beetle at first. So
Okay. Because I didn't know if he was actually started as the Camaro or how far he actually went back. Because I knew Optimus Prime, I knew Optimus been around for decades.
well, really, it's kind of like the Star Wars with Michael Bain, how he kind of did Star Wars, how he did Transformers. It's kind of like how the studio has done X-Men. The timelines are getting mixed up because they're adding more to it for Hollywood reasons, and they're taking out for Hollywood reasons, and they're adding stuff, and they're taking out stuff, and they're moving stuff around. And really, the Autobots, if you look at the very first couple of episodes, they actually flew. But the creators of them said that what they're going to start doing is, because it's going to be kind of hard to differentiate the Autobots and the Decepticons. So what they did was they made the Decepticons fly because they were the jets and the helicopters and whatnot. And the Autobots were Autobots, so they were cars. Cars don't fly. So then they kept it. So after, I think, the first couple of episodes, the Autobots no longer flew.
Now, I might be wrong on this, but wasn't Optimus Prime a Peterbilt before he became the big rig that he is now?
He was, he was a flat nose. I don't know what he was as far as Freightliner or Peterbilt. I know he was a flat nose. He was a, I don't think he was even a day cab. I think he was like an extended cab, flat nose. He was never a long nose as he is. I mean, he never even had flames on it, which I don't know why the hell you're going to add flames, but whatever.
You got to admit, he does look good now. He does look good now.
He does, but it's the same thing like when Megan Fox, when I first watched the very first Transformers, and she lifted up the hood of Bumblebee, she goes, wow. And she said something about the carburetors. I'm like, that's fuel injection. There is no carburetor. Son of a bitch. And at that point, it kind of set the tone for how the movie was going to be played out. But
one thing I like a lot of their Transformers that they got, but the three that I like was what they did with Optimus, Bumblebee, and that Dodge Ram that they got. The Dodge Ram pickup.
The black one?
The solid black Dodge Ram pickup. That was.
I thought that's not an actual. It's not a Dodge. That's actually a GMC. It's I forgot the model.
Why do they have a Ram on it though?
Well, you know what's kind of even more interesting is that the Starfire and the second one, he was actually, now they kept his story to a degree. He was actually what's up, Ollie? He was a explorer but he was also he wasn't a Decepticon, but he came over here with Starscream. And as far as the comics go, he came over here with Starscream, and this is before obviously dinosaurs and whatnot. So, and he actually somehow got knocked down, and he crashed. So, and he was actually buried. The Decepticons actually dug him back up, but it was more of a mistake more than anything else. But
So he was actually a GMC then.
he was actually a Decepticon, but what it was is that he was before the war broke out. Being an Autobot or Decepticon was more political stance, more than trying to take over the world type of thing. And once he realized what they were about, he went along and switched sides with the Decepticons. He actually went with the Autobots, and he and Starscream, again in the comics and in the cartoon, they got into a dogfight because Starscream had already transformed, and he was coming down shooting at him, and he went up and transformed into the jet that he was, and they got into a dogfight. He knocked Starscream down, but they kind of like hit each other, knocked each other down, but he crashed and got buried again. And then they dug him up so many. What's that?
Okay, you said that was actually a GMC truck.
Why
did they put a Dodge Ram emblem on it? Because if you actually look, when they do what they call a split screen, on the front, there's actually a Dodge Ram emblem on the grill.
Okay, Ironhide was actually a 2007 GMC Top Kick 4x4. Now, there's another one here that has a Ford on, but it actually, the one that they show, if you look up on Google, is actually a GMC. They might have changed it. I mean, hell, it's Hollywood. They can do whatever they want.
I would say they probably fixed it to whoever, sponsored them the most.
That would have been GM. That was the thing.
They
GM as their...
Another thing I was thinking too, just thinking about it, because wasn't that the year when Dodge Ram and GMC was actually going head to head on the biggest sell of the year that year when they were making that? When that movie was.
It's actually. Well, I think it's kind of fun. I think it's funny that everyone talks about, even my dad talks about, Ford's got the #1 selling truck. No, they don't.
No more.
Well, no, they never had. GM has been outselling them. But what had happened, because you have the Chevrolet Silverado, then you have the GMC Sierra. They are identical. One just says Chevrolet Silverado, the other one says GMC Sierra. The only main difference between the two, besides the names and the badging, is one costs like $10,000 more.
Yeah.
Now, what Ford did was, when Ford came out and said, "Oh, okay, well, we have the #1 selling truck." Well, when GM went to correct them, Ford kind of like turned around and looked at him and goes, "Okay, you know what? We'll take down the we'll take out that statement if you want to tell people how you're charging them $10,000 more for the exact same vehicle."
Yeah.
And
then Ford
back down, like, you know what?
Yeah,
well,
and then Ford did the same thing with the Ranger.
Changing is, different, because like in the first of the Transformers movie, when Bumblebee updated himself, he was originally a VW Bug.
Now,
Why did he become a Camaro? In the original series, he was a Beetle.
Right.
Volkswagen.
If my dad bought me a Beetle for $5,000 and then just a few days later turned himself into a brand new Camaro SS, I think that'd been a hell of a lot cooler than having my dad buying me a Camaro and then all of a sudden it changed into a newer Camaro.
Yeah.
Personally.
See, the only thing that what really one thing I don't really like what Ford's doing are the two vehicles that they brought back.
Yeah, the Bronco
Maverick?
looked terrible.
And they also brought back a Ford Shelby Mustang pickup.
Well,
I
they
have
brought back
not-
the Maverick, and the Maverick's a pickup too, which I thought was kind of odd.
Yeah.
I'm sorry to say they should have left the Shelby laid to rest instead of bringing her back.
Yeah.
Well, what's funny is Chevrolet. You see a lot of people with, especially on Camaros and especially Corvettes,
Oh God!
on the driver's side fender. They put these two hash marks on the two little stripes on the fender.
Mm-hmm.
And my dad has a vet, and we went to a little show, and I looked at it. I saw one. I asked the guy, I said, why did you put a Ford sign, a Ford marking on your car? And me and him kind of went round and round about it. And it's like, really what it is. And I'll tell you exactly where it came from. Carl Shelby did it because he was sponsored by, or he was working with Ford. What he did was he went along and put two little lines on the car's front driver's side fender to know which Ford had his engine in it. Because it could be like two Cobras, but one could be Ford. Ford built the drivetrain for it, but Shelby might have built the drivetrain for another one. So for Shelby to identify it, he put two little lines on the driver's side front fender to identify which car was his. And then for some reason or another, people with GMs and Camaros and Corvettes like, you know what? I need to have that on my car.
You know where the Chevy Avalanches came from, don't you?
No.
The El Caminos.
I can see that.
You know who originally brought back the Avalanches first?
You're asking trivia questions. I'm having to stop and think.
Hey, go for it. How you doing?
Hey, go for
I
it,
go
Penny.
for
By the way, my name is Clint, by the way. I just saw
Oh.
y'all online. I was like, shit, you know what? Everyone's crafting. I'm up in my craft room. Why not?
That's what we do. I mean, we all kind of
Yep.
we all do our own thing.
Hangout.
My channel originally started as in trains, and I went back to doing tabletop gaming.
Well, yeah, because you were one of our lives, weren't you, Finish?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I used to do wood burnings and everything like that. That's what my channel is named for. But with me having my problems with my hands and stuff, so I kind of had to shift gears on that one.
Well, it's kind of funny because I was even telling my girlfriend, me, because I do scale models, and for me, the one thing I always had going for me was my eyes. Well, I'll be 44 this year, and even though that's young, I'm still at the ripe age of, needing glasses, or at least reading glasses.
45 is actually when your eyes do a major change.
Oh, great! So I'm
'Cause-
I'm actually
A little bit early on that because
Yeah.
I've worn contacts my whole life, but I was fine. I didn't need cheaters or anything to do anything close. And then about 44, I started noticing it was harder to cross stitch.
Yes.
Then I went to the eye doctor, and he said, "How old are you?" And he said, "Yep, it's that time." So the contact prescription hasn't changed much. I just add cheaters.
Yeah, it's like my prescription for distance hasn't changed any. I've tweaked my up close, and with the scale I'm working in now with stuff, I went ahead and bought a set of micro glasses
Hi, Steven.
just to
Welcome
try and
in.
help with my painting because I do 35 millimeter tabletop miniatures.
Yeah, we were talking about that.
Yeah. And right now I'm doing 8 millimeter, which
See,
Yeah, you're
is
showing
roughly
that, like,
1/44 scale.
I know you were showing me the figures. I'm like, no one's really going to be able to see that.
Yeah.
See, Dragon.
I don't
See,
want
Dragon.
it. I didn't want it for the 8 millimeter. I bought the set not because of the Space Marines themselves. I was buying it more for the walkers and everything, for the big things and the tanks that you would get from Forge World.
Yeah, I
Like
can see that.
the
Okay.
one I'm painting right now is normally almost 12 inches tall, fully posed.
Connie's seen some of
The
my work
Warhound Titan. But last weekend, Carl, I ended up with this. I've taken it apart now because I'm getting ready to prime it. But I have the 1/44th scale AT-AT from Return of the Jedi, or from Empire Strikes Back, from Bandai. And I did not realize how detailed Bandai kits are. And I just bent the gun, son of a.
You can heat them.
See, this is
It broke.
Oh, that or
Oh, you broke it?
just,
Yeah, I broke that one.
well, why don't you just go get some small aluminum tubing or plastic tubing and just kind of.
Yeah, what am I? Well, I've got another set in the thing because this is the 3-part one. But what cracked me up was they have the stormtroopers to drive it. They're 1/144th scale drivers. And I'm like, part of me wants to paint that interior, and part of me is going, you're insane. And then I got looking and found out they actually have a sticker pack for the stormtroopers' heads to do the faces on them. But I'm like, yeah, I don't have a brush fine enough to do those heads, so I'm probably just going to paint them white and do the interior.
Here's some of my work that I used to do.
Oh, nice.
Oh, wow.
And
Yeah, very good.
Oh, that's cool.
Very good.
Yeah, you'll never, you show up on this stream, you never know what somebody's going to be working on.
Yeah.
Well,
I switch everything. I switch up. I mean, I've got a tray of Warhammer figures over here to paint. I've, working on a metal kit right now.
Last night I was working on my layout, on my train layout, and I got part of it done. But I got to order some parts because I have to change up one of the spots. So I've got to redo it. So I'm just like,
this one here took me a little bit to do.
Mr. Presley.
Oh, wow.
Oh, wow. Well, this is my hobby, and it's been my hobby since 1991. And
I used to be able to do different types of wood burnings, and I'm just now slowly getting back into it.
Yeah.
But I've been doing scale models, like I said, since 91, and I've gotten to the point where I use actual color, factory colors, but the last going on about a year, I've been doing 3D printing.
Yeah.
So, and I saw this thing, it was like a shopping cart on top of a go-kart frame, and I was like, you know what? I could put this in a diorama, and which I'm doing next to my.
Oh, but believe it or not, I have actually seen a 14-foot tall shopping cart on the interstate with a go-kart, with a go-kart frame or some kind of frame under it. It was a promotional vehicle, but it was on the interstate.
Oh, cool.
And I
Well,
was just like, it's kind of like, the Oscar Mayer Wienermobile running down the road. You're just like,
Yeah.
yeah.
what did I just say?
I would have to literally do a double take on that one.
Yeah.
Well, the show Wheels on Deals or something like that, the two British guys, the guy they had on there first, he's really, I mean, they're all smart, but he's really mechanically inclined. He actually did something similar to that, where it was a shopping cart, but it actually had a V8 on it.
Cool.
And
Well, I
yeah,
can't remember what size, but it was on the interstate going about 70 miles an hour.
that has to be a wild ride.
Oh, I bet.
But
Uh,
that, and also like
wow, no, that's a fail in the printing in that corner. Oh, wow. That's a major fail in there. Sorry, folks. I was pulling a print that I had drying that I printed last night. It was a 10-hour print.
I totally can relate. This was about a 5-hour print, and the cross member itself, well, I don't know if you can really see it, but it's actually warped and twisted.
Yeah. No, this completely like shredded itself.
Oh my god.
Carl.
Oh, wow.
Looks like
Yeah,
Oh,
Freddy
let's see. We lost Chan.
Oh,
Sorry,
Looks
Chan.
like Freddy Krueger had a heyday.
yeah. Yeah, I think what I'm gonna end up doing is I'll reinforce that corner with some milliput and that. And what I'm gonna do is I'll cut that section. No, I may just leave it. I may just clean it up some because I think, if I'm not mistaken, this is the canopy for the exotic pet seller. So what I might do, I think there's a Phoenix model. I may put the Phoenix in the corner there so it looks like he set fire to the tent.
Oh, that'd work.
Yeah,
Or
this is actually
get a sticker of Freddy Krueger's claws coming through it.
no. Well, this is going. It's part of a whole big diorama that I'm doing for the guy that plays the Lord Mayor at Carolina Renaissance Festival. Gave me these prints. And he was like, if you ever get a chance to do them, I'd love to see some of your work, because he knows I do miniatures in that. So I was like, yeah, sure, I could do that.
Hush.
So yeah, I think I'm going to go ahead and take my snippers and actually snip in there, cut
Oh,
all
you're
the
fine,
spots
Carl.
out.
And for those that, Carl is still in the background. He's just back in the corner because Michelle's got the camera today.
We might do a swap over later.
Yeah.
Anyway, peeps, I'm going to love you and leave you, I'm afraid.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, Mark.
Need to prep for work tomorrow, sadly.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Well, I know that feeling. So.
Yeah.
Well,
Well,
thank you
thank
for
you.
coming in and joining us today.
Well, thank you for inviting. Thank you very much. It's really nice. So, have a good evening, morning.
Have a good morning or evening, whatever.
Good evening, Mark.
All right. Cheers, guys. Bye.
See you,
All right,
Marcus.
Marcus. Have a good one.
Bye, Mark.
Oh, it's always interesting, with the different time frames.
Yeah, the different time zones playing.
Yeah.
It's only 2:10 here where I live.
Yeah, so you're the same
Yeah.
time zone William and I.
Yeah,
Yeah,
well,
we're on East Coast United States. So yeah.
I live in
Every
Indiana.
once in a while we get guys from Australia will pop in from the train community that I know.
Well, Paul Price pops in. Artie
Yeah.
will pop in sometimes.
Oh well, I didn't need that
I was
much
watching a
gold.
YouTube video. Guy was interviewing somebody. He was like, "So where did you learn English from?" And he looked at him and goes, "What? He goes, where did you learn English from?" He goes, "I'm Australian, you idiot."
Wow. Yeah.
Like, you can't come back from that one.
No.
No.
There's no recovery from that. No.
Yeah.
If you can think of one, let us know.
Yeah.
Well,
Oh, my favorite is, I live in the deep South, and the South always has a joke, we don't speak the King's English, we slaughter it. And everyone's like, what? I was like, well, if you want true medieval
If you want Elizabethan
English,
times,
if you want Elizabethan time English, go to the Appalachian Mountains and you will hear what they consider Old English or Renaissance style English being spoken because of the accent. It has not changed much since the 1600s.
Oh, wow.
And that's why we always had the running joke around here with that. It's something I always pick on the guys about because a lot of our stuff, English is one of those languages we have certain words that we say or certain words that we've dropped out. And one of the guys at work says, you've obviously been on with your European crowd too much. When I was talking about the trash can, I told him I needed the rubbish bin.
yeah.
And he goes, rubbish bin? What the hell's a rubbish bin? And I was like, oh, sorry, been on with Europeans too much. I need the rolling trash can. And he died laughing. I was like, what? I'm sorry. I can't help it.
Really, the English language, me and my dad was talking about this. There's actually, in this country alone, I want to say like 126, somewhere like around, like close to like 130 different dialects of just our language. And if you think about it, where like I was born in Maryland, but I grew up in Louisiana. Now, I still have. Some people say I still have a slight northeastern accent, and I've had people tell me I have a Louisiana accent. But some of the words like up north, where they'll say radiator instead of radiator, or they'll say soda or they'll say pop or soda water.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
well, my daughter's a prime example. She's born and raised in North Carolina, but the entire family, myself, my husband, my mom and stepfather, and his parents all spoke with northern accents or northern diction. Mine's an Ohio accent, which means lack of. So you have this little southern child with a drawl, but she speaks northern.
Yeah.
Well, my oldest was born in Houston, where I live now, and she was about 6 months old. Me and my ex-wife, we had moved to Albuquerque, and we lived there for about we left there I left a little after. Well, when we separated, it was like about a little over 4 years. And so my daughter was at a point where she was talking, and we were walking to our apartment that we had at the time, and she was like, "Daddy, what's that smell?" And I looked down and I was like, "What the hell did you just say to me?" He goes, "What's that smell, Daddy?" And I'm like, "Where the hell is that accent coming from?" And she's like, "I think I smell shit. I smell shit, Daddy. I think Bagpipe shitted." I was like, I was more amazed by her accent than I was about the fact that my 4-year-old was saying shit repetitively. And so, and my ex-wife had came home from work, and I had told her, I asked her, I was like, "Who the hell are you bringing around our kid that's that hard accent?" And she goes, "Well, dude, you have a Southern accent. I'm like, I have a Southern accent, but that wasn't Southern. That was country. I ain't country. And so, and then someone came up and one person, and anyhow, I was talking to my ex-brother-in-law, and I was telling him about it, and he was like, well, yeah, but you do have a Southern accent. He said, but, in a way, you kind of came up from Louisiana. And I was like, what the hell is that supposed to mean? He goes, well, you came from Slidell. Didn't you say that was a small town? I was like, well, yeah. He goes, well, dude, you're kind of country. I was like, no, I'm not. He goes, really? He goes, well, are we going to eat? He goes, yeah, I reckon we. Oh. Yeah.
And
Okay.
Yeah, mine actually. What cracked me up is I grew up. I was born outside of Chicago, but my parents came south when I was in school. Well, I was a minority at the school that I went to, and most of the people there were from the coast of North Carolina and South Carolina. A lot of them had come from Charleston area and that. So it's taken me years to get rid of the accent, but I still have some depending on what I'm talking about. And I used to love going up to see my cousins in Illinois. And one of them one day asked me to spell dog. And I looked at him, I said, D-A-W-G, dog. And they freaking lost it. I was like, what? Yeah. Only in the South can we take a two-syllable word and stretch it into like a 5-syllable word.
Yeah, ask my daughter. She did doggy and
Yeah.
house.
Yeah.
Well,
I would go visit my family in Ohio.
House out to this day. She's 30. She'll still drag house out. I love it.
Well,
what's really funny about her is when she was working at the Renaissance Festival and spoke with the British accent.
Man,
Yeah.
I was when I was in elementary. I don't know if they still teach it anymore because from some of the text messages and some of the writings I've seen from younger people, I'm pretty convinced that they don't. I used to do spelling. And
I'll try to do this, but I have to get running. I got some errands I got to do.
Okay.
Right.
Well, thanks for hanging with us for a while.
Yep.
It was good seeing you guys. Y'all have a good one and a happy New Year.
You too.
Happy
Have
New
a
Year. Have a
good
good one.
one, too. Have a good one.
You too.
And we had spelling words. And we had to put them in a sentence. And one of the words that I had, I couldn't think about it, and I couldn't think of a word of how to put it in there. I was like, well, I will use it how Grandma uses it. So I went along, I wrote out the sentence, and I went along and I showed my mom to turn it in so she can proof, approve of my homework and all that. And she looked at my spelling homework and she looked at the last word and she goes, "Sweetie, I think you made a mistake here." Because she started laughing. She goes, "I think you made a mistake." I said, no, it's okay because Granny used it. She goes, "Well, I think I'm going to eat, I'm going to go lay down or something like that." She goes, "Sweetie, that doesn't work." And I said, "Well, yeah, it does, Mama, because Granny says, well, I'm going to lay down or whatever. Well, we're going to do this," and that's how she says it. She goes, "Sweetie, when she's saying well, she's using the word W-E-L-L. This is W-H-A-L-E."
Yeah.
So I had to stop, and I was like, "But it sounds the same." She goes, "I know it sounds the same, sweetie, but it's not the same word."
Yeah.
And I was like, well.
Yeah. We used to have fun. A neighbor down the street from me in high school actually took in a foreign exchange student from England, and he could not figure out what we were talking about one time. And one of the other ones was from France, and she's like, "Please teach me Southern slang because I know English, but I can't understand the words coming out of y'all's mouth. And I went, I spent like the entire school year teaching her slang and like word synonyms sound the same, but are two totally different words, like deer and deer.
Yeah.
Connie's my deer. I hit a deer the other week, literally. I hit a doe on the way home from work.
Oh, God.
First deer in like that I can remember that I've been driving that I've actually hit, and we have about 2,000 deer inside the city limits of TGK, the city I live in North Carolina. They will not open hunting of any sort. And I'm just like, okay, so when the deer population ends up with massive health issues, what are you going to do then? But they're like, oh, the neighbors don't, it scares the kids when they, see a deer that a hunter couldn't find. And I'm like, if the hunter's good, the deer's not going to make it far.
Yeah, what's the joke? Vegetarian is an Indian word for bad hunter.
Yes, absolutely.
There's a YouTube video I thought was funny. It was a skit because it's the same guy, but he was playing two different characters. And one guy sits down, and he puts these two burgers down, and his friend's looking at it. He goes, "What's this?" He goes, "I made burgers." He goes, "Dude, you know I'm a vegetarian." He goes, "Yeah, it's a vegetarian burger." He goes, "This is a vegetarian burger." He goes, "Yeah." And he went along and took a big old bite out of it. He goes, "Man, this is really good." He goes, "Right?" He goes, "Man, I can't believe this is like fake beef." He goes, "What are you talking about?" He goes, "This is fake beef." He goes, "No, it's not." He goes, "You said it's a vegetarian burger." He goes, "Yeah." He goes, "What does vegetarian mean to you?" He goes, "That you eat plants." He goes, "Right. So how is this not a so if I'm I'm a vegetarian, so and you gave me a vegetarian burger." He goes, "How is it not fake beef if it's vegetarian burgers?" Well, the cow ate the grass.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
actually, the thing is my kids actually, we had to go meatless on a lot of stuff because they can't process the beef. And there's actually some of it out now that is actually really good. But yeah, a lot of people have health issues with regular beef. And that's where a lot of the vegan stuff is coming from now. Some people are just like, oh, well, I do it because I want to be healthy. It's like, I don't want to eat processed meat. And it's like, okay, I would really hate it for y'all when things go south and, the grocery stores aren't open anymore. You're really going to have a hard time trying to find food.
Come here, baby. Action kill.
It's like,
Well,
at least I can hunt some, but I will go fishing more than anything, which I've got a lake right outside me that I don't mind eating the fish out of it when I can actually catch them. But I hadn't bothered fishing in a while.
I'm gonna introduce you guys, some of my buddies. We're having someone working our front door and they're refinishing it. So, and I have 3 kids. One you heard was part Chihuahua and Terrier. He's barking his ass off. I'm along chase after him. Now he's hiding under the bed, but he won't be out for a while. Come here, Ollie. Come here, baby. This one here, her name is Ollie, but I call her Tank. Come here, baby. Come here. Come on.
I see a tail.
Over here. Oh, good God.
Oh, it's a pity.
She's 55 pounds. She's a I call her McFatty, but she's a tank because she is solid.
Yeah. I hadn't met a pity that wasn't solid as a brick house.
Yeah.
As sweet as can be.
Oh, this one here, she is so docile.
Yeah.
Bite.
Hey, James, welcome back.
I had
Get
a
in here.
friend from Renaissance
No,
Festival
sir.
that actually had a pit as a service dog for PTSD,
All right.
and oh man, that dog was
Here, Bubba.
so pretty.
This is who you just heard.
Yeah.
Terrier Schnauzer mixer.
Oh
Why,
yeah.
why are you over there bothering people? They're not bothering you. Leave him alone. He is 10 and a half years old. And he is every bit of a grumpy old man at times. Like, especially in the morning when you first wake him up, you go try to pet him, he'll start growling at you. But then you start rubbing on his chest and all that, and rubbing on his back, and all of a sudden it's like, oh yeah, okay, now I remember who you are. We're
Yeah.
good. Huh.
Oh yeah, that's like my son's service dog. Is a Belgian Malinois, and
Oh man, those are awesome.
She's 3. Yeah, I had to go run her. That's why I was like, she goes from being a Malin Gator to being a fur missile in about 2 seconds. We went on a trip down to Atlanta, Georgia, to go to Georgia Renaissance Festival, and I had pulled my hair up that night and actually had it didn't braid it, but I put a bunch of hair bands in it. The dog decided to use it as a pull toy at like 6 o'clock in the morning. I'm like half awake. I'm rolling over. She starts licking my face. I go to move. I move my face, and next thing I know, she's got my hair pulling me around the bed. And I'm like, oh, no.
Well,
Like,
this is Baxter. He's a terrier and a Chihuahua mix. He's the one you heard barking. Now, what's funny is that every time I look at him, and finish, you can help me out. Was it Return of the Jedi when Jabba the Hutt first showed up? And as far as
Empire Strikes Back.
Empire Strikes Back. Well, when they had that little rat creature that had that little weird laugh.
Yeah.
yes.
Salacious Crumb in
Yes.
Jabba the
But he
Hutt's
looks,
palace.
to me, every time I look at him, he looks like that with just fur.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, you're talking Jabba the Hutt's little
Yeah.
pet.
Yeah. His little pet from Return of the Jedi in the palace. Yeah.
Yeah. And now with this one, Bagpipe is mine. He came with me over here when I started dating my girlfriend a while back. And with him, he has been, he is the true epitome of what a friend is.
Hey, Randall.
And when I first saw him, I was with my ex-wife, and she was driving me home from work, or I was driving home from work, but she had the car, and we were going back and forth about having a kid. And I told her I didn't want to have a child right away. So she's like, well, what about a dog? And I told her, so well, if you can find a dog for a good price, yeah, we'll go and get a dog. And she asked me what I thought a fair price was, and I said free. And so we saw him he was about 6-7 months old at the time, and a little bit younger than that, maybe, I think. But anyway, and it was sprinkling outside, and she's like, oh, look, a puppy, we need to save him, blah, blah, blah. There ain't no freaking way I'm putting a wet dog in a car that I just bought that's less than a year old with leather seats in it. It ain't happening. And so I said, look, we have to go to the store. When we get done, we'll turn around, we'll pick him up. If we find them, we'll come back over here. If we see him, we'll pick him up, we'll take him home with us. And she said, okay, well, basically, if we were right here, the store was over here, so we basically our house was over here, so we kind of made it basically went around the block. I didn't go back to where he was. She called me every name in a book. Someone had to look up. And so, and she's like, you lying, blah, blah, blah. And I said, look, if his ass wants to be saved, he will be at our doorstep when we get home. So I pulled the car up and I looked down, and sure as shit, he was sitting right there. Well played. Touche. Okay. Okay, let's go. Let's do it.
Yeah.
All right, I put the link back in for anybody who'd like to join us. We've got plenty of room.
So yeah, so I had to. He's been my friend ever since. He has literally been my ride or die.
Actually, I actually should have put it in. Let's see. Snowy, your chat's full of spiders. I don't know when you put that one in. I'm sorry I missed that one. That's funny. Most people wind up in my chat or, you know, our guests chat. Sorry, William.
No, I don't mind. I know most of them are coming over from everyone else. There's not much on my channel, so there's not much activity for me. So most people don't have me on notifications.
Well, and a lot of them are the modelers that I run with in the morning,
Yeah.
the lunchtime streams.
Yeah. When I'm at work going,
Yeah.
God, this is a boring day. I wish I could go home. Although that's going to change in a couple weeks. Because I'll be going to night shift. So I'll be going six in the evening to 2 in the morning.
Then it'll be like, okay, do I feel like getting up early enough to get on with the guys?
Yeah. Oh, I'll probably end up doing it. Because I'm usually up by 9 o'clock anyhow, because the dog ends up going nuts and barking. So I usually get up when my middle son gets up. So when he gets up, I'll get up and start, playing with the dog or whatever. Because right now his health issues are getting the better of him in the cold weather and the barometric pressure change that we've gone through the last 2 weeks. The poor guy is having a hell of a time with stuff. Plus, he doesn't do well in the cold.
Yeah, Benjamin said the dog named Salacious B. Crumb, or is the dog named Salacious B. Crumb? We were just talking about that. Benjamin just stopped in. Hey, Ben, how you doing? Well, I need to take a quick walk break. I will be back in a few minutes.
All right.
Okay, go.
I don't know if you got my message not finished, but I've been along. I reached out saying that I've been along and sub to your channel. By the way, good job on that shed.
No, thank you. Actually, Connie helped me with most of it.
Well, I'm a little jealous. I mean, I ain't gonna lie. I mean, cause yeah, granted, I got a hobby room, but it's like I even told myself I got a hobby room, man. But it's like that motherfucker got a whole shed though.
Yeah, well, the reason why I ended up with the shed is because of the health issues in the house.
Yeah.
I originally had the layout in the house and was actually almost completed. I had started on a modular addition board that was going on the ping pong table next to it, and some of the stuff started venting and it set off the kids' asthma. And my wife's like, well, if you find it, I was like, well, I could build a shed. She's like, well, you find a shed that's reasonable, we'll see.
It's hard
and
to do, but for the size you may need it for, that's where it's going to be tricky.
Yeah, well, I had to be under 2,000 or 200 square feet, or I'd have to get a permit from the city.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, okay, under 200 square feet.
What is that, like a 5 by?
Oh no, it's 12 by 16.
I was gonna say more like a 10 by 10 storage. But yeah, 12 by 16.
Yeah, no, this is 12 by 16, and it's 192 square feet inside. It's got a 10-foot gabled ceiling. And
now, was it a kit, or was this something you actually like drew plans for and put together?
Oh, yourself? No. This came to me on 2 skids in the back of back of a delivery truck.
Right.
We pulled it off, and it's all pre-built walls. They're 6-foot walls, and it's 1, 2, 3. It's 8 sections of wall, that I basically set up, built the subfloor, put the OSB down on the flooring, screwed the walls in, and then I came in and sheetrocked it and insulated it. And the insulation I used, I actually used what they would consider northern insulation. I went it's R26 in the walls and R35 in the ceiling.
Okay.
And it's actually more than that because they're 4-inch studs, and I didn't realize it. I got the 6-inch batting. So I've actually compressed the R35 to half its size when I put it in and actually put the MDF board on the ceiling. Oh, hang on, let me pull up Randall real quick. Hey, Randall.
Hey, what's happening?
Not much. I see you're still living out of the hotel.
Yep, still in the hotel.
Randall's actually one of our he does train crew driving for was it BNSF?
BNSF, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, Randall, I did stumble across that 4014 Union Pacific that was pushing that train up the hill.
Yeah.
The lead diesel lost power on the hill and was slipping, but it did have power, but it wasn't. He couldn't pull the train. He basically he stalled it on the tracks. So you didn't have the compression of the couplings.
Right.
So, yeah.
So the way I was reading the comments, they were saying the engine's actually shut down. I said, you can't put all your power on the rear of a train if there's nothing operating.
Yeah. Yeah. No,
all you're going to do is just shut the train off the tracks if you do that. So
I think he had a neutral on it, but he just didn't have the power to pull anymore.
And that's on UP. BNSF does this kind of stuff all the time too. They don't put enough power on their trains. I mean, it's just ridiculous. I mean,
yeah. Yeah, I've seen some of the coal trains going through Cheyenne, and it's like a 2-engine consist, and it's like, guys, you're hauling a 3-mile long train of coal, and you've got a two-engine consist. No. You need like a 4 or 5, dude. Come on.
I'll tell you this. This happened a couple of years ago. They had a 10,000 foot long H Burkick. Now, if you're not familiar with the train symbols, the H Burkick is a train that runs from Birmingham, Alabama to Kansas City, Kansas. So that train had just 2 motors on it, 10,000 foot long and 2 engines. One of them was an SD75M, the leader. Well, on top of just having the 2 motors, one of them is almost 30 years old, and it's on the point.
Oh, Jesus.
When I was younger, I used to work for Union Pacific. I was not directly. I was more of a subcontracted dispatcher. I moved the crews, not the trains. And it was my job to make sure the crews got swapped out when they needed to do and everything else.
That's what Randall does.
Yeah, that's what Randall does.
That's basically what I do, yeah.
Right on. And so when I was younger, I was asking the corridor man, one of the corridor managers that came in, and I asked him, I said, just out of curiosity, how powerful is a train? And he goes, mean how fast? I said, no. How powerful? Like, let's say a train's running a good solid 50, 60 mile an hour, which is very realistic and very capable of doing out in the open, away from the the towns and population and all. And I was like, how now if you were to just shut it down, just put it in neutral, whatever, just let it coast to the stop. I said, how powerful is that train as far as you putting something on the track to stop it, slow it down? He goes, there's nothing that will slow a train down other than the train itself. And I was like, so what if you took our biggest, baddest, like really most rugged military tank? The best option or best chance that tank would have is to shoot out the track. That train is just going to go straight through it like a knife, through like melted butter.
Yep.
It's not gonna be
Yeah,
fun. He said,
I've actually seen a train wreck like that where they've put one of the Abrams up on a track and hit it with a newer diesel locomotive, and watched it look like he got hit by a missile. It just disintegrated the tank.
well, he said, if you can actually do it, if you can actually set it up, and because I was working at the Union Pacific dispatching building over here, and he goes, now if you can set it up, and if you're running a good solid 60 mile an hour, and let's say you want to shut it down about let's say you shut it down about like an 1/8 mile away. You shut it down. You just not lose power. You just put it in neutral. You're gonna see what it'll do. If you can actually have it to where it can make a hard U-turn, it'll go through this building, and if you can make a hard U-turn without it derailing, it'll go through that U-turn and go through this. He said it'll go through the building a second time, and it will still keep going.
Yep.
That building is not going to slow it down.
No.
It's just physics. The train itself will slow itself down, and it'll come to a stop. Nothing else is going to stop it.
Yeah, that's like watching up in Chicago. I don't think it's still operational, but on I want to say it's the Peavine Yard near Elmhurst. They have a hump yard where from the interstate you can watch them push the cars down the hump yard and watch them go through the classification tracks. That is some of the most fun to watch. Is you watch this car, 80-foot long car that's loaded down, freewheeling down railroad tracks, going through a yard. That's like, what the flip?
Oh yeah, I've watched them in Memphis do that all the time at the hump yard down there. So
there's actually one train I saw that it may have been, I saw Midwest Model Railroad. They have a box car that says it's got no hump written on it.
Do not hump. Yeah,
do not hump. And I'm like,
yeah, I've seen cars like that.
And
yeah,
I thought about it, and I was like, there's actually cars on the line that they're not designed to go in a hump yard.
Yeah, you are not
derail.
Yep, you are not to hump yard or shove those cars over the hill.
Yeah. Well, you can, but you'll be cleaning
well,
up
you
a
can,
mess
but
for months.
you're at your own risk doing that. But
yeah.
Well, I was a West Texas dispatcher, and I took care of everything really from San Antonio to the west. And one of the crews I had was over in Alpine, Texas, which is really close to the border of Mexico. And the corridor manager came in, and he was kind of like in a frantic because the train had stopped over at a siding that was about like 1,000 or 1,500 foot long siding, siding. And the train itself was just a little over 3,000 feet. And he came over to me because, kind of like, one of the things I would say it was hard for me to do my job because no one could tell me where the train was going to stop. And they always kind of gave me information at the last minute. And so, and he came over and he was like, we need to get this train moved. We got to get the crews around. And I was like, well, okay. You understand Alpine, Texas is like in the middle of BFE, right? Like, I don't have anybody. I have one man.
Is that the flat section of Texas?
Yeah. Well, I'll put it like this. It's about 8 or 9 hours solid driving about 80 miles an hour from Houston going southwest. And I told him, like, dude, there is no one that's out there except for one guy who's retired. And so I don't have anyone out there. I mean, he only comes in and just, takes care of one train, but he already spent his 8 hours. And what it was a Union Pacific train, but it was on a Santa Fe line, and Santa Fe was coming. And so it basically got to the point where I had to use up like basically half of my whole crew. Basically, one going from one plot, kind of like, by the time I got done, I had like about 3 or 4 guys over there, and they got the train, they got the guys moved around and everything else. And we got the train to move, and it was like, and I asked my boss, and I was like, hey, just out of curiosity, I mean, why couldn't they just tell Santa Fe, hey, slow it down. We got an issue going on. We're trying to get the train moved. Just, give us a few moments. He goes, no, but they could. He said, but the train's on a schedule. So if Union Pacific is holding Santa Fe up, Santa Fe can return the favor. And it could be, at that point, it'll be at their discretion. So it could be like a real serious, Union Pacific could be on a real hardcore time crunch. They need to get this stuff done. And Santa Fe can just, no, sorry, man. We got our train on your track, and we can't move it right now.
Yeah.
And I was like, damn, that's kind of petty. He goes, well, that's the railroad. What do you want to do? I mean,
it's worse now. They don't even move their own trains now.
Yeah.
I mean, I've had guys tell me there'd be trains tied down out here on the line. They'd be sitting there for like 3, 4, 5 days.
Oh,
it's sitting there. So,
wow. Well, I know they were telling us, and I don't know if it's still like this or not, Randall, but they had the Z train, which was the U.S. mail.
Yeah, we still have the Z trains. Yeah.
And they're saying that now, this is what they told me. How true it is, correct me if I'm wrong. But how I was told that train, it has to stop, but it really can't stop. And if it stops, it costs, from what I was told, about $10,000 a minute for the railroad.
Yeah, back in the day, they only stopped long enough to change crews.
Right.
I'd say back in the day, we're only going back like 5 years. So,
yeah. That was another issue I had. I got, oh, shit. Well, don't be under my feet, asshole. Sorry. The Chihuahua won't want to be near my feet. I didn't see him, and I guess I almost kicked him, and he went to attack my foot. You okay? You okay? You know where, dude, you're like a micro machine, all right? Sorry, I didn't see you. But anyhow, and the train actually got stopped for like 30 minutes, and everyone was like trying to figure out who was going to be the scapegoat for basically making a $250,000 mistake. Like, no, I don't know. But good luck with that.
I honestly have no idea how they're getting away with this nowadays. Because, like I said, I've heard stories of every Z train's tied down, and all they say is, well, we're out of crews. I mean, well, when you lay off all your crews, that's kind of going to be kind of what you expect.
Yeah.
But someone was also telling me that the railroad is also like, I forgot how many millions of dollars they said it was business, like almost daily.
Yeah.
So many millions of dollars in so many days or a day or something like that. Because you basically, like, if Union Pacific, Santa Fe, or whatever, they let off one of the box cars, for at a dock for a business, they charge the company how much, so much money for so long of a track at the dock. Then they charge a drop-off fee. Then they charge a rental fee. Then they charge a hookup fee. Then they charge a delivery fee, and they charge for every single thing. And they said the prices for it is just astronomical. But if you want to use the train, then you pay their prices because it's like a monopoly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know up near where Connie lives, there's a coal steam plant that's run, they get their coal through Norfolk Southern. And I actually did some work out there before I got back into trains, but I actually watched their yard and watched one of those locomotives come in to dump the coal. at their processing plant, and I was like, this is absolutely cool.
Yeah.
But I was like, so how many millions of dollars are coming in through here? And he goes, oh, we don't put a price tag on the coal anymore. I go, what? He goes, just what's sitting out in the yard, not even including what's sitting on the train right now that's rolling in. He says, there's no way to do it. I mean, they had a mound that was basically about 50 foot high. And he goes, that's the front side of it. He goes, it's 200 foot wide, but it's 3/4 of a mile long. He said, the pickup is at the other end, 3/4 of a mile down, where it goes into a conveyor to come back into the turbines. He goes, this is the head end of it. And we're actually supposed to be about another 300 foot from where we are right now, where we're not worried about running out of coal. And I was like, wow.
Wow.
Yeah, there's a train we run here on the Thayer sub. It's a unit sand train, is what it is, but it's not regular sand. It's like some kind of fracking sand or whatever it is. When you look at it, it looks like snow. When you look at it on the ground, it doesn't really even look like sand. But that's one of their biggest payout trains they run here. It originates out of a plant between Imboden and Black Rock, Arkansas, and I don't know which. I know they used to run that train south, but I think they've also started running them north every once in a while too. So yeah, they told me that's probably their biggest payout train that they run.
Yeah.
And I've been to that place, and it's pretty neat. It's a pretty cool place.
Yeah. I was like, the other one I always laugh at, and he'll actually show the yard every once in a while, is Jack at his plastic processing plant when they bring the trains in for him to unload the plastics and that. And I was like, oh, that's cool. Because he did, I want to say on his layout, did part of that peninsula he did, Randall, correct me if I'm wrong, didn't he do his actual job? He did the company that he works for on his layout?
Seemed like he did. It seemed like I remember him saying something about that. But yeah, I think that is right.
Yeah. I thought that was cool, but
I thought it was
he
crazy.
does more operations.
When I started working for a rail crew, and I was actually when I was actually going in for a job interview at first, because the guy that hired me, I used to work for him in another company, and so we still had to go through the process. And I sat down. He said, "Just sit here for a moment, and I'll let you know when to come back." And I was like, "All right." And I looked down, and there was a magazine, it was like a train magazine. And at first, I thought it might have been something for model railroads, because I never knew there was a magazine for trains other than model railroading. So I looked it up, and sure as shit, it was about the real McCoys, So I'm like looking at it, I'm like, okay. And I'm kind of like just thumbing through it a little bit. And all of a sudden I get to the classified section. And I was like, wait a minute. And I'm looking at this magazine. There's a classified section in a fucking train magazine. And I started looking at some of these postings. And there's postings for like engine parts and and the horns and the wheels and different. I'm like, wait a minute. So he goes, and it has like, I can't remember. It was like, it might, such and such engine, diesel motor. It's got 20,000 hours of runtime, for X amount of thousands of dollars. I'm like, who in the hell, subscribes to this magazine? Like, oh shit, that's what I need. Hey baby, I found the motor for the train. I mean, who the hell does that? I'm like, the hell you have it classified for? And I brought it up to my boss, and I was like, I brought the magazine in. He goes, you want to leave that on the table? I was like, dude, who the hell buys this shit? And he goes, other yards and other companies. I'm like, really?
Oh, there are also small like
Yeah,
tourist trains, and
and
the
short
small
lines.
little.
RJ Corman buys Corman locomotives. And,
I'll get back to
Yeah.
you. Leave
Well,
those
see, it's
guys
like,
alone.
one of the things that cracked me up when the who is it's not Norfolk Southern, it's
uh,
the 611.
yeah,
Yeah,
NW 611. Yeah.
yeah. When it was here in Charlotte getting retrofitted in East Spencer, the day before it was supposed to leave, they broke the screw for the firebox. It took them an extra week to get one in, and the only place east of the Mississippi that could do it was Tweetsie Railroad, that could build the screw for them and actually do the work. There's only two places in the U.S. now that even work on steam locomotives. One's in North Carolina, the other's in Cheyenne, where they did the Union Pacific Big Boy. But the back shop, the only back shop I know of around here is at the North Carolina Transportation Museum. And that just cracked me up because I actually got to see that locomotive under steam. The day it was leaving, they had a train show, and I thought I was going to miss it. I thought it was supposed to be up in Strasbourg, and it was actually up in Strasbourg meet and greet because Sparky brought up seeing the 611, and I was like, yeah, I saw it leave North Carolina that week because it was the same week that they had the meet and greet. And I looked at Dave and I was like, yeah, it was like, that's a pretty locomotive. And now I found out it's back in permanent housing in Charlotte. So I need to go up there again and see it because they're running it as an excursion train, I think, on their line that they have up there that they run occasionally.
Oh, you can actually go from Spencer to they'll run, particularly in the fall, they'll run all the way up almost to Washington D.C. They'll run a sightseeing gig
Oh,
where you can go through and do the leaves and whatever end stop they have, you're out for a couple of hours, an hour or so for lunch.
oh, that's cool.
And then you can come back. It's a day trip,
Yeah.
basically. And because Travis's mom and her sister did that. Their train
that'd
caught
be
on fire. The
fun.
brakes, theirs, or was it theirs? No, they had two medical emergencies on their train. Then at one point they had to pull off on one of the side tracks because there was another train that had a fire on it that they had to get out of the way of. So their short day trip turned into about a 20-hour, they got in at 2 a.m. type trip. But you can actually, and I don't believe it is outrageously pricey.
Yeah.
But again, it's where you're going up through the mountains in the fall.
Yeah.
With all the leaf changes.
Oh, yeah.
I may have to see
That-
about...
Speaking of fires,
I may have to
last
look that up.
No, conversation's just been rolling. In more ways than one.
Yeah, speaking of fires, last fall, BNSF had one of their rear DPUs catch on fire over at Diggins.
Oh, jeez.
I saw photos of it on Facebook where the fire trucks and everything putting the fire out on. I guess that thing was really going from the looks of it.
Oh, there was a TikTok I was watching where they were showing, have you ever noticed certain diesel locomotives and like where the exhaust section is, the paint's like faded or burnt out? And they're like, why is that? Yeah. And they're like, why is that? And it's like the boiler or the what is it? The turbo's gone on it.
Turbo
You see
goes
it
bad.
yeah, you see it shooting fire out of it. It's like,
what?
Yeah.
Yeah, what happens is, and I've been told this, when the turbo starts going bad and it starts pumping oil into the exhaust,
yeah,
and fuel, and then it ignites in the hot exhaust and shoots up its flames. I mean, there was a crew I hauled to
Hey,
St.
Rob,
Louis
how
the other
you
day,
doing?
and they were telling me about that. They was on a train, and their lead motor was doing that. They said they didn't even. They said it was a good thing it was a night. Said they wouldn't even know the thing was on fire.
Yeah.
They said they just happened to look. I guess they were meeting cars and they were flashing their headlights at them or something. They couldn't figure out what was going on. And one of the guys said he was looking out the windshield and said all of a sudden he saw something flickering. He could see something kind of reddish orange flickering. And so he turned around and looked, and he said there was flames about 9 foot in the air coming out of the exhaust. It was just
Yeah,
a
we-
9-foot tall stream of fire.
Yeah.
And anybody else
He's-
interested? I just dropped the link if you feel like joining us. At the
And
moment, we're talking trains.
he said when he saw that, he's like, well, this could be a problem.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to leave
But-
because
Okay.
but they have to-
it's my dinner time.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
You go have a good dinner.
Yeah, have a good one.
Enjoy.
Yeah.
Bye,
Good
Carl.
Michelle. Bye, Michelle.
But when that stuff happens, they can't just willy nilly shut the engine down. They have to radio
Yeah.
the dispatcher and get approval from them to actually shut it down.
Yeah.
So, and just kind of tell you another story. And I actually did see this. I was working the yard van at Thayer here a while back, and a northbound vehicle train come into the yard, and they changed crews and took off. And I just happened to look as they were leaving, and they only had 2 motors on the train. So after the first one rolled by, I happened to look, and I was like, well, that rear motor looks awful dirty. And as it come by, it was oil. It was just pouring oil out the side of the engine.
Oh.
And I mean, it was just caked in oil, the whole, I guess be like the engineer's side, because it was northbound, so the rear be facing south. But yeah, that whole side of that motor was just caked in oil. And I radioed the guys on that train. I said, I'm about to probably not make you guys' day. I said, but when your motors roll by, I said, your rear motor's got oil pouring out the side of it or something. I said, there's oil everywhere on that thing. And probably about 5 or 10 minutes later, I heard them come back over the radio to the dispatcher, and they said, we just got a confirmation that our rear motor's got oil pouring out of it. And said, I just went back there and looked, said, you can't even get into the cab. There's so much oil.
Oh, jeez.
And so they had to request to have that engine shut down. And that dispatcher come over the radio and said, they said, well, can you make it over the hill anyway? And that engineer come back over the radio and said, you are no better than that. I said, we can't make it over the hill with a single locomotive, a dead motor, and an 8,000 foot long vehicle train. So they finally convinced the dispatcher, or I guess I say the dispatcher, they finally convinced the powers that be to let them stop on the hill and wait for another train to come and bring them over. So they had a southbound men kick stop and cut off one of their motors and give it to them, and they went on their way. So yeah, that they don't give those guys enough power to work with on those trains. They just give them just barely enough to get them moving, and that's it. And a lot of the guys told me, said most of the motors that's on their train said they're wore out, they're shot.
Yeah.
They said when them people sitting at that desk look at the readouts on the motors, they're basically looking at the numbers when those engines were new, not where they're at currently, where a lot of them's, like I said, 30 some odd years old.
Yeah.
And have a zillion miles on them. So they're basically shot. They need to be overhauled.
Yeah.
And they're probably also looking at what's needed for the flat runs, not what's needed for
That's what they said too.
the hill run.
They said basically they're looking at it from a flat perspective. Like if I set 2 engines and 100 cars on a HO scale layout and it's flat, it's probably going to pull if the engines are heavy enough and
Yeah.
have good enough motors in them.
Hi, David
But
JM.
and that's kind of the way these dispatcher looks at it. They look, or I keep saying dispatcher. That's the way these people in these offices look at it. They see the readouts. You have your engines that make 4,400 horsepower. Let's say you got a -9 and it makes 4,400 horsepower. Okay, your train weighs, let's say 8,000 tons, just for a good round even number. So that person sitting at that desk is going to say, okay, we'll have 2 -9s on this train. That's enough power to get it over the line. While not realizing you have all these grades.
Yeah.
See that on the Thayer sub, it's actually kind of a Jekyll and Hyde type of thing. On the south side, you have flat and mostly straight track, so you can probably get away with running not very many locomotives. Once you get to Thayer, it's a whole new ball game because you're going up and down hills.
Yeah, that's like watching Calhoun Pass.
Right. Yeah.
Calhoun Pass coming up to it from Sierra is flat. And then you hit Calhoun Pass and it's Dragon's Tail. It does this up through the mountain.
Mhm.
And I'm just like, I'm watching trains do it.
It's okay, David. Marcus has left us for the evening because he had to get ready for work. So, but it's still rolling to his channel.
But
And we do
literally, when you get
appreciate
to
you
Thayer,
stopping in.
yeah, but literally, when you get to Thayer, you're going basically from, well, I say Thayer, but really it kind of starts when you get towards Black Rock, Arkansas, because it starts to get a little curvier and a little hillier. But Thayer is when the rough part starts.
Yeah.
And I didn't even realize that. I had never really paid that much attention to how steep the
you
grades
leaving
were
us,
on that line.
Manuel?
Yes, I'm going to have dinner. Sorry to interrupt, Randall.
Oh, that's right. Go ahead.
It's fine.
I'm going to prepare my dinner.
Okay.
Okay. Well, thanks for hanging with us for a while.
All right,
Yeah,
have a good
thanks for
night.
hanging with us, Manuel.
Nice to meet you guys. See you next
Yep.
stream.
See ya.
Yep. Yeah, I
Just
I
kind of
giggle
finish
about some of it.
Yeah, just kind of finish what I was saying. I did not really even realize how steep these grades were until I started working for Railcar, and then you kind of really start to see it. I knew Thayer was kind of steep because if you drive through the area on 63 highway, if you're going north, the tracks be on your left. What you can see of them. So when you look as you're just leaving Thayer, you're actually looking down at the tracks. Okay. So the train's actually is actually downhill from you. When you get to Koshkonong, which is about 7 to 8 miles away from there, maybe a little further than that, it's between 7 and 9 miles, let's say. You're actually looking up at the train by the time you get to Koshkonong. That's how much the track rises.
Oh, that's a hell of a grade.
Yes. I did not realize it was that bad, but yeah. And the crews say by the time they get to Kosh, if you got like a Memphis Tulsa train, and those things are like 10 to 14,000 tons on average, is what they say. I mean, they say you're crawling, you're at walking speed.
Yeah.
A lot of times by the time you get up to the top of that grade.
Well, that's like, if you remember my original layout, I had that one grade that everyone always gave me such a hard time about.
Mm-hmm.
That grade actually turned out to be a 8% grade.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It was 2 foot long and it raised up 4 inches.
Yeah.
But, it was 2 inches in 2 feet instead of what should have been 4 inches, or the 2 inches in 4 feet, which now, because I started using the Woodland Scenics stuff, I actually have my grades are all 4% grades, because I raise 1 inch for every 2 foot of grading. But
Just kind of give you guys for anybody that's watching a little visual of what this north section of the Sarasota is like. BNSF typically runs 5 locomotives on their coal trains in a 2-3 pattern. So you have 2 motors on the point, 3 on the rear. Here recently, they started yanking one of those motors off the rear and running them 2x2. And a lot of those crews have told me, said they're now stalling on those hills because of that one motor being gone off that train.
wow.
I mean, that's how close they are to not making it over hills here. Literally, the railroad removed one locomotive off of their trains, and now they keep making it over the hill with them.
Yeah. It's a hell of a grade. Or
Well, and it's not just there, William. I mean, you got Olden, you got Mountain Grove, you got Norwood.
Yeah.
To deal with. I mean, it's a brutal line on the north side. So
yeah.
Hey, Fenris.
Yeah.
The other day, you and I were talking about Star Wars.
Yes.
Well, my better half here has something to say about it all. Because she's the one who got me started into the whole.
If you don't mind, I don't want to cut any.
Oh, no.
No problem.
No, that's fine.
So, 4, 5, and 6 are the original trilogy that came out in like 70s, 80s, or whatever.
Yeah,
I'll be right
70s, yeah.
And I told him that there's two schools of thought with 1, 2, and 3. The first one is that they're great and they love them, and the second one is that they don't belong in the storyline. And I believe that they do have a place. It's in the garbage because they are absolutely horrible. Like, they should not be allowed to exist. And I was really hoping that Disney, when they took over Star Wars, would redo them properly. But there's no hope for that at this point. But I knew that he would get into The Mandalorian. And it was funny because the first episode, he was kind of like playing with his 3D printer and all these 3D prints and stuff like that and kind of barely watching it. By episode 2 or 3, he was completely and totally focused.
Where'd he go? Speaking of that,
I knew he would love it, but it would take a few episodes to get him into it.
Where
Then he was hooked. And I've already watched it like 2 or 3 times in a row. So I was like, yeah, go ahead and watch them by yourself if you want to. So he got hooked on those. I don't like Boba Fett as much as I liked Mandalorian. And I really didn't like the fact that they basically took 2 or 3 of the episodes from Boba Fett and made it into Mandalorian episodes. I feel like that was taken away from Boba Fett. I feel like they did him a disservice. But and to make a point, the episodes that was just Mandalorian were the highest rated episodes I heard in the Boba Fett series, which I'm like, I don't like that. If it's supposed to be a story about Boba Fett, leave it about Boba Fett. But
yeah, they did a crossover with Din Djarin, and they kind of everyone liked Din Djarin, but they didn't like the storyline that Book of Boba Fett was taking.
Yeah.
Wasn't like
some of the episodes he was in that was fine as a secondary character. I didn't like it that they made him the primary focus of some of those episodes.
Yeah. Where
and
did
then
it
I had
go?
him. I'm sorry.
He's looking for a 3D print he did.
I had a 3D print, and I'm trying to figure out what I did with it because I had it set to prime, and now I can't find it, and I don't know what I did with it.
Oh no!
I've got Din Djarin and Baby Grogu in the egg carrier, and I don't know where I laid it down.
Oh no! Yeah, I had him watch Rogue One, and of the 3 new movies, that one I felt was the best one. Which
Rogue One, I love.
Rogue One is very good. I love the fact that it brought back the old school feel. of the
And they
original
also
movie.
explained, because everybody complained about why did they have this 2-meter thing that they could ruin the Death Star. Well, this explained it perfectly. And I felt like
It's
it was
a
really
hard movie to
solid
watch because you know the ending of it. You knew
Right.
the ending of it
Right.
going into it, but it's
Oh, there
still
he
a
is.
fantastic movie to watch.
And like when they the what was it? The with what was it? Mary Sue, whatever her name is. Like she comes in and she's like fantastic and perfect and everything. And then they did, like, I call it Star Wars the taco party, because like every single commanding officer was female. And I'm going, that's not realistic. I understand that Leia's a general, but I don't think she'd be the type to just have a bunch of women as.
That's Disney trying to be woke.
Yeah, that was just like the woke party Star Wars episode.
Actually,
I'm
part of it was because of the way the Empire was. Part of it was woke party, but actually a lot of it was the Empire was not promoting females
yeah.
at all. And a lot of them that should have been admirals and commanders and stuff went to the Rebel Alliance because they knew they could get to promotions. And it got to the point where there wasn't enough males to actually complement a ship. So they ended up with all females on there. That was something that actually was, I can't remember where I saw it, but somebody was talking about that one time. But yeah,
I'm the type that I don't like kind of crossing over, but The Hobbit, they shoved in a love story. They put a bunch of, there was no women in the book. I'm not I can't stand when, producers or Hollywood or whomever decides, oh, we have to throw a romance in here so the women enjoy it. Stop pandering. I'm not a moron. I don't have to have
Titanic.
a love story in order to enjoy something.
Yeah.
It's just frustrating. Like, I'm not, like, it's pandering and it's treating us like we're stupid. And I mean, my mom loves it, but she also loved Jar Jar Binks. So that tells you all you need to know about my mom and her tastes in movies and stuff like that.
Hey, I like Jar Jar Binks.
Oh, he came on screen and I was like, this is the most racist character I think I've ever seen in my entire life.
Yes.
Like, I was waiting for him to go, Massaquaijin, are we gonna die? Like, I just waited for him to just say something like that. It was just like, no, he was, because he had
Jar
big
Jar.
ears and
Jar
big
Jar
lips
was
and big feet and just
what Jar Jar. What Jar Jar was what 3PO was to the original trilogy. He was the comic relief. Let's see how much crap we can throw in. And yeah, in the storyline behind it was, I've seen people say things on it where they're like, oh my God, Jar Jar was like the worst character. It's like, Jar Jar Binks was a Sith patsy. If you look
at every Sith, I've heard that.
If you look at everything he did, he was a patsy for Palpatine. Amidala could not and would not do anything to pass certain things that were Sith agenda. Jar Jar was so inept at stuff in a roundabout way. He ended up putting all that into place because he didn't know any better. Mm-hmm. He was a patsy for it. And yeah, I've heard many a thing on it where, different things about the movies and that. I sat down and watched the pretty much all of them in order. Mm-hmm. I don't like the Clone Wars, the original 3 movies.
Okay. Yeah.
Episode, the prequel, the 1, 2, and 3. I didn't really like them. I thought they were okay. They fit with Star Wars.
Yeah.
With the New Hope, Empire, Return of the Jedi, and Empire Strikes Back. They didn't really quite fit if you look at all of it. If you watch, the cartoons and everything coming from the Clone Wars, it's kind of side stories. And they're great individual movies, but if you look at them as a timeline set of movies, they're deplorable. Absolutely deplorable. Rogue One actually was a standalone on its own. It was a great movie. I thought it was awesome that they managed to tie Rogue One into the start of Star Wars: A New Hope,
Mm-hmm.
with Tantum 1 and Leia getting the plans for the Death Star.
Yeah.
What drove me nuts with that then was you ended up to me, I'd rather watch the original ones that were on VHS and everything that, you know, I grew up with going to see the movie theater,
Yeah.
the original trilogy. When they did the what was it, the anniversary edition where they went in and added all the extra
Yeah.
CGI stuff, that totally lost it for me.
Me too.
But the thing was is I really liked it because it made the movie more than it actually was. All the cut scenes he put the cut scenes in the perfect place to do a cutaway to second sections. And when they finally made the cutaways, I was like, oh my God, this is great.
Yeah.
And it really, it made the movie more for me, but I kind of, at the time I wasn't sure of it, but now going back, I like some of it, but there's parts of it from Mos Eisley that I could have done without most of the Mos Eisley parts.
Yeah, I feel like they should have like cleaned up some things that couldn't have been done back in the 70s. Like there was one example where I don't remember who it was. They were inside of a X-Wing. It's the Rebellion. They're inside one of the Rebellion like little jet fighters or whatever, and you could see through like the pillar because they had to sacrifice a little bit of something. Clean that kind of stuff up. You know, get the get the special effects a little bit cleaner, a little bit neater. But
yeah,
don't change things. Like they changed so much. Like Jabba the Hutt, they did a lot with him.
Actually,
I think.
well, that was
He was actually scheduled.
He was actually scheduled to supposed to be in
the original
trilogy.
Movies, when they were filming, they had an actor stand in place of him. So, because Lucas had a vision of him.
Yeah, he just had no
way.
way.
At the time, they didn't have a way to do it.
Right.
So the scenes they filmed, like with Solo walking over his tail.
Yeah.
You know, he stepped on a crate.
Yeah, that was actually
those are
filmed originally.
Yes.
With Jabba the Hutt.
I didn't like how
from
fake
the original
looked. You know, it's like
the CGI was terrible at that point.
That's what I hated. Was that they took what looked real and made it look completely fake, and it just really. And I think the first movies, the 1, 2, and 3 episodes 1, 2, and 3. That's what bothered me about that too, because it looked like you could actually land a spaceship on Endor. It looked like you could actually go to Tatooine and all that kind of stuff. With the 1, 2, and 3, it was like nothing looked real.
Yeah.
So yeah, it was overkill. I mean, sometimes practical effects really make a movie.
Well, I think that's what made Star Wars so special, is the fact that it was so, the original ones, it looked tangible. It looked believable.
Yeah.
It looked
that's
like,
the funny thing.
If you were on there, you walk out the door and that's what you'd see.
Exactly.
Yeah. The thing about, and what's even funnier is a lot of the sets from A New Hope, from Tatooine, are what they're using in Book of Boba Fett.
Yeah, nice.
A lot of that, because if you know, there's one scene where they go by, they're going through the desert, panning through the desert, and you actually see Owen and Beru's farm. You see the farmhouse in the moisture farm. There's a couple other scenes in them where there's stuff from episode 1, with the Bunta Eve pod race. There's Easter eggs back to all the movies in some of the newer stuff now, where they've actually gone back to those locations because it was such an iconic location. Even the Sarlacc pit is still, it's still a workable movie site.
Oh wow.
Most of those sites they did, they left them in such a way that they could go back to them anytime. And a lot of that stuff from the original Star Wars was in, I'm probably going to mispronounce it, but I think it was Tunis, Egypt, or
Tanis.
Yeah.
Tanis, Egypt.
Yeah. Tanis.
Those buildings are still there to this day. Most of the stagnant stuff that wasn't ILM miniature sets are actually still there and still set up so they could go back to them anytime. Actually, if you remember in Book of Boba Fett where he climbs up out of the sand,
yeah,
that's actually
Sarlacc pit?
Yeah, the Sarlacc pit is in the background. You can just make out the
Yeah.
rim of the Sarlacc pit, and it's the original Sarlacc pit that they used.
That's
They went back to
amazing.
the same location because that's why they had all the parts when he was walking through, and you saw all the different pieces of equipment from Jabba's barge.
Right.
That was where they went in when they blew up the miniature. They looked at it and said, okay, these are where the parts landed. They went to the Sarlacc pit and actually put those parts around the Sarlacc pit.
That's fantastic.
Where it's the full size part where they actually had the skiff with Han and Luke on it. That was over that pit that they had set up for it. And that's why you had all that stuff there.
Yeah, and I saw that in the background. I was like, oh, that must be the party barge or whatever. And I mean, that stuff looked real. Like it looked like you could walk over and scavenge off of it or whatever. But yeah, so after Rogue One, I had him watch Solo because I figured that one he would enjoy. Like whether it's necessarily like inside of canon or whatever, if it's along the lines of everything, I knew he would at least enjoy the movie as a movie.
Yeah.
So
yeah, they changed.
I haven't watched that one because of the series.
Yeah.
It was not based on the Solo series that I read growing up.
Yeah, there's actually a trilogy set of books out that talk about Solo from the time he leaves the Imperial Navy to the time he meets Leia in Empire Strikes Back when he goes to Mos Eisley, or in Star Wars.
Gosh, I was Daisy Crispin one? No, Yalan Dean Foster books, the ones I read.
Yeah,
my brother read like so many Star Wars books. We had like an entire bookshelf.
Oh, I've got a
shelves worth of
do you happen to have a copy of the Jedi Master's quiz book written by the 11-year-old?
I couldn't tell you. It's been 25 years, 20 years since I've seen any of those books.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I've got a book.
Give me 5 minutes and I could find it. I know which bookcase. I know what bookcase it's on.
Yeah, most of my Star Wars stuff is sitting up in my wife and I's bedroom. I read a lot of the Star Wars books, and I was like, these are really cool. What I didn't realize is Lucas basically put a stipulation in. You could write a book anywhere in the timeline, but one, it had to be a standalone book. And two, it had to fit in the timeline. If you put it in a timeline, you had to have it tied to the book in front of you and behind you.
Oh, wow.
So literally, if you can pick up the books and start with the Star Wars, the movie books, go from the movie books to all the other books. I don't know, you can go away. And you can go through and read the book and watch the canon move along through, and even into there was a series called Rogue Squadron that literally there was only 2 surviving members of Rogue Squadron from Star Wars: A New Hope, and that was Luke and Wedge Antilles. Those were the only 2 that survived the Death Star run. out of the 12 things, and they were talking about them. Basically, they were talking about redoing Rogue Squadron, which was Red Squadron, and it was so fun to watch. I think they actually came out this time. Sorry, I'm having a squirrel moment. I just went to check a 3D print that finished, and it looks like all my vampires came out this time.
Nice. Or as my 6-year-old says, vampires.
Yeah.
That's the only thing she's scared of is vampires, and all I can think of is a little baby with a diaper and little bitty fangs and little bitty wings flapping around. It's a vampire.
Oh, Connie, are you back from the bookshelf yet?
Oh, I didn't go.
Oh,
but...
you know who that reminds me of? Hearing that, thinking of Simi from the Dark Hunter series.
Yeah,
she's a demon that's basically
she's a 10,000-year-old Karenite demon who's stuck at about 17.
Yeah.
Oh gosh.
Yeah, she's like a 15, 16-year-old in the books, and just absolutely precious.
Everything tastes good with barbecue sauce.
Oh,
yes. And the writer actually got with a barbecue company and put out a series of barbecue sauces called Simi Sauce.
Nice.
And it's Louisiana style sauces that are just, I think my daughter ended up getting one of them, and they are damn good. No, actually I lost one of the vampires. Damn. He didn't even print.
I've got an anime called Interviews with Monster Girls, and one of the main characters in there is a half vampire.
A hat vampire?
A half.
Oh, half.
Oh, half.
Yeah.
Oh, a Dampier?
I think they call them demis in the show, but
yeah, I think Dampier is the Loric term for a half vampire.
Because Netflix has a show called Dampier on it.
But he's half human, half vampire, and it's funny because the reason why I kind of got into that show was the main character. If you ever watch that show, she's a little blonde haired girl. Well, I say little. She's like they never do give her exact age, but she looks like she's 13 or 14 years old. But she reminds me of my niece. Her personality reminds me of Cheyenne. So, she's like really high. It says random stuff. So
one of my favorite movies is an anime called Vampire Hunter D.
Yes, I've heard of it. I've never seen it. I want to see it.
Now I know why it failed.
The first one's not, is not as, it's good, but I much prefer the second one because Vampire Hunter D Bloodlust is the second one. It's very good. And I actually found it on a video for a song that I like. That's actually what drew me to the movie was they used clips of the movie for the video.
Nice.
And I was like, oh, yes. And I absolutely love the movie. And it had a very cool storyline in it.
So I'm so glad I have a screen protector on my screen. I had a hole in the in my
you
filament.
You had a hole in your FEP again?
Yep, I got a hole in it. But that's right where two of them failed. So evidently it punctured the screen, but that's why I have a screen protector on there.
But you were asking a question? Oops, sorry.
I was wondering where you saw Vampire Hunter D because I tried to get it off a Netflix DVD and they never got it in stock. And then I just kind of gave up on it.
I found it. I've got a disc of it. I think I found it on eBay a couple of years ago.
And I haven't really thought about trying Prime. I keep forgetting you can go on Prime and look for movies, but
also, do you ever use the IMDb website?
Okay. Yeah.
Because they will tell you where you can find it.
I've noticed Google started doing that, where it can tell, like when you go onto Google, I mean, at least on my phone anyway, I can Google on there, like a movie, and it'll show me, like where you can watch it, which I think that's, I don't know if that's a new thing or I've never used it before until after they got that function or whatever. But I thought that was really neat that we could do that.
Actually, the original movie, Vampire Hunter D, you can get on Amazon, the DVD, for about $15.
Mm-hmm.
And it's the original, or no, that's the poster. That's not the DVD itself.
I'm on his computer. I don't see why I can't just look it up now.
Of course not. Yeah, go ahead and mess up my algorithm.
Shut up. He likes to go on my YouTube, and he will sit there and look up all these things like cars and stuff like that I don't want to see. And then I keep getting all these suggestions. I'm like, you're messing up my recommended. Quit it.
Well, you don't want to see it because you don't know about it. I'm trying to broaden your horizons, sweetie.
Whatever. Broaden my horizons, my ass.
We have such a lovely,
that one didn't
loving,
work.
caring, and sincere relationship.
Oh, some of these vampires did not come out.
Oh no!
Are you making a diorama or something?
Actually, you can get the the special edition.
No, some of this is just stuff I found off of.
You can get the 2-movie disc set for like less than $25 shipped.
Really?
Yeah, and that's both movies, first and second. I already have them.
That's
somewhere in my collection.
Closest thing got to anything like that, but Demon Slayer.
But it's definitely, anime.
Yeah.
But particularly the second one, the animation in it is.
What is going on with this, babe?
Let me see. What's the?
It's delayed.
I can find it.
Yeah, some of the ones with the wings just did not come out very well.
You gotta go to this one right here.
That's not it.
The next one. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. There we go.
See, you messing up my shit.
Shut up, asshole.
Yeah, chat is kind of quiet. Oh, we still have 10 watching. I appreciate it.
Yep.
Just because he's still lit up doesn't mean he's still watching.
Well, it's about this particular stream we run anywhere between 6 and 10 hours for the most part.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Because we hang out and chat. The early part of the day we get a lot of the European crew, but then around this time they start fading out because it's dinner time for it's Sunday night. You got to get up and go to work Monday.
Yeah.
And Scott's in. He's from Tasmania.
Oh, nice.
Hey, Scott, he's still waking up. So it's about, let's see, 8 a.m. Not quite 8 a.m. his time.
Mm-hmm.
I'm getting better at some of the southern time zones.
Yeah, my ex-husband and I went to New Zealand and got to see Hobbiton and all of that.
Lame.
Shut up. You're lame for not watching the movies.
No, because I, value my time. I want to watch a bunch of movies where people are just walking around and shit.
They're not just walking around and shit. They're fighting each other and
walking.
Well, in this movie, they're on a train fighting each other. So
nice.
They're not walking.
It's good though. It's really good.
But yeah, it was like a 19-hour time difference. So
yeah.
It was interesting. I was smart and booked an overnight flight on the way there so that we could sleep the whole time or at least try to. And then on the way back, I booked our flight a day early so that when we landed, we still had like Sunday to recover. And then I went to work on Monday. But with the time difference and all that kind of stuff, and crossing the international date line or whatever, we still were there for like 6 days, 7 nights or something like that. It was a really nice trip. It was really fun.
Yeah. I actually, speaking of that, one of the YouTube terrain people I know that does, that builds terrain in that actually did Hobbit homes, and he did a Kickstarter for it. If I could get to that box, there it is. He made his own Hobbit holes and has 8 of them available now. He did them for tabletop gaming.
Oh, cool.
But I actually did them for my train board. That's actually 1/160th scale.
Good grief. That is pretty cool.
Yeah. I went in and decided, all right, I figure they're probably 5 to 10 foot tall. Doorways, I think the doorway is right at 5 foot for most of those doors. And it's actually going, part of my layout is going to be real world, and the other part is, let's see how many genres I can smack in and really drive everybody nuts with. So pretty much anything I'm 3D printing that I know is going to go on the layout, I'm doing in 1/160th and 1/44th scale, just so I could put it on my train layout. And as it stands right now, I have got I've got 40K covered. I've got Star Wars covered. I've got Aliens covered with the drop ship from the Aliens movie.
Oh, that's badass.
And then I need to reprint it. The original print I did had some failings on the back tail fins, but and all of it is in everything that I've printed lately for that has been 1/160th to 1/44th scale, so I can put it on the layout and it's not going to look out of place. There's one section on the layout I started looking at the design for it, and I've got 2 foot by 3 foot that I'm going to have flat, and it's going to have all that stuff sitting on it in like an Easter egg format where you can look at it and be like, ooh, cool, or I hate you for that. Because I know there's not going to be any in between to it. They're either going to love it or I'm going to get roasted for it.
Yeah.
Well,
Randall, you know how they did my original layout? Yeah. I'm going to see that again. It's going to be, they roasted me on the original layout because I was mixing my N scale train with my 35 millimeter tabletop gaming. And I kept telling them, hey, the train was an afterthought. This table was originally built as a gaming table.
Well,
I'm originally a gamer coming back into trains, and yeah, I'm sorry. Gaming is in my heart.
The last time I checked, it's your layout, do it your own way. So
Yeah.
My feeling is never apologize for awesomeness. So I just remember we have workers downstairs. I gotta go back down there in case I have any questions. So
Okay.
It was great talking to you guys. Y'all take
Great
care.
talking
Have
to you.
fun.
Cool.
Yeah.
Shut up. That's why I'm here. It's because it's a cool kids club.
So yeah. Well, if they're roasting you, I'll probably get death threats for what I'm going to do to this car because it's going to have something to do with this movie.
I love it, baby.
So all of you haters have been warned.
Oh,
Hey,
believe
hey,
me. I laughed at some of it because I found
talking
it
to you.
incredibly funny that they were, and really the ones that, it wasn't even the ones that we hung with. Yeah, Vinny was telling me, oh, that grade looks like it's wrong. Are you sure it's going to work? And it's like, it's working great. Container Man was like, yeah, your grade's off, but does it work? And I'm like, yeah. And he's like, oh, cool. They were trying to give me helpful hints, but it was working at the time. And then when I redid the layout, because I didn't like the way it was going, that's when I started getting, it wasn't our normal crew that was giving me crap on it. It was new people coming in, and I was just like, I looked at it. I was like,
Yeah,
my
that's fine,
philosophy of
PJ.
my
Well,
train.
please do.
If you're happy with it, that's good enough. Like,
Oh yeah,
the other day, Scale Trains announced they're going to start doing fantasy schemes on some of their engines. They're calling it it's going to be part of the hypotypical line that they've announced. And people were just railing on them. And I'm like,
who was
y'all don't
doing
have
the
to buy
fantasy
this
scheme?
stuff. Huh?
Who was it? Who was it that was doing it?
Scale Trains.
Oh,
They're basically taking some of their rivet counter stuff, like the ET44 ACs. I think is going to be the first ones to get this, and they're putting fantasy schemes on there. Like this first run is going to have a Ferromex, BNSF Heritage 1, CSXYN2 for the HO scale side. And then on the N scale side, they're going to have the new UP scheme on those engines, which actually could end up being a reality on them, believe it,
yeah.
And I think there's one prototype scheme that's Norfolk Southern, unless they're doing the old scheme with that engine. I didn't really look to see which one they're doing now. If it's the old scheme, it's a fantasy scheme. But people were just absolutely railing on it, and I'm just like, y'all don't have to buy this stuff. Why are you throwing a fit? I said, why rain on everybody else's parade?
What's funny though is what they're calling the fantasy line is like it's because it didn't exist. But I'm of the boat that what I run a fallen flag.
Yep.
I was originally going to start out as a Chicago Northwestern. Well, Chicago Northwestern doesn't exist. It's now Union Pacific and Metra. Well, I don't like any of the locomotives they have for either one. The only Union Pacific locomotive I have that I like is 844. It's a steam locomotive. The other one I have that that's on that is my the one I got from Shannon Tapia. And that was the I think that one is Bachman, I want to say, was a Union Pacific, maybe. But then I've got a diesel locomotive that's DC, that's Chicago Northwestern. It's a what you call it? It's an A7, A8 diesel locomotive. But yeah, that was, that's what I grew up on. So that's what I wanted to model, but there's no models out for it. Kato is finally put it out. They put out the Chicago Northwestern 400, which I still want to, I badly want to put my hand on that locomotive, that locomotive set. Because that locomotive set was what I grew up riding out of Chicago to Elmhurst up the Northwest Corridor, which is, I want to say it's part of the Peavine or something line.
Hey, BJ.
In Chicago.
Hey, BJ.
Or Prevo. That's it. It's the Prevo line. And I was like, yeah.
I'll tell you this about building what you want. Cool. Like I was on the stream last night, and I was telling people, I told him a couple times. The reason I got on YouTube was I had a 3D printer, and I really had nothing else going on as far as leisure time, downtime. And there was in the model car world, there was a guy who posted about doing a Pro Street group build, and just everyone within the community builds what they want as long as it's a Pro Street meeting the guidelines of the competition. And I started but you had, for you to enter, you had to do a video. And first I thought, no shit, I don't want to put my face or, I kind of to me, my voice is between that of Kermit the Frog and what's that guy's name? Sling Blade. It was like,
Yeah.
I'm between him, So, and I really don't, I have even my face does not even go with the expression, a face that only a mother could love. You know what I mean? And so, with that being said, I really didn't want to do a video, but I was like, at the same time, I kind of wanted to start doing my own stuff and kind of just, expressing myself, I guess, if you will, through the hobby. And next thing you know, I started doing things such as building what everyone else was building to kind of fit with the clique. Not so much as the people that were on the stream, just other people that I've been watching.
Yeah.
And also, a lot of people are putting out a video a week. And for me to do a video a week, it really sacrificed a lot of quality for me.
Yeah.
I get to work between 1:30 to 10:30. I don't get home till about 11 o'clock at night. And Marissa goes to work in the morning. So we don't see each other unless I get up, which I'm going to have to do tomorrow so I can move the car out of her way around 8 o'clock. And I'm not going to see her again until 11 o'clock. Well, she has to get up just around 7 or a little before 7 to get ready for work and leave for work. So when I come home, I might do stuff on the models, but I will spend 30 minutes to an hour with her so we can have our time. And then she lays down. Then I'm in here from 1 to 2 o'clock in the morning. Then I'm turning back around to wake up just before 8 so I can move. So it's kind of it's really a hard schedule.
Yeah.
To balance. And then I'm also pushing myself, and it got to the point where I was putting so much unwanted pressure, unnecessary pressure, that I started to get sick of everything.
Yeah, that's why, if you notice, there hasn't been a video. Content. There hasn't been a video on this channel where it's been a pre-recorded video in almost a year. Ever since I broke the layout, mostly what I have on here now is just the live streams, and it's what I found easier to do. And I'm like, and then also the fact that I'm doing stuff, not really any one genre. And that's, I came on, I think it was Terry's stream one night, the modelers stuff.
Terry
and I was
Senior.
showing, Terry Senior. I was showing off a lot of the models that I was doing, my 40K stuff. And somebody actually put in the comment, well, what are you doing here?
No, that was a verbal one. You were in the train shit. You were working on your layout because I heard it.
Oh,
I heard somebody say, well, what are you doing here?
I'm making you ask questions, motherfucker. Now what?
Yeah.
Well, he was just hanging out because Terry's been in ours.
You know what? Hey, I'm sorry. I grew up in New Orleans, so I get lippy quick.
Oh no. Well, see, I didn't hear it. Otherwise, Terry Senior, I love him to death. Great guy. I would have roasted that guy right then and there if I had heard it. Been like, well, I do dioramas. I do scale modeling. I would love to see you scale in my scale. I want to see you do a 160 truck. Here you go.
I'm like,
There's a 1/160th scale Peterbilt. I put that together by hand. It's metal. It's about 20 pieces, including the wheels.
All I can say is I'm glad that was you who did that, not me, because I don't have the nerves or the eyesight to do that kind of stuff.
I've got sausage fingers. No, you know who I
Oh, I
did
do
that
too.
for? And
I got Shrek hands.
Yeah. What's even funnier, Randall, if you recognize the color, Container Man. That was that one rig.
Yeah.
That was the one rig that they gave him for a little bit before he ended up with the black one. The first rig I ever saw when I met him here in Charlotte, it was red.
Still right, KRD.
Yeah. In fact, I saw he's been posting on Facebook too. I think he's got a white truck now.
Yeah. He had a red one. He had a red one, a black one, and now last couple I've seen he's been white. Hey, KRD.
But like
he's been KRD's been hanging. He commented earlier. Yeah, you never know what I'm going to be doing.
Well,
I started painting dragons, but I've done a plastic kit. I've
well, like I was saying on this
kit?
And Connie, I think I know I recognize your screen name, so I know you've been on several live streams that I've been on with Joey and all them as senior. And one of the things that I kind of got tired of is that when you like on the Nomad. Now I don't want to touch it because I just got done doing the trim and I wanted it dry. On the Nomad, if I put it together, regardless of how I build, I put it together, then what? I just look at it like, oh, that's a cool looking car. On the shelf, that is it. It gets left forgotten. So the work I put into it and the effort and anything else some of the things I've learned goes into the next project, but that just stays there. I want something to act. I want it to be able to tell a story. And, dioramas is the way to do it, but it's not so much as I don't want to call it as I'm building a diorama. I want to try to make a scene in my head. You look at it kind of, it's what I am envisioning, and I'm turning it into a reality for the most part in scale.
Right. That's actually what I did with my the tabletop stuff. This new the new stuff that I got that I'm doing this the Warhound Titan. I've actually got the buildings to go with it, and the buildings are getting built into a diorama in gaming table. That'll be on the layout.
Right there beside me, dummy.
Actually, speaking of that, I wanted to go ahead and dry brush that stuff now that it's.
Let's see. Now, this will be the fourth. If you want, again, diorama would be the correct term for it. I've been doing models since '91, and this is the fourth one I've ever done. Now, and the whole thing that I'm envisioning is don't know yet. What I'm envisioning is, because this is a very simple kit. It's an older kit. So I was like, what can I do to make it look kind of cool and take, kind of add to it, but not be extreme? Well, like I said, the detail is very lacking. But I went along and 3D printed a solid front axle. I got the axle over there, and I still got put on because I'm turning it into a gasser, but more like a street machine. And I went along. See if I can get this zoom. See if I can get this in there. I did a skull shifter on it,
Oh, nice.
Cool.
Hey,
along
Brett.
with the steering wheel and the nitrous bottle that's in the back end of it.
Yeah.
And everything else is from the kit, and it's just and then the wheel and tire. But the whole thing was, and I was telling you about this one, but I didn't show it. Then I have the guy who owns the car. Then I have a little boy, and the whole scene, if I can get it down here, see if I can get it tilted down. So it's basically where the guy is whatever he's there for. You can make it. You can believe whatever you want to believe and make him do whatever you want him to do. But he's parked along with the little boy in his little go-kart next to him. And the whole thing is that I'm titling it, nice car. It's because it's basically two different people, two different age groups, two different genres of a vehicle, two everything about it is polar opposite of one another. But but they're still admiring the other one's work or craftsmanship, whatever you want to say. And it tells a little bit of a story. So that's the fundamental. That is the base. And at that point, you can figure out, is he, what's he there for? You can let your mind be there. Well, why is he there? I don't know. Why do you think he's there? Okay, there you go. You know what I mean? And so I want to be able to have a little bit of an open-ended story to it. This is the fundamentals, and let your mind run wild with it. And that's what, and like kind of like what Fenders was saying. Yeah, I want to kind of get into different genres. I've been telling Marissa I've been wanting to do a model train, something simple, and I've been wanting to kind of do the tabletop minis, just so I can learn different painting techniques, different. In fact, I have the Arming Painter 2.0. She bought that for me for my birthday.
Oh, nice.
Oh, nice.
The speed paints or the fantasy paint set?
Let's see.
Sprue, if you're interested, I sent you the
Hey,
link.
Sprue.
Let's see.
Okay, the war paints. Yeah, the war paint mega set.
Yeah.
And
Well, they've got the new formula out. I've got the old formula.
But and believe it or not, actually, for the skull, for the figures, and other parts of even the model, I've used some of their paints, and I'm learning about them, and also been trying to practice my hand at painting chrome. And so it's just really, I'm just trying to get myself to be more diverse.
Yeah.
And not just stick to cars. I love cars. Cars have been a big passion of mine. My dad will swear to you that, when I was younger, if you slit my wrist, I'd have bled motor oil.
Yeah.
And my dad told me, because I was in automotive for about 15 or so more years. And my dad told me, I told him I started working the shop because my dad was a blue collar, hence my name. And, and he's done carpentry. He's an electrician by trade. He's done mechanic work, and mechanics, auto mechanics was a big part of his life because his father had owned a shop, a garage, but his father was also a real bad alcoholic. And his father wouldn't come home for about 3 or 4 days, let alone go to work. So, and he was like 8 years old, because all his older siblings were, he was like literally the baby of 4. His other siblings were out of the house. So he went along and took it upon himself to go into the shop, and the other mechanics there would teach him how to do stuff. And that's what he did. And So he had a little bit of a soft spot when it came to me going into automotive, and he didn't want me to do it. Not he's against it, just wanted more for me. But it was what I wanted to do. And I sat down. I told him, I said, hey, Pop, just letting you know I'm going to work over here, such place, blah, 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 blah. He's like, well, I knew you were going to end up in a shop sometime. And I was like, well, yeah, because, I always love cars. No, when you were about 5 years old, I took you into AutoZone. The first thing you said was, it smells great in here. He's like, I at that point, I knew you were destined to have a job where you wore your name on your shirt.
I hear you, Spruce.
But so nonetheless, but at the same time, it can be very boring because it's a very it's a small group of people that's going to really be into it. And I don't want to do stuff. My channel was aiming towards views, and that's where I made the mistake. I did it for what I thought what other people wanted to see versus what I wanted to do.
Yep.
So, and that's why I've stopped posting on it, and I hate having my phone right here, and I'm all trying to look around, trying to see what I'm doing. So I'm only recording certain things where the phone's not in my way, or I can. Excuse me.
Bless you.
Or, thank you. Or I could, remember the phone's not in my way, and it's not boring to sitting there watching this sanding or buffing. That gets old. Gets old. To me, I like it because I'm technical that way. I want to see it all. Not everyone does.
Right. Well, see, that's what that part of why I don't put videos out anymore was I'm like, there's better modelers, there's better trained people out there. I do what I do because I enjoy it. I have fun with it. The hobby and hangout is more or less, Connie and I were doing that anyhow. I'd be down in the shed working on stuff, and she'd be on the phone with me.
Yeah,
we would FaceTime, and I would end up showing stuff she was working on when I was on another person's stream, and it morphed from there where we ended up going on our own. And I'll admit I bullied her into it. But we have fun with it. And
you didn't have to push too hard because, like I said, it was just kind of a continuation of what we were doing anyway.
Right.
And he works during the day. I work evenings, so this is the time frame that works.
Yeah.
And just to kind of piggyback off that, when I started my channel, I was just going to do things, my way. I probably run trains and stuff that people don't like. I run a lot of, even though I have a lot of rivet counter or a lot of prototype based models, I also have fantasy schemes. There's a lot of people don't like fantasy schemes. So if you don't like fantasy schemes, probably not the best channel to come visit.
Yeah.
But
there's a group of guys that's talking about I forgot the name of the person on Colt, but they're talking about, it had a twin turbo motor, and he was saying how the turbos that he has on his kits are backwards. And I was like, so what? Is it going to blow? It's going to blow the exhaust gases back into the motor? He goes, no, in real life, dude, no, you're missing my point. What are you worried about? It's backwards. Okay. Well, then fix it. Okay. You spent $7, $8 on a motor, or $9 on a kit for you to, print up as often as you want. It's not like you spent $30 on a printed product and it's wrong. You can adjust it, fix it, do whatever you want to do to it. But the point of it is, it's still a fucking model.
If you want
Yeah.
it, you know, it doesn't bother you, then don't fix it.
Well,
Mhm.
but if you're going to be that hard up on it, kind of like what Randall said, a rivet counter, well, then you know what? Fix it. Otherwise, shut up.
Mhm.
And to me, it's
You know,
like,
us, bro. Yeah.
For those that want just kind of a demonstration here, this is what I mean. This is stuff like operate. This is a rivet counter prototype base model. This engine actually existed back in the day. They don't now because they retired them all. But back in the day, these things were real. Okay. Here's a fantasy scheme engine. This engine does not exist in real life. I like to operate both of them.
now,
So,
Yeah.
Who can? I
well,
mean,
it's like on that Nomad,
and some people have an absolute problem with that. But
Oh,
that's
they had
how
the
I
same thing with me with I had that I had it 210-2 from Mini Tricks running at one point when it was actually running before it broke the chassis with a with that A7 Chicago Northwestern. And they're like, wow, you have like a 80-year span of your models. How are those two trains didn't run the tracks at the same time? And I was like, I don't care. It's foreign power to me.
Well,
I like these
really,
trains. This is what I'm doing.
You can't really see it, but the green on the main color. Well, first of all, on a 57 Nomad, when it became two-tone, the body itself was one color and the top was another color. Same thing on the 56 on the Bel Air, on the coupes or sedans. Now, none of it was two-tone on the top and the bottom like this, except for 55 or maybe 58, but either way. However, that's not important as the fact that this color, which you probably really can't see because of the sunlight and the light from the monitor, is called mountain green. This was the color GM used on their cars in the late 60s, 67 to be exact. This darker green is seafoam turquoise, which was a color that Chrysler used on their cars in the late 60s. So you got a late 60s color, a late Chevrolet color on a 57. On top of the fact that I have a small block in it with actual headers, which headers really weren't around in 57, but know what? Nor was nitrous. But I don't give a rat's ass. It's my car. It looks cool. And
it's a car that somebody bought in 1972 and restored the colors of their liking.
Exactly. And you know what? Chances are it would have been me because I painted
Well,
it.
and see, here's the deal. The people that were yelling and screaming about that stuff, I was like, why? I say, you are not buying this engine. I said, people like me, other people are buying these engines, not you. Nobody is holding a gun to your head making you buy these things. So, and then one guy responded and said, well, you should just do your own stick models. And I kind of got upset and lit the guy up in the comments section. I'm like, look, I will buy whatever I want as long as my budget allows it.
And
then
how many?
I probably should have told him. I said, oh, by the way, I probably do still plan on doing my own models. I said, but that's not going to stop me from buying one of these fantasy schemes. I said, I can build a model and still buy the fantasy scheme.
Yeah.
How many people are going to get into the hobby because of the fantasy schemes as opposed to the rivet counters?
Here's what I will say though, and there was a guy that actually pointed this out, and I actually did agree with him on this. He said they should have put this in the operator series. That part I will agree with, because then you've got a locomotive or a freight car or passenger car or what have you that doesn't cost, as far as locomotives are concerned, you don't have a locomotive cost almost $300. You're probably looking at if you get the DC variant, probably a little over 100, 110 bucks instead of paying the 300.
Okay,
So yeah, you are giving more people more opportunities to buy that scheme that way. So that part I actually will agree with. And then the freight cars, you're probably looking between 20 and 30 bucks fine taught. But But yeah, you are giving more people more opportunities to buy that stuff because they're not being
you're not
forced to buy a
looking for
rivet. They're not being forced to buy a rivet counter level engine.
Yeah. What the? Who did we just lose?
Randall.
Oh, hold on.
Did you click on the button?
I don't know. I might have.
Okay,
I didn't
I'm back.
realize I did.
I was like, I don't know how I dropped it. I'm still.
Well, if he
I
had
bumped
his
my
mouse button, yeah, you probably had the mouse button on top of
I
the
think that's his way
add
of
or
saying he has to
remove.
agree with you.
Yeah.
And every now and again,
But it's fine. Don't worry about it. But just kind of finish what I was saying is it does give more people more of an opportunity to buy that stuff where you're not being forced to buy a rivet counter level locomotive or piece of rolling stock.
Yeah.
I can understand why they're doing it because I'm kind of a sucker for this. I do like my highly detailed engines of this level, like that C39 I just showed you,
Yeah.
but in a fantasy scheme.
Yeah.
So you have an engine that's fully detailed, but the paint scheme is not real, and I actually like that a lot. I just don't like the price.
Yeah. Well, that's what a lot of people are looking
that's
at
a moot
too.
point. I mean, everybody's going through the roof. I mean, that's
This
nothing.
is a candy teal that I'm practicing painting because I've never done. This is the first time actually. These
ooh,
three
that's
spoons.
pretty.
These three spoons are the 1, 2, and 3rd thing I've ever painted with actual candy. Because I have a 66 Pontiac GTO that I'm doing a resto mod that's going to be that color. Because again, I'm trying to learn new things, and I'll tell you this. And this is why I'm, not just so much as doing a story or getting into a different genre, doing the miniatures, doing a train, whatever. But the thing is that when I go onto the live streams for the model car world, they're great people. Do not get me wrong. I'm not saying anything bad about any of them, including Joe. You know, me and him kind of go back and forth talking shit to one another. That's just what we do. But I didn't get that welcoming feeling. Not that anyone said anything wrong or did anything wrong. It seemed too formal for an informal hobby.
Yeah.
That makes more sense. When, of course, now I knew Fenris from the last stream that he was on, and me and him got talking about airbrushes, and which, by the way, I need to hit you up on. I looked up the Hardenstein back a little bit. We'll talk about that in a second. Talking about Star Wars, talking about the minis, because me and him talking about the minis was like a breath of fresh air versus talking about cars. I love cars, but at the same time, I also have other interests. And, when I got on here, I saw everyone else. It was a very well diverse group of people doing multiple different crafts. And the only reason, well, not the only reason, but I let Marissa sit here and talk so I can do my stuff because I'm having more fun talking to you guys than I was in the other chats.
Well, thank you.
So,
thank you.
I had to use her, like, you know what, she's talking. Fuck it, I'm gonna go work my model now. So I actually, it forced me to do, put in some work. But
that's kind of why I like the format, the long format, because we're not, we're all sitting here talking. It's not focused on what we're doing. It's just we're all doing our thing. And if people ask questions, we answer them.
Yep.
That's why I call it a hangout.
Yeah, and I was going to say that's why we decided to call it a hobby hangout because we've got 4 hobbies going right now. I mean, I'm working on 40K. PJ looks like he's building a car, 136 scale Peterbilt or something. Looks like an 18-wheeler. You had your stuff blue collar. Randall's
he's doing a Partworks. He's doing a Partworks.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I don't have anything to build.
No. Which one are you doing?
Yeah, but
PJ?
you've got your trains that you've been working with and doing different things with while you've been away from home.
Yeah. I mean, I got these skills.
He's doing that The
I'm-
F
Point before I go back home.
simulator.
So
I'm actually probably doing the most expensive kit on screen.
Yeah,
Because this is a
he's
Model Factory Hero kit.
yeah.
Okay, it's a 1/12 Alfa Romeo 8C 2900B Mille Miglia from 1938, which basically
Oh, okay.
will look like that when it's finished.
Oh,
Not
And it's
many
a
people,
complete
not
metal
many people
kit.
like to show off their PJ, just to let you know.
So again, sorry, sorry, I missed that. What?
I said no one likes to show off, PJ.
Oh, well, doing nothing yet. I mean, what you've got here is that this is all been etch primed.
that looks pretty speedy there, PJ.
The engine and the gearbox are mostly resin, but everything else is white metal. Okay.
oh, wow.
Right on.
Okay.
The chassis itself.
I would hate to have to race a car like that. That'd be one of those, if you wrecked it, you probably wouldn't come back from it.
I mean, there are 24 pieces in the chassis itself, nothing else. Okay. What I'm actually working on at the moment are the wheels, which are all laced wheels.
Oh wow.
Okay, I'm actually putting them together at
Oh,
the
for
moment.
real?
Oh yeah.
Oh,
So,
wow.
so when it's finished, it should look like that.
Oh, wow.
Ooh.
Okay, and there's 5 of them to do, and there's hundreds of parts. I mean, in this kit alone, there's around about 550 to 600 parts. The whole
That's
thing.
way more than I could do. I got 2 boxcar kits down at the house. I'm terrified to put those things together. I didn't realize that's so involved as it was.
Oh yeah.
But holy cow, they're old. Who the heck made those? They're in a red and blue box.
I don't know. 'Cause
I can say the name's right on the tip of my tongue. I can't remember what they're called.
No, John, I'm not Michelangelo. No.
Oh, and Wayne Sprue was asking what you're working on, William. Short version.
Well, I'll say this. When I went to Balboa Park over in San Diego,
John, no.
many years ago, and there was a car show. And this is one of the reasons why I want to do different genres, or at least put my cars in the scene when they tell a story. You go looking around all these cars, from Ford, Chevrolet, Buick, Dodge, whatever. They even had a couple of imports and some exotics over there. And it's a pretty good. I've been there a couple of times. It's been a pretty good turnout each time, and everything from the 30s and on up. I think they even had like a 1910 or 1908 Ford or something like that. Well, whatever. Anyway, and again, you build the car, you sit on the shelf, it looks cool. No different than any of those cars sitting there at the show. They look cool. But when you go to them, and I walked around and I stumbled upon a 65 or a 66 Ford AC Cobra.
Ooh.
He was the only guy who actually had a plaque that actually gave a description of the car, of the history of the car. Now, the car itself had I don't know, it was up there. It was like maybe like 40 or 50,000 miles on it, maybe 60,000 miles on it. Now, it doesn't sound like a lot for an old car like that, but it's still, it's still up there.
I mean, for a classic car, that's racking up the miles. I mean,
but let's say it's 60,000 miles. 2,000 of those miles is from the owner, the current owner has put on it, driving around the block, driving it from his house to the park, for the shows or whatnot, and that's it. The other 58, 57,000 miles or whatever was from the two or three previous owners, because the car was originally ordered and bought for racing. When the first team got done with it, they sold it to another team and they raced it for so many years. then when they got done with it, they sold it to someone else, and then after that, the car sat. So literally about 95% of the miles, because it was, those are original miles in the car, motor and everything. About 95% of that, of the mileage was done on a racetrack. So it was only at that time, the car only knew what, traffic was.
Yeah.
And so that car had a story because it was bought in 65 or 66 and it ran in Le Mans. It ran in a couple of big races. I think it was Le Mans and something else. And it out of like the 4 times it competed, it won 2 of them. And it came in second place on the third one or something like that, another big race. To me, that is what makes something special. Kind of like DJ with that Alpha
Carl,
Romeo.
I have about an hour and a half to 2 hours left here. Then I got to go to work. And it'll be quiet unless I'm listening and it's still going on.
But, the one that PJ's doing, that's a car that has history.
Yeah.
It's not just some old car that you just see that, you don't see often, but that is a car that has a history to it. And that's what I want. That's what I try to recreate is some sort of history.
Yeah.
Of it.
Yeah. It's like I had, my old Jeep Grand Cherokee that I had that got totaled back May of last year. Everyone freaked out when I told them I had, 80,000 miles on a 5-year-old Jeep and I never replaced the brakes on it. They're like, wait a minute, you've got 86,000 miles and you never replaced the brakes. I was like, yeah, because I drive on the interstate to and from work. That's all I do. How often do you hit your brakes at 5 a.m. and say 2:30 in the afternoon on an interstate?
You never driven in Houston.
Oh, there's 2 spots where I have to slow down in the afternoon. I call them my hiccups. Otherwise, I'm running 70 miles an hour. And I asked a mechanic, I was like, well, should I go ahead and, replace the brakes? And he's like, with as little as you're using them, probably not.
You can, but what's the point?
I had 325,000 miles on a vehicle. My little red convertible. I had my mechanic check, when he was changing my front brakes, I asked him to look at the rear brakes. And he did. I said, how are they doing? He said, see me at 450,000 miles and we'll discuss it.
Yeah. You guys got to see this real quick. I just realized it's kind of quiet in the room. We don't break
Not anymore.
Yeah. There's one.
Oh, everybody's asleep.
There's the other one. And he just woke up because I dropped something.
Well, they spent all morning yapping and annoying the hell out of the guys doing the door. So now it's nap time. They got it all out of their system this morning.
And what's funny,
as long as they're just barking, not eating people alive, that's probably the best thing.
Me and Marissa was watching a movie last night, and it happens quite often, but it's still funny because we're watching a movie, and we're watching Silent Hill, and some of the parts of the movie was, it would get quiet, and all of a sudden you're. And she looked at me, and I looked at her, and like, hey, me. And all of a sudden, looking around, our pit snores.
Oh yeah.
Right, the shark's here now. Who's hogging all the bloody cat?
I had an old dog one time. You could take him out of the yard and he wouldn't do anything to you. You could do whatever you wanted with him. If you put him in the yard and then walked in there with him and he didn't know you was had.
Wacka, 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 wacka.
Because we had a neighbor come by once, and my dad told me this story. He stopped once, and I guess he must have went in the yard or something. We weren't home at the time, and I guess he didn't know it, but he stopped, walked in the yard, and then he came back later when Dad was home, and he started to walk by him. That old dog was laying there on the sidewalk. And when he did, that guy looked down at him and said, USB, you ain't going to bite me this time, are you?
Right.
So I knew
Which
right
one of
then,
you
so he
two
knew right
give me
then
a-
that he
in
been,
the
that
chat?
old dog got him.
Yeah. Oh, that's like, oh my.
Oh, and the
One of
other
the
thing
dogs
is,
I
and William
own.
William will get a kick out of this. You couldn't put on any dress clothes around him. Like if you
Brando.
I
dressed up
need to
in a
time
dress
him
shirt,
out.
Brando,
like, yeah,
Brando, come up for
yeah.
bloody air.
Oh,
Shut up,
Give somebody
Sprue.
else a chance. Bloody hell.
There
but
goes
no,
the neck
no.
muffle.
I'm just yeah, I was just going to tell William this because I think he'd get a kick out of it. But you couldn't put on any dress clothes around that dog. Like if me or my grandpa or my dad at the time would have put on like a suit and tie or a white shirt, well, you was instantly his enemy because my grandpa put on a white shirt and slacks and everything. I think this is when my brother was graduating either the 8th grade or graduating high school. I can't remember which, but anyway, Grandpa got all dressed up with his white shirt on, these pants. Well, he started to go out, and that old black dog was standing there at the front door. He wouldn't let Grandpa out of the house. So somehow, and I don't know how he managed to do this, he somehow got out of the house, got out the gate, and then I guess he had to come back in and get something. Well, when he tried to come back in, the dog wouldn't let him back in the yard.
Well, on Ollie,
And I know this because Grandpa come in the house. And he said, "I'm going to kill that dog." And I asked him why, and he said, "That son of a gun wouldn't let me in the yard."
Yeah.
well, with Ollie here, the fact that what it is that, you know, her being a pit, she's literally the first pit that I've had experience with. And, you know, my two kids who are 8 and 6, you know, they're both little girls. They love animals. And, well, they're kids for one, but, you know, I was a little scared about, you know, them. They're kids and they're going to end up playing rough with the dog, you know, not meaning to. Or, you know, she may get, you know, Ollie may get a little overly excited and may hurt them. But no, but she's very docile. And it's funny because when I take them back to their mom, we'll come back home and we'll let the dogs out. And she'll go up to their room and she'll just sit there and she'll just cry. And it's like, I don't have to worry about anybody touching. I don't have to worry about anyone touching those girls or, you know, anyone endangering those girls because I played rough there one time, and that's all it's all I needed to know that when she wants to get rough, she will get rough.
Oh yeah. And the funny thing is that's what a lot of people will say. One of my favorite dogs that I had a gray wolf hybrid, and I had cigarettes in the car, and I forgot he was in the car. And my buddy's like, "Hey, William, you got any cigarettes?" I was like, "Yeah, they're in the console." Well, I forgot. Nick couldn't see me, and here he is. He's leaning in the car, going to grab the cigarettes out of the console, and he said, "I never heard the dog growl. I just heard a, ugh," and he grabbed my hand.
Yeah,
well, 210-pound dog. Just didn't bite him, just grabbed hold of his hand and then kind of raised up to where he could look out the door. And I was like, "Nick, he's fine." He lets go of him. He picks the cigarettes up, comes back over to me, and he goes, "I don't ever want to go in your car when I'm not armed." And this was a police officer. He was in uniform, but he didn't have his gun that day.
Did William. He was 3/8 wolf, and she would do that same thing. She wouldn't make a sound or anything. She would.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, Nick was docile. Oh my God, he was so docile. It took everything we had to get him to actually get through canine training because he wouldn't do the interdiction. He wouldn't go run and grab hold of somebody when he was told to.
Well, there's a joke where a guy breaks into a person's house and he's rummaging through through a room to see what he's going to take, and he hears a soft voice says, "Jesus is watching you."
Yes. I
And
love
so-
that one.
And so the guy's kind of paranoid, looking around, doesn't see anything. So he goes in the next room and starts scrimmaging around. And he hears a voice again, a little louder. When the guy looks up, he sees a parrot. And the guy kind of chuckled a little bit. Goes, let me guess, you're Jesus? He's like, no, my name is Moses. And the guy, the robber looked at him and goes, who named the parrot Moses? Same person names a Rottweiler Jesus?
Yep. Hi, Spru.
Hi, Spru.
Hi, Spru.
Oh, I get a word in sideways. Hey!
You are sideways.
Well, just chime in. I mean, damn. Don't be shy.
I'm never going to go. But you know what? You, and you up there. You ought to get a woman's coffee club going. You never stop napping.
We got a lot to say.
Bennett.
We got a lot to say. You didn't know that. You've heard me before.
Share your feelings with the group,
Spru. At least I'm not falling asleep this time, Spru. So
hey, it's Spru, not spruce. I'm not a tree.
No, that's the other one from chat.
So, Connie.
Yes.
Hello, darling. I can get a word in and say hello to you. How are you?
I'm doing good. I'm doing good.
Oh, it's lovely to hear your voice for a change. It really is nice to hear you. Yo, blue collar, hello. I'm not being rude there, but I'm English.
Hey, it ain't. It's for all.
Blake saying Spru is itchy.
Yeah. Hey up, Randall. Show us your train, Randall.
Oh, which one you want to see? I got a Conrail one and a Norfolk Southern one. So there's the Conrail one there, Spru.
Yeah, no, that's the box. I want to see the train.
Oh, you must see the actual. Okay.
I don't want to look at a box. I want to see what's in it.
Sorry, Spru, it's top secret. It might explode if I try to. No, I'm joking.
Let me see if I
He doesn't want to see the clothes. He wants to see what's underneath.
Yeah, I'm not interested in the coverings. I want what's in it.
Hey, now let's get this family film. So.
Hey, PJ. God, I got a word in sideways. Wow.
Why are you talking sideways?
Do you guys ever come up for like, you know, the stuff that makes you live? Oxygen?
Well,
yeah.
If it helps you out, Spru, just to let you know that I'm part Irish and German. I was raised by Cajuns, so there you go.
Yeah, that explains why your chops never stop. Gordon Bennett.
And I've told you I'm Native American and Irish, so yeah.
Yeah, that explains you as well. Yeah. What's your excuse, Randall? Have you got Irish in you as well?
I'm just some weird guy that collects trains.
Hey,
I mean, I don't know.
I never said you were weird.
I'll tell you this.
I call myself
More than
weird.
likely, I would honestly say that just about anybody on this panel is off in some manner or another. Otherwise, they wouldn't be interesting enough to be here.
Yeah,
If you think I'm bad now, let me get a few pints in me, then we'll have some fun.
Oh no.
Oh my God.
No, we're not going there. Don't get a pint in me because I'm either going to do one of two things: start a 4-state killing spree, or sit in the corner and go, "That was cool. Let's do it again."
Now you'd sit in the corner dribbling, mate.
It depends on how many pints I had in me and what kind of mood I was in before I started those pints.
Spru.
Oh, he's running away. Oh, look, he's gone.
Spru, I have been in contact with a good friend of ours, and he's doing good.
I've had a message.
Okay.
He's suffering at the moment, but he's okay.
Yeah, we've been chatting off screen.
Good.
So, him lurking.
Yeah, I just thought I'd sit here and play sticky ball with some sticky white stuff.
Good grief.
Well, I mean,
so you don't have to read between the lines.
And like, I couldn't get a word in sideways, let alone edgeways. So, like, you know, I thought I'd drop a hint or two, but it didn't work at first. But yeah, wow. Come on, Wolfie, where are you?
I'm working on it, Sprue. I'm getting them unboxed for you.
I wasn't running away. I had to go tap a kidney.
Oh, okay.
Oh, you were playing with the snake, were you? Caught you. Caught you. Caught you. Yeah, when the
God, I
head
really don't
goes
wanna paint this
down,
thing.
he had more than 2 shakes.
God, this
So what
guy's
is it you
tiny.
do, Sprue?
Heavy.
A little bit of everything.
Dude, if you want to get a word in edgeways, don't ever ask me that question.
Okay.
Now I do currently things like this.
Let's put you on big because you do some fantastic work. Let me find my little mouse here.
Oh, damn, he came out good.
He ain't
That looks good, Sprue.
Wow. Oh, hell. I like the gold.
Yeah, he's not.
That's the first
yet.
I've seen him. The last I saw him, he was only blue. He was still a Smurf.
And I did do both sides of the cape for those that are thinking.
Nice. Where did my little red guys
And
go? Oh,
the
there they are.
latest is this one.
He is fantastic.
Oh,
You do
wow.
fantastic work.
Jeez.
But he's not
Yeah.
finished yet. But at
Good
the minute,
Lord.
this is the one that's on the plinth. She's got a lot of work to do.
Now, which are those? Are those Citadel
Yes,
models?
they're Citadels.
Yeah, they're Warhammer.
They're
The
Age of
Hexen Gate?
Sigmar? Oh, yeah, Underworld.
Nether
Okay.
Maze. No, Hexbanes. Okay, yeah.
These were a gift.
Yeah. Yeah, it's the Underworld
received
tabletop
from-
stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, I got these from Unky Bunky Run.
Ah.
But what I'm most proud of is my truck, courtesy of Lindsay. So, let me just turn that round. Now, bearing in mind this isn't finished yet, I'll just do a quick mock-up there for you. There you go. So there's my truck, but I've started working on the interior now.
Cool. Oh, I finally finished that AT-AT. At least
Then he
the
broke it.
outside. I need to paint it.
That's there's my grill.
Oh, nice.
But that's not finished yet. I've not finished with that yet.
Nice.
Now, Blue Streak, what was your first name again? I'm sorry. I'm very bad with names.
And
Blue
there you
collar.
go.
No, Clint. Like Clint Eastwood.
Clint. Okay, Clint. Okay. I love that.
Oh,
that
God, that
particular
came
model.
out good.
Came out lovely, didn't it?
Yes, it did. Although, was it Michelle? Connie asked me earlier, was I getting a Ghost Ark? And I was like, no.
Why not?
I have enough plastic crack to get through right now. I don't need to add another model.
Dude,
to
you
the
want to
mix.
put them teeny tiny things away and get something worth building.
Oh, wow.
Dude,
What?
Sprue.
What?
Let me
Worth
figure.
building.
No, this camera works better.
Worth building.
Hold on. Where's my?
Oh, there's
Oh,
the
I
trains.
like
While
them.
he's digging that
Ooh.
up, let me dig the show. Sprue wants to look at the trains. There you go, Sprue.
Oh, wow.
There you go, Sprue. There they are.
A side-on view rather than a profile.
Yeah, sure.
Look at the black one with the horse on, the stallion on there.
Yep, that's
Oh, the
Norfolk
Norfolk
Southern.
Southern.
Yeah, that's Norfolk Southern.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, this is the old scheme right here. The new
Dude,
scheme
they're
actually has the
better out
horse.
the box to show somebody than they are in a box going through a shiny window. They look loads better.
Yeah, but the current scheme actually has a horse head embedded into the end right here.
Oh, cool. Yeah.
So that's kind of some of the changes I made. But
Yeah, but I want to see the blue one. That one looks more interesting. Come on. There we go.
All right.
There we go. Let's have the 6009.
There you go. Sparky will be proud. That's my first Conrail engine.
Oh,
God.
that's nice. I like
Parking his
that.
Conrails.
I like that.
That
Yeah,
is
Clint,
just
you will
gorgeous.
find anything in the, going through this particular stream. You don't know what's going to happen.
Well, it's the first time I've been able to get in and have a chat with somebody that's constant yapper.
What I can't get over, Spruce, how heavy these engines are. These things weigh a ton.
I'm not surprised they've got a big lump of metal in the middle of them.
Yeah.
See, I know the insides of one of them things. PJ, what you working on, bud?
Nope, so bloody nosy.
Shut up and show me your red.
PJ.
Show me the
Well,
red.
I like too. It's got the sliding cab windows too. That one there is kind of open, but you can open and close.
That.
Yeah, you can open and close the cab windows too. So
Did I not see one of them earlier, PJ, on Colin's stream in blue?
Say that again, sorry.
Did I not see one of those cars in blue on Colin's stream?
No.
I'm sure I did.
No, you didn't.
There we go.
I'm sure I did.
No, you didn't.
Oh, okay.
Trust me, you didn't.
It looked like one of them.
No, it didn't.
It had the two fenders sticking out like.
Yeah, it doesn't look very similar, mate, but not this one.
Oh, okay.
I do have my
a word in.
Yeah, I do have my other regular.
The throne room.
Can I get a refill?
Tabbola goes and all work. Are you asking if they're 00 scale?
There you go.
Over your way, they're normally HO, aren't they?
Yeah, these are HO scale. But they.
Yeah, a little smaller than 00.
Yeah.
I like that snowball.
That was the 3D print I was telling you about. That's the one Her Majesty on the Golden Throne. Guy did a 3D print right before, I think it was on the Queen's 90th birthday, is when he did that design. It was right before she passed away.
You need to move the white plate.
Yeah,
just your hand.
Your hand behind it.
Yeah, something wanting to. I mean, I didn't paint today. Oh, I got a better idea. Let's do this.
Yeah, it's all smoothed out, mate.
There we go.
Oh, I like.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I like that.
Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth in a Golden Throne.
You need a stack coming out the back of that stack.
Oh, I've got an idea for the stack.
Yeah, you need a smoke pipe coming out of there.
Oh yeah,
there'll be a set of organ pipes.
I'm thinking about doing smoke coming out of it, but I might. Depends on if I can find the one model and it's actually in plastic and not white metal.
Can't you 3D print can you remember them steampunk smokestacks where they come out to points?
Yeah. Actually,
one of them.
Well, what I was going to do is the Sisters of Battle have that. The Redemptor has the pipe organ on the back of it.
Yeah.
I've actually got a couple of those. As soon as I find them, I've got at least 2 of them in here somewhere. In a box of models where I already put them together. I might take the keyboard and the missile launcher racks and put them on the back of that.
Okay. And Connie.
Yes.
Are you going to show us what you've got on your bench?
Oh, I've just been working on more pieces for the dragon ship.
Oh wow! Look at all them.
Yeah, I was just going to answer Wayne right quick. Yeah, Wayne, this was the only road number that Scale Trains had from this current run, and depending on who you ask, I've heard that this may be the last run ever for this engine. That's kind of one of the reasons I got these two. But I haven't heard anything from some trains themselves about it.
Oh, cool.
And this is going to take a while because I'm on like page 8 out of how many pages of
50.
almost 60 page. Well, that one of building. Yeah, 57 pages.
Wow.
These first couple of pages, it's like, yeah, 10 of these, 8 of these. Yeah.
Just so you know, there's looking. There's
Well,
like
you
the
need to
NS.
be on the big screen when showing them.
Yeah, because otherwise you
Show
can
your
use them.
work. Don't be afraid. Oh, wow. Look at that.
Oh, good God.
Holy. Where's Marcus? He'd have a right swear fest with them.
Oh,
He was
yeah.
in here earlier.
He was in here earlier. He went to bed.
Oh.
Yeah, I told
But
Marcus.
all
I had
of those little rafter pieces,
Yeah, they're all individual, aren't they?
they were 11 out of the 12 are individually set on there.
Wow.
Brew,
Yo.
you sure it wasn't the Leighton house you were thinking of?
No, the Leighton house was a Formula One car.
Yeah.
I think it was in.
I just been through the whole stream. There's no car like mine at all.
No, I think it was one of Paul's 26 build.
Yeah, well, no, I can tell you it definitely wasn't one of them.
Oh, okay.
So they're all modern cars. Oh,
Right.
I know the one you mean. Hang on.
Hey, Sprue, I told Marcus I was going to send him this.
You're on about the Testarossa, aren't you?
Oh, look at that. The dragon ship.
That one.
Yeah, I told him I was going to send that to him to put together next.
Oh, geez.
Considering.
I'll send him one and we can do a group build.
Can I just share, Connie?
That's
yeah.
That's the
deck.
Yeah, that's the deck. And I started looking at it and realized, wait a minute, it fits the scale of my layout. I just got to figure out where the hell I'm putting a lake in my layout right now.
Oh, okay. Yeah, but it's an airship, bud. It's not a boat ship.
Oh, well,
it's mythical.
That's fine. That's fine. I can make it floating. I mean, I have Star Wars models that are going on there, both flying and with landing gear deployed.
Cool.
Oh.
There it is. The blue one with the stripes there.
That one, yeah.
Yeah.
That's a Ferrari Testarossa.
57.
Oh, then I do apologize, PJ. I thought it looked very much like what you were.
I always like the blue on those cars. I just thought that always looked really good.
I got that one right there in the closet waiting to be touched. I'm doing it Panther pink for my daughter.
No good in the bloody closet.
Oh,
what was that one?
I say it's no good in the closet.
Yeah. Well, I have to put it somewhere. It's taking up too much room.
Carl, I don't need the pineapples on this one.
Oh, why not?
No, not on this kit. Now having do the if William and I do the buddy build on the other dragon ship, I'm gonna have a swear jar counting his.
Oh.
I'll find something. I'll get I've got a whole bag full of mini Legos. I just start throwing a mini Lego in the box every time he swears.
Yeah.
Well, considering it'll be my first photo etch model ever, yeah, there's probably going to be some swearing, some broken parts, and some cut fingers.
Oh. Oh, cut fingers, really?
And just because we're like a little horse on the engine, there's the rear end of it. It's got the horse logo on it too.
Well, they were dual direction, weren't they? That's only. I don't think trains really have a front and a rear, do they? Unless they're specific.
Well, see, on the NS engines, this would actually be considered the front because they actually run. They used to. They don't anymore. But they used to run them backwards from what most other railroads ran.
Yeah.
So on this engine, actually, this would be the front because they ran long hood forward.
Right.
A lot of the time.
Very nice. They're nice. They are, Randall. Thank you.
Oh yeah, they're nice. I can't wait to
I'll
get
let
these
you
things
put them back in the
unwrapped
box
from it.
now so that they're nice and safe.
Yeah, I just
You'll
want you to
put-
see that horse head or horse head.
I
The horse
just like
logo.
that. Actually.
Yeah.
Nice one, dude. Thank you.
Yeah. Yep. Not a problem.
I actually see some of those locos, well, up close within like 50 yards
Yeah.
when I go
Well,
to work.
unfortunately,
'Cause there's a lot of train lines around my house.
yeah. Unfortunately, NS doesn't have these engines anymore. In fact, I think there's only like one left running on the Pennsylvania Northeastern. I think that's the last one of these that's actually still operational. Last I heard.
Dude, you need to go to the train graveyard and get one of them front plates and save it. I'd have it mounted on a wall if I was that much.
You would need a really, really big room.
That's all right.
Yeah, you
I'll
would.
stick it on my bedroom.
Yeah, because I'll just say they're what, 20 foot? Those noses? About 20 foot tall?
I'm only on about the grill
Yeah,
with the
about
horse on it.
16 feet, I think, is what the average height is, William.
Okay.
16, 18 feet.
Yeah.
But they're like over 70 feet long.
Yeah.
So, yeah, you would need one heck of a room to put one of these in there.
So
my headset's being
I was telling
stupid now.
Marissa, there's a over in Alabama. There's 100 acres of a Chrysler graveyard of cars from the 40s and up until I guess most recent. And I was telling her that I would like to go over there because especially if you see something from the 50s or 60s, a lot of the trims aren't made anymore. And it'd be kind of nice just to take something and put up as wall art. And she was telling me that. She's like, well, that sounds like a cool idea. So, yes, maybe we can also find like a pistol grip shifter and we can find a way to attach it to the flusher of the commode. So every time you pull back on the shifter, the toilet flushes.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
And she's like, you're
Really?
such a guy. I'm like, I mean, it sounds like a pretty good fucking idea to me.
Yeah, it sounds like a great idea. Sounds like fun.
So how's your
One thing
living
kind of
door?
bothers me about these engines are the dang salmon
Oh,
lines
really?
kind of get in the way.
Connie,
Yes.
how's the little ward?
He's under the weather at the moment.
Oh, poo.
He spiked fevers last night for a little bit, and he has not been holding down his medications today.
Oh.
And the night nurse has called out. So, in about an hour or so, I will be
Getting
cleaning up
ready.
my bench and heading to work.
Oh, bless him.
So, because his caregiver, he has stayed in bed today. His caregivers, she was okay with me coming in for half a shift.
Yeah.
And she's thanking me for coming in, and I'm thanking her for not being upset I'm coming in late. She says, no, I know what you're doing. Have fun. You deserve it.
Oh, bless her.
Well,
No.
this will make...
Well, let's hope he pulls through without any
Yeah,
problems.
he's all of his O2 numbers, his heart rates and everything are doing good, so it's not like we're considering, going to a hospital or anything.
So he's
It's
safe,
just,
so he might just have a viral or something.
yeah, he just got something that we can handle at home, which is where we prefer him to be.
Yeah, nice.
Who
Cool.
are we talking about?
Oh,
I do private duty nursing, and the little one is my patient. And I've been with him about 4.5 years now, almost 5, full
How old
time.
is he?
I've been with him. God, it's been 8 years.
Yeah.
He's
Long
been my
time.
He's been my every other Saturday night date for 8 years.
Wow.
Now.
Connie's got a steady.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
How old is
And he's 11.
he? Oh.
He survived drowning.
Oh, wow.
He drowned. They brought him back, but he has suffered a traumatic brain injury. So he's nonverbal, pretty much a paraplegic.
And we all share the
But
love for him.
but
Oh
he
yeah.
has the sweetest disposition 95% of the time.
Yes. And the most infectious belly laugh of any human being I have ever heard. Every time I'm on the phone with Connie talking and she's at work and I hear his belly laugh watching either Angry Birds, Curious George, or something, I start laughing because he'll intake breath. He'll intake breath laughing and take this deep breath and then let it out and just bellow laugh. And it's a belly laugh. I mean,
I mean,
think of yeah,
it's so, and he's got these big blue eyes, and
yeah. I actually met him
he's
this year.
William's met him a few times. We've taken him to festival the last 2 years,
Cool.
and he's fascinated. He just, and he has a tablet that's controlled by eye gaze,
Yeah.
and at least once a day he says, "Connie, come here." And I walk over to his wheelchair and I said, "Yes, Michael." And he says, "I love you."
Oh, bless.
Yeah.
So, and Williams heard him say it. Now it's the computer voice, but
Yeah,
these
yeah,
are
yeah,
things
yeah.
he is choosing to deliberately say.
Yeah. And I actually heard it the one day. The one nurse actually had just left. You could hear the door shut. And he goes, Connie, I love you, Connie. And I was just like, considering I know her name is on there also.
Yeah.
For stuff, but he never uses he doesn't use the Toby tour or anything hardly. And I'm just like,
wow. Have you had a good day then, Connie?
Yeah. Like I said, I actually slept. I missed a few streams this morning because I actually went back to bed after feeding the cats.
Oh, you must have needed it, Chuck.
I did, because I laid down and I went back to sleep.
Oh.
Next thing I know, I wake up and it's like an hour later.
Oh,
and I did that twice. So,
cool.
Yeah.
Awesome. Yeah, you must have needed it, sweet.
Yeah.
Because our streams are a little early, aren't they?
Oh, I enjoy it though. And that timing allows me to do them.
Yes.
You know, and the day nurse, you know, she and the caregiver are having some issues between them.
Oh.
So, you know, I'm expecting to get a call saying, you know, she's not gone in. Can you go in?
Oh dear. Yeah, not what you want, is it really?
No, but
things being what they are.
Your schedule allow, you know, the stream, and I can still do my streaming. You know, I can still stream with you guys 7 to 9, turn around and be back or go to work at 10 and work 13 hours.
I don't mind.
I don't either.
I'm always open for Connie.
No, I appreciate it. Like I said, I enjoy it. Pretty much for the same reason I think Clint's enjoying this is we're all just hanging out working on whatever's on our bench.
Or in his chops.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, PJ's just hanging back listening to us now.
PJ's get up kissing because I'm here.
No. I've been at the bench virtually all day.
You've been faffing?
I'm done. I'm maxed. So I'm just
stick a
chilling,
fork in you.
listening, you know. So.
Yeah, can we stick a pin in you if you go yelp?
Yeah, I wouldn't.
Yeah, that normally helps. How you been keeping, PJ?
I'm a lot better now, thank you.
Oh, good. Because you were poorly at one time, weren't you?
Yeah, I had pneumonia over Christmas, New Year.
Yeah.
And gastroenteritis followed that.
Wow, that's not nice.
Took it out of you. And if you've ever had pneumonia, you'll know it saps your energy.
Oh.
So it's, you know, you have to take breaks. So.
I had something close. I had an upper respiratory infection a while back, and it just, yeah.
Well, I was it about 30 odd years ago. I had my first major bout of pneumonia. It was double pneumonia. I was hospitalised, and apparently, so the story goes, if I hadn't been taken to hospital that evening, I wouldn't have been alive the following day.
Oh,
Oof.
It was that close, and I was
Oh,
in hospital
wow.
for 12 weeks.
Oh,
And when
wow.
I came out, all your muscles had atrophied. So
yeah.
Walking round to the pub, which would normally take about 3 minutes, took 45. That's how weak I was. So, but as I say, if you know pneumonia, it's a common misnomer that you catch pneumonia. You don't, you develop it. And that through a number of factors, stress and whatever, overworking yourself or overexerting yourself. But once you've had pneumonia, it stays with you for the rest of your life, and it can come back at any time.
Yeah.
So, but as I say, once you know what the symptoms are when they come on, you can counteract them as best you can. But,
Yeah,
Yeah.
but still, it still knocks it out of you. So.
Yeah, it's like the upper respiratory infections. I get them because of gypsum
That
wallboard
thing you
dust a lot
stuck
of
in on.
times. And originally, when I got the showstopper, that's what I thought it was. I thought it was another bout of upper respiratory infection. And it was actually, I got over the showstopper and then ended up getting a lung infection, upper respiratory infection, like a week or two later. And with my line of work, I have to be real careful with it because that and being a smoker doesn't help.
Well, I was a smoker. I vape now, but
yeah, well, that's my thing now. Is I vape now more than I smoke.
How can you go back and forth? Because I've tried having a cigarette. I've been vaping for just about a year at best, and after maybe a couple months of vaping, I tried because I used to smoke menthols.
Yeah.
And I would try smoking a menthol after that, and
it killed you.
Well, it didn't have any of the. It wasn't satisfying as this. It really felt like if I was to turn this all the way down.
Yeah.
And not only that, it tasted like, as Brew would probably say, rubbish.
Yeah. I went to vaping to quit smoking.
Yeah. Well, after vaping for a while, I had one cigarette. Okay, standard cigarette. And you could taste the chemicals in it. It's just so repulsive.
What's bad is, I'll vape in the car as I'm in traffic, on the way home or going to work. Also, I can just start sniffing it. So I'm looking because I can smell this. So if someone's smoking a cigarette, even 3 cars back, I can smell it.
You smell it, yeah.
And it's like, damn, I'm out in the open here. And you're 3 cars behind me or whatever, and I can smell it. That's bad.
Absolutely.
So I can only imagine what people. I don't imagine what people were smelling when I was smoking around me. Yeah,
Same thing you were smelling when you were 3 cars behind.
Ollie.
Yeah, you smell like an ashtray.
Yeah.
Wrong room in here.
Plus, your home's a lot cleaner as well because you're not.
Well, see, I never smoked.
No, you're perfectly
I
fine.
never smoked in the house anyhow. Oh, hang on a minute.
Dinner call.
What was it? There was a movie that Chevy Chase was in. I think he was the Invisible Man, and he smoked a cigarette, and it was kind of neat to see it. But you see it go into his bronchial tube, you see it go into his lungs, and it's like that is exactly what it does, and it just kills everything. So, but
okay, guys, I might be late in the morning for stream.
Okay.
I may not. It depends. Little one's fever has spiked to 102.
Oh wow.
Oh wow. Yeah, that's.
So she's going to give him some ibuprofen here, and
That'll
I
work.
asked her. I said, "Do you want me to stay overnight?" So I'm staying overnight.
Okay, Dana.
So watch him.
102, you kind of get.
Well, if you don't worry, if you can't make it, you can't make it, darling. Real life matters.
Well, I'm off at 7:30, but if he's, we're not sure what he has, but his oxygen levels are good. He can keep his hydration in, so there's nothing at the hospital that they can do that we can't at the
Right.
moment.
Okay, darling.
So we'll just have to see how the next 14 hours go. But, if he does fine overnight, the caregiver gets at 5, I can be back here. So we shall see how things go.
All right. Well, good luck. Hopefully everything goes well with them.
Yeah, but like I said, his O2 levels, and this just started yesterday, where he just started spiking a fever out of nowhere. I mean, literally, 3:30 in the afternoon, he was fine.
What?
An hour later, he spiked 100-degree temperature.
Tell me now. No, kick him out with it.
Well, that's what kind of
Pick
scared
him
me
up
about
and
my
put him
dog,
out.
because they used to get febrile seizures, and it wasn't so much as them getting a fever as it is how fast it would climb. And that, seeing a 1-year-old or a 2-year-old having a seizure, that scares the shit out of you, especially when it's your own kid.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry if you heard that. I do apologise.
No, you're
That's
all
all
right.
right.
Just don't let it happen
thought-
again.
I thought I muted.
That's all right. It happens.
The cat has got a mouse and he's playing with it in the living room. So instead of dealing with it, he's shouting up to me, "What do I do? What do I do?" Well, pick him up and throw him out, you plank.
Yeah.
My cat is catch him and eat him.
Oh, ours plays with it.
Yeah.
Oh, my mom used to have one that would catch one. And he always did this when she was a captive audience in the bathroom.
Yeah.
He would come walking in with one and proceed to dispatch it, enjoy it, and leave her part of it.
The entrails.
Yep.
Well, Marissa's got a cat, and I mean, I value life, so but I'm not a cat person. I love dogs, and me and her are watching this. We're watching a YouTube video, and the guy was saying, when you call for a dog, the dog will come to you. You call for a cat, you leave a message.
Yeah, I'll phone you when I get time.
That is a very accurate statement. That is
Yes.
true.
Yep.
Well, I am very much a cat person, which has done well because my little one is very much like a cat.
Well, to me, like with Bagpipe here, I can relate to him, and like Marissa says, pets kind of take after or, kind of match their owner's personality. And I told her that has to be true because when me and my ex first split up, one of the first times we split up, I roommated with a buddy of mine I used to work with, and he was an okay guy, but he was kind of a shit sometimes. And we're all smoking, we're all smoking in the kitchen, and Bags went up to the door. Well, I went to go grab his leash, and my buddy was like, "Well, what are you doing?" I was like, "Well, he needs to go outside, so I'm gonna go walk him really fast." He's like, "Oh, fuck him. He can wait a minute." Okay, we'll see how that goes. So, go back in the kitchen. I'm, leaning against the counter, smoking a cigarette, talking. He's telling me about something that's going on. And the whole entire time, I can see my dog in my peripheral. And he's just staring at my buddy. And just staring at him.
Got Sarah Jane's in. Hi. And so is Fernando Teraniac is in. Hello.
Hi, Sarah.
Hi, Sarah Jane.
Hi, Fernando.
And so finally, he gets walking, and my dog walks over to my buddy's work boots and just pisses all over it in his boots. And I was like, there you go. That works. And he came up to me one time. He was like, you know, he showed me his box. He goes, "Why's your dog chewing a hole in the middle of my box?" I'm like, if I didn't know any better, I'd say he doesn't like you.
Yeah.
Either that or he didn't wipe properly.
I don't know, but either way, I'm just like, still. I mean, my dog's he's a bit of an asshole, but that's okay because so am I at times.
Well, they always say, you know, cats and, you know, animals of any flavor will tell you who the keepers are and who you should throw away. And I am a firm believer of that. When one of the West Highland Terriers I had did not like a girl that I was dating for a long time, the dog wanted nothing to do with her up until the day the dog passed away. And it was a couple years after that I broke up with her because I realized the dog was right. And then I ended up with another West Highland Terrier when I met my wife. I kind of inherited it from my parents and just never gave it back. It was my parents' dog. Well, the dog loved Judy to death.
Exactly.
You know, first sight seeing, the dog fell in love with her. And I was like, well, this is definitely a keeper. And it's been 22 years now, going on 23.
Well, there's a saying that was from a meme that I saw, and I've been saying it for about the last little longer than 20 years now, and goes, I don't trust a person who doesn't like a dog, but I trust a dog who doesn't like a person.
Yep.
And I've gotten some slack off of that, but it's like, you know, it's not so much if you don't like dogs, that's fine. But the point of it is that, you know, I'll trust an animal's instincts a hell of a lot more than I trust a stranger's.
Yeah.
Too right.
You were telling me to get rid of mommy a long time ago, but I didn't do it, did I? No, I didn't. No. Come here, old man. This has been my buddy for like the last 10 and a half years.
Oh, look at his cute little face.
Yeah.
As soon as I saw, that's the Shaggy one.
Yeah, this is my buddy. This one here. Now it's funny because my buddy I roommated with, you know, it was around Christmas time, and he said he was gonna leave his tree up because he had daughters that when they come over and he wanted to do Christmas with them. I was like, well, okay, I'll do the best I can with bags here because I can't promise anything, you know, as far as the safety of the tree. And for a whole week, you know, every time I come home, part of the tree would get shorter. Now, it wouldn't get shorter from the top down. It got shorter from the bottom up. And so, and finally it got to the point where his daughters came over on Friday and I had gotten off of work and I come over and half the tree is gone. Ooh. And he come up and he tells me, he goes, your dog's eating the tree. I said, you have no proof of that. Blah, blah, blah. We got into an argument and all that. So anyway, later on, I went along and took him out to go, you know, use the bathroom. Next thing you know, he's starting to shit green and red glitter. I was like, shit.
Christmas turds.
Merry Christmas.
Yes.
I was like, oh shit. Okay. So yeah. But and then I thought it was kind of he, you know, my buddy had got me back because when I came home one time, we had grilled some chicken or something anyway, and he had gotten into the bag of charcoal, and there's, you know, charcoal spread all across the living room, and so we had the top floor, so I went to start picking them up. And he goes, dude, I think your dog might have ate some of that. And I said, no, I don't think so. It's all, you know, looks like it's all pretty much here. And he goes, look at your hand because I don't think that's charcoal. And I looked down, and sure enough, I was like, oh, son of a bitch. I'm like, okay.
I had some cats that would come in the front porch all the time down there at the house. And the way our house was constructed, it's not the greatest construction, honestly. So they could stick their head up underneath the door and actually open the door. So some of the cats got in there on the front porch, and the first place they had to when they get on the front porch is straight to my train table where all my trains are sitting. So I come out one night or one day and looked over and I saw some of my train cars and stuff laying on the floor, and I was like, "Daggone, them cats been in there again." And went over there and set them up, decided to run them for a while, and I noticed they kept stalling out on the back side of the layout when they would go through there. And I was like, "Well, that's kind of unusual." I said, "Maybe it's bad rail joiners or bad piece of track or something." So I just kind of sat there and let it go, and directly I decided, well, I'll go over there and clean that track, see if that'll fix it. Went over there and looked, and one of them son of guns had went over there and coughed up a hairball right there on the track, and my trains were running through it.
Well, the best one.
And the track, but when that happened though, and it's that nickel silver track, and it started oxidizing.
Oh,
it was turning green and everything.
Yeah.
Well, the worst one with him was I came home when I was with my ex living in New Mexico, and she had left for work, and I went to go take him downstairs. We were living in a second floor apartment, and I took him downstairs to use the bathroom. And we got downstairs, and he was moving really slow, whatever. Okay, maybe he's not feeling good or whatever the case may be. And he goes up, there's a tree right in front of our building. And he goes up to the tree and he stares at the tree, like focusing in on the tree. And I'm watching him. I'm like, do your business, dude. And he's just staring at the tree. And he just like slowly sits down. He's just in awe with this tree. And I was like, what the hell is wrong with him? I said, dude, that's a bagpipe, go pee. And so he went up to the tree and he tried to use the bathroom. He couldn't hold his balance. So I thought maybe he might be sick. And he does the bathroom. I'm walking around, see, if I can, see what else might happen. And he wasn't doing anything else. So I was going to take him upstairs and, just watch him until it's time for me to go get the kids from school. And so we go back up to the stairs and he stops and I'm having a tug on him. I was like, come on, we got to go back upstairs. And I'm looking at it. He went, and finally he just like slowly sat down. Then he laid down and that was it. He wasn't moving. And I had thought he had gotten into something because we were having a little dispute with our neighbor. And I thought maybe the neighbor might have, somehow gave him something. I was about to get pissed. So I carried him upstairs and I was watching him. Everything was fine. Go get the kids, bring them back. And he is just, he's very out of it, best way I can say it. So I went along and I called, my ex called me up from work on lunch, and I was telling her what was going on with the dog. And she's like, oh, I forgot to tell you. Like, tell me what? She's like, well, Brittany came over, it was her niece, and Brittany came over and I had an edible. Like, okay.
Had a what?
An edible. It was a cookie that marijuana was basically put into it.
All right.
And she goes, I went to go break it in half, and a part of it broke off. And before I could pick it up, Bagpipe came up and ate it.
Oh.
And I was like, wait a minute. Are you telling me that our dog is as high as balls right now?
Yep.
And she said, yeah, as we're talking, I'm hearing this thumping, this rhythmic thumping. And so I poked my head out from the bedroom door, and it's him. And he can't walk straight down the hallway. So he's basically ricocheting off of the wall to go down the hallway. And he comes walking into the room, and I'm looking at him. And I was like, did you try to get it away from him? And she goes, well, yeah, I bent down to get it. And when he went to go for it, I told him stop and to get away. And he went along and nipped at me, and he grabbed the cookie and he took off and ate it. I'm like, oh, okay. And I said, well, and I told her, let me I'll let you go, blah, blah, blah. I got off the phone. I'm looking at him and he's looking at me. and he's just staring at me. And I'm just looking at him, just oh, he took off and ran right into the wall. I felt so bad for her, but I was like, yeah, hi, baby. Your brother's an idiot, huh? This here, this is my girl. I love. Come here, fatty. Here goes, bro. This is Tank.
Oh, she's nice.
Her name is Ollie, but she's a tank. 55 pounds of just solid muscle.
She's nice.
Yeah. She is protected with a little cat because the other dogs will go after the cat, just to play with it. They're going to kill it. But she'll come up and anything that's smaller than her or younger than her, that's her baby, and she will protect it. Huh? Your sister beat your ass a couple of times for playing with the cat a little too rough, huh? Yeah. Come here. It's your turn too. Oh. They're like kids. They get jealous. One gets attention. The other one's got to get attention.
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
I
think it's funny because talking about what William was talking about as far as instincts on a dog, he'll go up to Marissa and he'll cuddle up with her in her lap, and he won't go anywhere. He never did that with my ex. He only cuddled up with the kids, and he cuddled up with her. Every once in a while, he'll come get me if she's not available.
Nice to know you're second best, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
I held you. You're fine. You got
that old black dog I told you that would get me, that if you got in the yard with him, he'd get you. Well, I had a little feist that basically was there with him for most of that time. Well, when the old black dog finally died, that little white dog I had, he got mean all of a sudden. And I mean, like, really, really mean. And when we got the two new dogs, those 3/8 wolf dogs, we wound up with a white one and a black one. A guy my dad worked with, his dog, which was 7/8 wolf, had a bunch of pups. So we wound up with 2 of them. These were 3/8 wolf and 5/8 black lab.
Oh, God.
Well, the little white dog, he was old and mean. I mean, he was an old dog by this point, and he was kind of one of those. He was kind of getting to that point where he would look at him like, "Why are you bringing these punk kids in here to bother me?" He kind of had that get off my lawn attitude about him, and finally, and he would whip up on those 2 dogs when they was pups. He didn't mince nothing about it. He would just whip up on them every chance he got. Well, the problem was, them dogs finally grew up and they got a whole lot bigger than he did, and he thought he could still whip up on them. And that last time he tried it, that pretty much ended him, because he bit that black dog, and while the black dog came down working on him, the white dog came over there. He bit her, and they just grabbed hold each end of him, just strung him out across the yard.
Oof.
Well, I was watching the podcast with Joe Rogan, and he was talking about this guy who I guess worked at a veterinarian clinic, and guy came in and he had a pit, and he said the pit was all scratched up really bad, and so it took like hundreds of stitches to get the dog patched up. And he asked the guy what happened, and said the guy didn't know what happened. He just came home from work, and that's how he found his dog. Well, the story goes is that the guy went along and went home, and he saw the blood spot where he found his dog in the trail. So he decided to go follow the trail and see if he can figure out what had happened to his dog. So he walks out the house and he walks up a ways, kind of go into the hills, and he stumbled across this patch where there was 9 dead coyotes. And he said that it wasn't like they were just dead because it looked like it was Vietnam. They were just mauled. They were just ripped apart. So the only thing you think of is that, these 9 coyotes came onto this dog's property, and that dog stood there and whooped all their asses. He got tore up, but 9 coyotes.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, holy shit. And the only thing I could think of was that was just the 9 that were there. There's no telling how many might have ran off. So, but nonetheless, I didn't think coyotes ran that big of a pack, but still, nonetheless, 9 of them versus one, pit, but pit stood his ground. So,
Yep.
and I told Marissa after we get down to the 2 animals. We got 4, 3 dogs and a cat. We get down to having 2 pets. We'll get another dog, but it's either going to be a Doberman or a Rottweiler. So we'll see what happens. More likely it'll be a Doberman.
Dobermans are pretty dogs and have a really good temperament too, for the most part.
Well, that's in having 2 girls, having 2 little kids. Depending on their ages when we get one. That's the reason for it. They're more family oriented than a Rottweiler.
Yeah. Same with the with the Malinois. They're very protective of their charges around them.
Well, and then they're very intelligent.
Oh yeah.
Oh hush! You're not going outside. No.
I
Staying in the room.
you guys, you gotta love a job that you tell them that you're staying on shift overnight, and they're just like, okay, thank you.
Yeah. All right. I am going to have to run. I need to run up to the house and work with the dog because Judy is not home right now.
Oh.
Okay.
She's
Will you be
up
back
running.
down?
Probably not.
Okay, then
I don't
we'll
think I'll
run
be
until
down
about
before y'all.
6.
Yeah. I don't think I'll be back before we knock off.
Yeah,
at
because I'll
6.
have to sign off at 6.
Yeah.
So I can gather a few things for an overnight.
Yep. All right. And I will see y'all tomorrow morning, probably in chat. From work.
See you, William.
Yep.
Take care, buddy.
Yep.
Have a good
Take
night,
care,
William.
guys.
Take care. We'll talk later.
Good night, William. There you go, mate.
Cheers, mate.
Yeah, my little one doesn't get sick very often. Last time he had
Half an hour for the door drive.
the showstopper, but we kept him at home. So I'm proud of that fact. So I don't think this is bad. So.
Oh, excuse me. Yeah, it's not nice when it's poorly, is it?
No, it doesn't happen very often. His aunt's not freaking out yet because I'm not freaking out.
Mm.
Well, it's just like, I will stay. You can get some sleep. Then you don't have to stay up with him all night because her health isn't the best.
Yeah.
So, and then if he continues to spike a fever or if his other numbers change, I can wake her up and we can make a decision on if we need to
Take a trip.
take a trip. Which means for us, we can't take him to the local one, the one that's just a few miles away because of his conditions. They will send him to the children's hospital, which is about an hour drive from their house.
Mm.
So if we have to do that, we just pack him up and take him ourselves.
Yeah.
Because the only reason we would really do that is if his oxygen levels severely drop and we have oxygen on hand and orders to give it to him. So, yeah. All right. 25
Pretty
minutes.
much covered.
Yes. So, and yeah, like I said, I'll just try and sign off right at 6 tonight and get some stuff together and grab myself something to eat. I've got enough diamond dots there. I can stay awake all night,
Awesome.
and I've got food in the refrigerator and the freezer, and plenty of coffee and tea to drink. That's one advantage of this kind of situation is I can keep stuff there as I need it. Okay, is temps coming down? Yes.
Good.
So it was 102 20 minutes ago. It's 100 degrees now. It's dropping.
Yeah, ibuprofen's normally a good temperature burster, isn't it?
Yeah, and for him, it works better than the Tylenol.
Yeah.
So I just sent her a text message saying that, yeah, I got clearance for overnight. So shortly after I get there and we talk a little bit, she will take her
Pop off.
meds and her nebs and possibly take a bath and go to bed. And knowing she can go to sleep.
Yeah, knowing that somebody's sat there keeping control.
Yeah, knowing that I will wake her up if necessary.
Yeah.
So
Do do doopy 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 doo 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 doo
we'll
doo.
see how it goes.
I sort of killed your
Oh.
stream, Connie.
Oh, no, you didn't. It just, I said, have you noticed? I never say too much anyway because Fenris loves to talk.
Oh, hello, Mrs. Blue Collar.
Hi, Mr. Sprue.
How are you, dear?
I'm doing all right. I don't want to go back to work tomorrow, but you know,
Oh,
I have to
really?
pay my bills.
Yeah.
Like
What
how I
line
can
of,
if you want
if you
to.
don't mind me asking, what line of work are you in?
I'm a senior accountant for a nationwide medical equipment rental company.
Yeah, you don't want to go back to work. Yeah, that's a gobful, just saying it.
Yeah. I help get all the commissions paid to all the sales reps. We have about 60 to 65 sales reps. And then I help also get all the rent payments done for all our branches. And I think we have at this point somewhere around 95 branches.
Oh, wow.
Oh, you're going to be busy when you get back then because they all need the rent paying.
Yeah. They, what's that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we bought a company back in August of last year, and we're still trying. We have duplicate locations. So we'll have 2 locations in Denver and 2 in Philadelphia and 2 in New York and so on and so forth. So we're trying to shed about half of those locations, but it takes time. And we've had some turnover in that department. It's been kind of weird.
So just when you're thinking these guys aren't pulling the weight, all of a sudden they're pulling the weight and it's showing improvement.
Or knowing the medical field, payment details change.
Yeah, I honestly don't know. As far as like, we had one guy that they just weren't listening to him. He had been in IT and they pulled him out of IT and put him into the facilities department. And they just weren't giving him what he needed to succeed. And he was going to move to a different location, a different job. He was job hunting and went to them and had another job lined up and went to them and said, look, this is what I want to do. And they said, no, don't leave. We'll match your pay. We'll get you an extra guy, whatever. And there was a team of 3 of them. And then they were still doing the same old stuff. And he said, I'm done. I'm out. He left the middle of November. And then recently, this past week, they got rid of another guy in the department. So we have one permanent employee, and then we have one I don't know if she's a temp. She was a temp. I don't know if she still is or if they've hired on. We do that a lot where we'll have people temp out for a while, and then we'll decide to go ahead and hire them full time.
Yeah.
So I don't know if that's what she's going to do or not. I hope so, because that poor guy that's still there, he's fairly new, and he's fairly young too. So I don't think he has much experience behind him as far as like working in this kind of environment or whatever. So he's up in Pennsylvania. We're down here in Houston. So, and I don't know where she's located, but yeah, I think I don't know what happened with the one guy. He seemed to be doing his job, but who knows? I'm not there. I just know he was fired because it happened in the middle of the week. So 9 times out of 10, when people get let go in the middle of the week, that means they got fired.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, I hear about her job, and then it's like, you know what? I'm pretty thankful that, you know, only thing I got to deal with is just idiots. You know, at least my head does hurt, but that's only because, you know.
Yeah, but you don't deal with the same deadlines. Like
No.
it's not, holidays aren't holidays. They're just 8 hours I lost for work because the deadlines don't change just because we had a holiday.
Right.
So, yeah, but it's a really good job. I really enjoy my job. I love what I'm doing. I never thought I would ever say that, like especially in high school.
You don't sound like you like what you do.
Well, it's still stressful. Hey, it's still stressful. Sorry, our dog is crazy. It's still stressful.
I enjoy,
but I enjoy what I'm doing.
I enjoy my job driving the rail crew vans. It's just I wish BNSF didn't decide all of a sudden, well, we're going to deadhead everybody on trains now, and that killed all of our long hauls off. So that's partly the reason.
A lot of companies now have to move with the times, don't they?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I know it's a sad thing to say when people are losing their jobs over it, but it's move on or get kicked out.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, because I'm in manufacturing, and since me and her have been together, I've been going in working about 9.5 hours. All right, baby.
Bye, everybody.
Bye.
Bye.
Yeah.
Nice meeting you.
Yeah, she didn't give me a kiss.
I was working like 9.5 hours, and doing that for about 5 on and off 6 days a week, and it sucked. But we really needed the money, especially because we were trying to plan for the holidays, and her van needed work, and then the house needed work, and it was not one thing, it's another. And then all of a sudden, just before Christmas, I want to say like middle of November, my boss came up to me and said, I can't do that no more. And so he said, the best you can do is 48 hours. And I was kissing 60. I was like, holy shit. Okay. And I told her, she's like, well, we'll just make it work. And so, I started, redid the budget. And then next thing you know, I came into work about a few weeks later, and then all of a sudden, just before Christmas, safety started going through. And if you didn't have this on, if you didn't have that type of material on, if you had whatever, they were starting letting people go. And because it was the holidays, and it's figured it's just cheaper to let people go, not pay them their salaries. And so that way,
Wow.
And it's like, and what really kind of irritated me, and I was telling her, and I wouldn't mind looking for another job. I mean, I've been with this one here for the last couple of years, for about going on 4 years now. And it's not a long time, but just since I've been back here in Houston, and we had one thing. I'm not the sharpest tool in the shed, but I'm not the dullest. And if you're going to lie to me, make it to where I can believe you. Otherwise, if you're going to bullshit me, the only thing you're going to do is piss me off. And I was changing out the tank on the forklift I'm on, and Life Flight came in, the helicopter came in, And there's some people, a couple people outside. I said, what? That's what was going on. They're like, oh no, that's okay. It's just an accident. Someone just got hurt. It's not a big deal. Bullshit's not a big deal. You have a helicopter that's flying from a city over. Bet your fucking ass is a big deal, because otherwise that's a hell of a bill. They're not going to just flip that bill just for because someone stubbed a toe. Someone got seriously hurt. What happened? And at that point, one of the safety ladies and one of we have a nurse that's on duty, I guess you could say, you want to call them that. And I'm like, well, y'all need to get back to work. I'm like, well, what happened? Who got hurt? We work with each other. Who got hurt? And like, y'all get back to work, otherwise y'all gonna get written up. Come to find out, a woman who just started. This was the first week of December, going into the second week of December. A woman just started, and she's out, and she walked through the intersection, and I don't know exactly what had happened or what the full details is, but anyhow, there was a guy driving a forklift. And the company I work for, we make air conditioners and heaters for both residential and commercial. Yeah. And he was carrying the toppers, which can be about 4.5 to 5 feet tall, or squared, if you will. And they got some weight to them, and each bin that they carry, that we put them in, it could be about 20 of them. So, and they'll double stack them. Now, you're talking to excess about a couple of 100 pounds on each crate. So you have 2 of them. So let's just say ballparking roughly about just under 1,000 pounds. Well, this guy who should have been going backwards was going forward, and he didn't see her. So when he finally did, he hit the brakes of the forklift. Well, the whole thing just slid off the forks.
Weight shift.
Right. And it hit her, and it knocked her down and knocked her out. Come to find out that on the way to the hospital, she didn't survive her injuries. And which it should, the company should have paid for it, but they're saying no because she walked out in front of them. And it's like, so y'all not going to, so the company's not paying for anything. This family just lost, someone lost their mother, someone lost their wife, someone lost somebody just before the holidays. And the only thing is, I should have been paying attention. And that's your attitude towards it. Son of a bitch.
I mean,
that's cold.
That's kind of how the railroad functions, just about.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not normal.
I had to stop with the railroad because there was 2 guys. I went outside to smoke, and when I was going outside, one of the dispatchers, one of the train dispatchers, they have like a little strobe light, like an old cop car. It's red, and it was going off. When that happens, that means that there's a death that was happening on whatever section that they watch. And I went outside to have a cigarette, and there was another guy out there, and one guy showed up. And he was like, hey, so what happened? He was, oh, yeah, these 2, I ain't going to get into it, but he was throwing out a lot of racial slurs, which I really don't give a shit, really. But at the same time, if it's involving someone who just passed away, show some freaking respect. But what had happened was these 2 guys decided to walk along this bridge. Well, about a quarter or a third of the way in, the train was coming, and the train got there. And they had a choice. Either they jump off the bridge, die from jumping into the water, or try to outrun the train. Well, you ain't going to outrun the train, but they went for option B, which was try to outrun the train. And one got mauled, and the other one held on. And when the train finally stopped, they pulled the guy out, and he just went into shock and he died. And just how cold they were about it. And how they were insulting as well. And it's like, you know what? I could be an ass. I could be an asshole, but I'm not a fucking asshole. And I'm not going to put up with this. I can't do it. I don't have it in me. So I left and went from there. So
yeah, some majority of companies nowadays, they're supposed to be all caring, all singing, all dancing towards their workers, and at the end of the day, it's the money that talks.
Yeah.
Regardless.
Well, I mean, that's like all those Facebook posts I see people complaining about CSX's heritage units. And I'm like, dude, they don't have to do those engines. I said BNSF has said they're not going to do them, and the reason why is they don't want to spend money. I said that they're getting rid of crews and everything else too. So, I'm like, I know I'm kind of going off on several different directions, but still, it's all come down to money.
Well, one of the things over here in the States was they went along and changed refrigerant for houses. Well, if you have a issue with your AC unit and it has a leak, or they, you have to drain it and fix it and all that. But the problem of it is it's now obsolete, so they cannot refill the refrigerant that you already had in your unit. So you have to go to the new one. Well, unfortunately, the new compressors, for whatever reason or something about it, are not compatible with it. You have to get a new one.
Right.
So you can retrofit this new one in or pay for a whole new system. And my parents had to do that. And like on a cheap end, it's like about $16,000 to $17,000.
Yeah.
Now, the whole thing about that is money, but we're the only ones that are doing it. And I was talking to one of the guys at work, and we're kind of going back. One of the maintenance guys, we're kind of going back and forth a little bit. We're both agreeing with one another. And my boss, one of my bosses, showed up, and he was like, "Oh, well, we're just leading the way." I'm like, leading what way? What way are we leading? He's like, "Well, if we start doing it, we get other people to do it because it's going to be more green." Like, dude, no one listens to us. No one listens to this country anymore. We're so full, we got our heads so far up our asses. And besides that, me as your neighbor, if I'm not listening to you, what the hell makes you think someone who's 1,000 miles or more away is going to listen? I mean, no, dude, we're doing this for money. It has nothing to do about being green, because if that was the case, we would have changed so much other shit so long ago. I mean, hell, the internal combustion motor is obsolete, but we still got that because of the oil companies. So if you're going to bullshit,
well, that and we can go off on tangents about that all day long, but I'm gonna
right.
have to
But I'm
wind
saying,
this up
but
here
but that's
shortly.
just, it goes back to just being money, and it's just like, So, and that's one of the things I was saying that you probably heard. Well, if you were on the stream last night, you probably heard me, Connie. As I've gotten older, I just keep my head down, shut up, and just keep working.
Yeah, that's about all you can do.
Yeah.
But anyway, so other than that, getting on a lighter note, how's everyone's weekend been going?
Well, like I said, I'm getting ready to go back to work. Yeah. Scott says, "How's the weather?"
I worked last night. I just looked a minute ago. It shows me number 8 on the board, so I have no idea if I'm going out tonight or not. Depends on what the railroad does again, whether or not they run trains tonight. Yesterday they had trains everywhere. I mean,
I say you've got a lot of the weather out there, don't you?
Yeah, they're saying tomorrow it's supposed to rain, and then it's going to change over to snow here in Springfield. Now, that's what they were saying the other day when I was watching it. So I don't know. I don't really know what's going to happen. So because we're kind of right, the way it showed on the weather map, it looks like we're going to be right on that line between rain and snow. So
yeah.
So either way, you're getting wet.
Yeah, we're getting wet either way. It looks like tomorrow and Tuesday.
Nice. God,
well, from looks at it sounds like everybody's getting snow. Because when I saw my brother yesterday after I dropped off some clothes down at the house, he said that the last he heard was 5 to 6 inches of snow down there.
Dude.
And they're in north central Arkansas.
God damn. Yeah.
So we'll see what happens. I'm
I
like,
mean,
it don't matter if it
you
snows.
guys in America, you get all the good weather. You really
Oh
do.
yeah,
I mean,
we get all the
we
dandy
just get
stuff. We get
dumped on from above. But you
yeah.
guys
See,
in America,
we get snow in the winter. We get ice. We get tornadoes. We get all the good stuff.
yeah, you get all the
Baseball
extra
sized
weather.
hail.
Dude, we can't even go outside and play baseball with an ice cube. Really?
Well, I've seen some big hail.
You know, it's funny. Talk about tornadoes. My youngest, my 6-year-old, we had a pretty bad storm a while back, and she came up to me and she was all shooken up a little bit. And I asked her what was wrong, and she said, "Well, Daddy, I'm scared of the potatoes." And I was like, "You're scared of the what?" Because I'm scared of the potatoes, Daddy. And I was like, "What potatoes?" The potatoes that come from the sky and they come up and spin around. And they go ahead and hit people's houses. Like, baby girl, are you talking about tornadoes? And she goes, "Yeah." I was like, "Okay," but she was calling them potatoes. And I was like, "You know what? You gotta love kids. You gotta love them."
Yeah, Dom was asking. Let's see, I've kind of lost track of chat. Sorry, guys. Okay,
right.
PJ's answering. And James said, "Do you sprue moist?"
Moist.
But guys, it has been a fantastic evening. Thank you
I'm
so much for
afraid it's going to
joining
get
us.
I'm afraid it's going to get a little more than moist here from the sounds of it's fruit.
We had
sorry,
20 some
that's-
hours worth of rain yesterday.
Heavy moist.
Well,
Yeah, heavy moist.
I'll tell you what, and you know the people that are in the other lives that you see me in and all that. They're good. They're a good bunch of people, but it's just I have found it to be more relaxing, more of an actual hangout with you guys.
I appreciate it. That's what we try for. Is like I said, that's how I look at it. That's why I do the streaming. Period. Even joining, like if I can, I'll be with Sprue in the morning, and it's like, okay, as of right now, I have my Sunday streams that I host, but then I'm also on panel just about every day of the week. So I'm with Sprue.
We like sharing the chat
Yeah.
room, don't we?
Sprue's on Tuesday or Mondays and Thursdays at 5 or noon UK time. Yeah, in the morning. Noon. JC from JC Bricks and Builds runs Tuesdays and Saturdays at 1 p. UK or 8 a.m. Eastern time. I like Lindsay's stream at Friday mornings, again at noon for you guys. And I do enjoy watching his Wednesday nights, his PPM stream.
Yeah.
And Carl and Michelle are now doing, I think they're picking up Wednesday at noon and Tuesday nights also.
Hot stuff.
So there's always somebody to hang with.
By the way, Sprue, there you go. I got you a gold locomotive sitting there.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I was stuck in my own world there painting. So yeah.
Oh,
wow.
Well, I didn't mean to interrupt you there, Sprue.
No,
Sorry
no.
about that.
I was cleaning my brook anyway. Oh, that's nice.
Well, like I said, guys, I'm going to wind up the stream.
All right.
Because, like
Yeah,
I said, I have
drop
to
out,
gather
so.
things for work, and unfortunately for chat, you won't be involved, but I will leave the green room open
Well,
for
I've
those
got
that are
in.
in.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to drop out as well. So.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So, I'm going to go.
All right. Well, I'll catch you guys later.
But again, thanks everybody for coming in and hanging out with us.
Well, thank you.
You know, this is a usual time for us. Okay. We'll see everybody. Good night.
Good night.
Good night.